Reincarnated as Gotham's useless beauty. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. This wooden duck was quietly placed in the drawer. Well placed. Next to it was another little duck that was almost peeling, made of rubber, and also suitable for being put in the bathtub. If Jason was here, he would find that this was the little duck he had used before but gave to Hazel in the flashback. Hazel still kept it well, and put it in a drawer space that needed to be carefully hidden and cherished. The beret boy stared at the open drawer for a while. He didn't understand why he chose to put this duck here, together with the most precious rubber duck. This subconscious choice made him confused. Is it because they are both in the shape of ducks? In the drawer, there was also a small note, which was a printed note in the gift box. It was the blessing from the doll, duck. This is actually a bit strange. Although he is the child of Bruce, the top rich man in Gotham, the adoption process was also exposed to the media, but as a special physique that needs to be carefully protected, in order to avoid being noticed by malicious guys. The Wayne family has always carefully protected Heath from appearing in public. He has been missing for a long time, almost making the citizens of Gotham forget that there is such a young master with a rough life. Not to mention, as an experimental subject without identity information, Heath's birthday cannot be checked. It was set by the Wayne family themselves. In this case, who knew today was his birthday and came to wish him a happy birthday? Heath repeatedly studied a piece of printed paper, but couldn't see anything. He thought hard and suspected that this person was actually a guy known to the Wayne family, including him. After all, before and after receiving such a gift, Dick and Tim's reactions were really suspicious. They didn't take the gift nervously, repeatedly studied whether there were any dangerous items, and then returned it to Heath as usual. On the contrary, it was as if they all knew that this was a sincere gift with feelings. After Dick came back, he basically just checked it for a moment and returned it to Heath with confidence. Thinking about it this way, when Tim took over the task of protecting Heath, when Duck approached and handed over something, his acquiescent state was also very suspicious. Do they know him? Heath muttered to himself. Who is it? After making such a judgment, a person's name almost immediately emerged in his mind, a person who was most likely to be protected by Dick and Tim. But in just a moment, he quickly ruled it out, because he felt very clear that the other party would definitely not come to give a birthday present. Heath, should it be a friend they know? Just at this moment, a subtle notification sound came out of the computer, attracting the attention of Heath, who was thinking. He immediately closed the drawer gently, sat on the chair, and checked the notification information. Sure enough, it was two friends in the chat room who bubbled up in time to wish him a happy birthday. Clark, happy birthday, Heath. After adulthood, you are a completely grown-up adult, which is a very beautiful thing. Today is also a very beautiful day. I hope you are happy today and every day after adulthood. P.S. I sent you a birthday present. It should arrive today. Peter, happy birthday my friend Heath. Wow, you have grown up in a blink of an eye. We have all grown up. Do you still remember that we were little kids? Adulthood is really different. Today is a great day. I hope you are happy, my friend. Peter. Peter, why? Peter, didn't we say happy birthday together? I sent it 1 second in advance, but you are still so fast. The editor's hand speed is too ridiculous, right? Peter, I want to be the first good friend to wish Hi Shizzy a happy birthday. I actually lost. Clark, so you and I agreed on a time, and you actually had this in mind. Clark, Duck is incredible. JPG Clark, fortunately, my hand speed is fast enough. Don't forget what I do. Peter, I still think it's unreasonable. If all reporters have your hand speed, the thickness of newspapers my aunt received will be at least twice as thick. As good friends for many years, Peter and Clark naturally knew Hi Shizzy's birthday and sent sincere wishes today. Or rather, because they have been together for many years, The three people in their chat room know each other's birthdays and would send gifts to each other. It is really a very happy thing to receive blessings from good friends on birthdays. Heather immediately tapped the keyboard to respond to the enthusiastic friends. Heather, ducksharing.jpg. Heather, thank you. I'm so happy. Clark, just be happy. Clark, I hope you like my gift. I'm a little nervous. Heather, I'll get it later. I think I will definitely like it. Clark, ducksgiggling.jpg. Peter, wait, I almost forgot to say it. My birthday gift has also arrived at your place. Don't forget my gift. Heather, I won't forget. I'll get it now. As good friends, they started to try to send things to each other very early, so Heather knew the addresses of these two friends very early. Peter has always been in Queens, New York, and Clark's initial address was in a small town in Kansas, but later changed to a metropolitan city due to work reasons. The address Heather left was a wealthy community a section of the way down the mountain at Wayne Manor, and he successfully integrated into the community. Alfred thought it was not good to send gifts to friends up the mountain, and in order to reduce the popularity of the young master of Wayne Manor to a certain extent, he gave Heather this address. Every time the two friends sent gifts, Alfred or Robin would go down to get them, and they would get them in no time. The address is quite interesting. Since Heather and Peter were children, their addresses basically did not change, but Clark was about 7 years older than them, with a wider range of activities, no longer constrained by home and school, so his address was always changing. There was once a time when Clark told them that he wanted to change his address. Heather, where are you going? Clark, the North Pole? I told you about this place last time. I need to go there to solve some things. Peter, wait. Do you think the courier can deliver there? The North Pole? How can the span be so big? Clark, that makes sense. The address during that period of time was changed to a small town in a country closest to the North Pole. When Clark was chatting with Heather, he said that he actually still lived in the North Pole and he had a house in the North Pole. Heather, then it's troublesome for you to receive things? You have to go to that country to pick up the express delivery. Clark seemed mysterious at that time, even like a middle school student. Clark, this is true for most people, but for me, it's actually quite close. Clark, it's easy to go there, so don't worry. Dick drove out. The energetic big brother was always willing to do all kinds of things for Heather's birthday, including going down to bring a gift up. Such a simple thing. Heather was looking forward to it. In less than 10 minutes, he successfully got these gifts. One large and one small, two carefully wrapped gift boxes. The big one was Peter's birthday gift, and the color scheme was red and black. It was probably inspired by the last time he talked about Spider-Man. After all, it was a red and green box last year. The small one was prepared by Clark, and it was a very cute yellow and blue color scheme, and the color was very bright. The strange thing is that Peter's birthday present was sent over a long distance, so the bow became shriveled and the packaging was slightly bumped, but Clark's gift was intact. Even the angle of the bow was kept at a perfect and beautiful arc, and there was no trace of bumps on the surface during transportation. It seemed that the maker had carefully protected it and brought it over personally as soon as it was made. Even Dick, who received the gift, was amazed at the small gift and gossiped, "How much did your friend pay the courier company?" The issue of courier fees was not the top priority in Shizzy's mind at the moment. The boy in the beret jumped to take the two gift boxes and immediately ran up to open the gifts happily. Dick looked at his child's back and watched him happily return to the room with the gift. He was inexplicably jealous and wanted to give his eldest brother the gift in advance. He felt sour in his heart. These two netizens also remembered to send gifts today, which is good, Dick said, but I have to confirm one thing. These two netizens are not beautiful big sisters, right? This gift is a bit too thoughtful. Tim reluctantly poked his head out of the study and responded to Dick's words. Your question is very strange, Dick argued. He is still a child. It's not time for him to fall in love yet. Do you understand? Afu, who was still cleaning up, happened to pass by with a mop, so he put down the bucket and said, Master, forgive me for being blunt, You have already tried to fall in love at the age of 14. He took the mop again and slowly walked back to the corner to clean up. Tim, what is this? The governor set a fire and the people were not allowed to light a lamp. He felt that since Dick caught Hazel, who was eager for early love, he became particularly vigilant about this kind of emotional topic, and his vigilance was a bit outrageous. As a result, he looked a bit stupid for paying attention to the other party's questions. So he didn't want to pay attention to Dick anymore, and reached out to close the study door, leaving this suddenly stupid big brother to worry about it himself. Dick, wait, don't you think? First of all, although only Alfred and Bruce know the other party's true identity, it is also obvious that they are two men. Tim slowly closed the study door, and left a final reply to Dick through the door. Secondly, isn't it normal for friends to be attentive to each other? The protagonist of the question obviously didn't care about these. Heather was busy opening gifts upstairs, and didn't know that they were discussing their relationship problems in a mess. As soon as he took the gift upstairs, he replied to his friends that he had received it, and then began to carefully unwrap it to see what gift was inside. In Peter's big gift box, there was a new version of Lego. Heather once said that he was very interested, but he was too lazy to build it. His friend Peter immediately had an idea. He thought this was a suitable birthday gift, so he took action immediately, worked part-time for a long time, grabbed this version, and built it himself and put it in a gift box to send it over as a birthday gift. Heather liked it very much and sent a private message to Peter. Heather, so cool. Peter, yeah. Heather started to open Clark's gift again. Clark's birthday gift box didn't look like a courier product. The outer packaging opened with a light scratch. It was only symbolically padded with a lot of foam blocks. The bow inside the small gift box was self-contained. Grab a corner and you can easily unwrap it. Highs, so exquisite. In terms of the exquisiteness of this packaging, it is estimated that only Alfu's gift and the Duck gift box that I just received can compete with this packaging. No wonder Dick was suspicious. Heist took a deep breath and began to look forward to the gift inside. With full of expectations, he pulled off the last strap and watched the gift box unveil the mysterious and beautiful veil without blinking, revealing its true core. It opened. What appeared in front of him, grabbing all of Heist's attention? Two plaster dolls. Two plaster dolls that were carefully painted with bright colors, the size of a palm, with round heads and short hands, but with incredibly bright smiles. One plaster doll has blue eyes and dark black hair, but it has cute little curls on its head. The other plaster doll has black eyes and hair, a small yellow hat on its head, and a yellow duck in its arms, the duck in the cartoon. These two plaster dolls have one thing in common. They are both wearing Ethiopian national costumes. Heather's reached out and gently touched the blue-eyed black-haired doll and the curls on its head. So cute. Clark, the blue-eyed one is me, and the black-eyed one is you. Heather's. Clark, do you like it? This is the first time I've made this kind of doll, and the coloring is a little beyond the boundaries. Heather, I like it very much. Heather's understood what Clark meant. These two plaster dolls are the cute version of his and Clark's childhood. When they chatted in the past, they once regretted that they couldn't meet and couldn't get to know each other earlier. Otherwise Clark could be like an older brother, taking him to play and see many things outside. Heather's had never seen the North Pole and Kansas outside, as well as the bustling metropolis. He may not even have seen the complete Gotham. Although he knew his physical condition and had been sane in Wayne Manor, he always had a desire for the outside world and the idea of exploring more places. On that dark night when he could never catch up with Jason's plane, he was torn into pieces and his hope of catching up was shattered. Even if he tried to reload several times again, he had to admit that he could not leave here alone, for himself and for the world. So after giving up, reloading, acknowledging the existence of plot, and attending Jason's funeral helplessly and sadly for several nights, he was a little nervous and couldn't sleep all night. He always had hallucinations that Jason was still leaving this corridor, and he didn't know when the sound of Jason leaving would come from the corridor again, and he didn't know how to stop it or how to catch up. Everything was unknown, everything was impossible. This continued for many days, and the heavy and strange feeling of burden almost made people crazy. So he wanted to leave Gotham and catch the plane to Lebanon, Such thoughts occupied his mind, making his already confused thoughts even more dull. I don't know why. He turned on the computer and talked to Clark, who was the only one online at that time. Heather, I want to go to Lebanon. Heather, I want to go to Ethiopia. Heather, I'm so sad. I can't go. Clark, what's wrong? Heather, I'm just sad. Sorry, it's all negative energy. I suddenly want to go out. But you know I said I can't go out. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about. I tried a lot of things, but in the end I found out that it was all my useless work. Heather, sorry. Clark, Heather, I'm saying very negative things. I'm sorry to disturb your mood. Clark was silent for a while. It was about 2 minutes, or maybe 10 minutes, and the other side didn't say anything. Heather tensed up and couldn't help but listen to whether there was any sound in the corridor. While looking at the stagnant chat content with regret, he felt that he shouldn't say negative words to his friends at random. He thought he might lose this good friend. However, in fact, after waiting for a while, the chat window moved again, and Clark stopped being silent and started sending messages. Clark, hi's, are you there? Clark, I actually went to Lebanon some time ago, and I'm working in Ethiopia now. Clark, picture.jpg. Clark, you said you wanted to go to those 2 places, and I'm there right now. Where do you want to go? Can I take a picture for you? Just pretend we're here together. Clark, look, Clark, picture.jpg. Clark, these are Ethiopian kids. They're wearing national costumes, and they're a pair of brothers, playing games so late. They have such a good relationship. The tone was like coaxing a child. Heiss felt his eyes getting hot again. He wiped his eyes. Heather, what a coincidence. You are here. I thought you were at the Daily Planet headquarters. Didn't you say you just joined the company? Clark, oh, this. Clark, newcomers need experience. You know, I come here to improve myself. Clark, look, they are playing hopscotch. I used to play this too. Heather, I want to play too. Clark, so here is your childhood. Here is my childhood. We are also playing with these 2 kids. Looking at these chats, it seems that in a trance, Heather's no longer hears the urgent sounds in the corridor, and his nerves are no longer tense. 4 years later, on this day, Clark prepared such a plaster figurine for him. The words on the attached greeting card are, "Congratulations on becoming an adult. If you still want to see various scenery after becoming an adult, I will always be with you. Anywhere is fine." Chapter 52. Jason was at the outer edge of the amusement park, with a hat in his pockets, hiding his face, and silently turned around for several times, just to keep an eye on the movements inside. After giving the gift, the ducksuit was decisively thrown away and replaced with his original jacket. A cute duck instantly turned back into the original street cool guy. The street cool guy turned around outside. He did not leave, because he still wanted to protect this place from any problems, so he was always alert to the movements of all parties, especially near a yellow-peaked cap. While being alert, he had a lot of free time and occasionally felt bored, so he began to wonder if the other party would like this duck, such a small wooden duck. It took the powerful Red Hood a lot of time. Basically, he spent some time carving this duck. Even if it was his daily task of beating people, he would finish it in a hurry, then sit on the ruins, holding a knife, with his legs bent, his face full of impatience, but his hands were very delicate, carving every detail. His actions seemed to be completely opposite to what Dick had expressed in the conversation, as if he was ready to meet Heath immediately, but that was not the case. Although his position had changed and was incompatible with the Wayne family's ideas, Jason did not hide anything or lie about what Dick said. Jason was indeed not ready to meet for the time being, and had not found out some things. Before that, he would never meet Heath. But actions can be restrained, emotions can be restrained, but they cannot be completely suppressed. His birthday is coming soon. Since this idea appeared, it has filled all of Jason's inner activities like wild grass growing wildly in the wild. He began to desire something uncontrollably. He wanted to meet Heath. He wanted to congratulate him on his birthday. He wanted to give a gift as a brother. Finally, I want to stand at the birthday party? Witness the little cub who has grown up with me, blow out the candles, and get the qualification of recognition under all the good wishes, and spend a meaningful day happily. But it's not the time yet, Jason said to himself. After saying this to himself, all his thoughts became empty and untouchable fantasies, and all his expectations could only become the attic in the dream. His body and heart became cold, so he suppressed all his emotions, quietly made a gift that will not be given away, and took a knife to start carving the silly duck with dull eyes. Although he hated the old bat, Jason had to admit that he did the right thing. That is to invest in the cartoon duck, so that even when Hazel grows up and doesn't watch cartoons anymore, he can easily see the childhood cartoon image by his side. The duck wood carving was thus formed, and Jason kept it well. Seeing that the birthday was approaching, he just regarded it as a gift that could not be given away. It was just a birthday gift that he entrusted with his good wishes and could not be delivered to a cub. However, he did not expect to get help from the Batman family. In the end, on the morning of his birthday, he delivered this gift that condensed countless efforts and time to the other party. Will he like it? This question repeated in his mind. Jason stood on a high place outside the amusement park, watching Heather and Dick walk out of the amusement park together at noon, get on the Wayne family's car, and slowly drive in a familiar direction. The gift box he gave was held tightly in Heather's arms. The bow on the top of the gift box was loose, which should have been opened. The boy in the peaked cap smiled brightly, and was obviously in a good mood. Does this mean that he likes it? Jason couldn't guess. He hoped so. Seeing the car disappear from sight, Jason had completed what he had to do and what he could do, so he put his hands in his pockets and began to leave the amusement park. But today is destined to be a special day. Or rather, these few days are destined to be special times. There are always unexpected people who appear in Jason's sight, forcing him to start thinking about something other than punishing criminals. Jason stopped walking back. In front of him, a familiar figure appeared in his sight, blocking his way back. Jason groaned. His mood became complicated again, and the palms in his pockets shrank and clenched into fists in annoyance. He only raised his eyes slightly, and he might not even see the face clearly, but he already understood the identity of the person. I don't want to fight with you today, Jason said, but if you come to me, then I don't mind. Bruce Wayne. He was not wrong. The one blocking Jason's way was Bruce Wayne, a Gotham rich man in a suit and tie, with every inch of hair shining, who controlled the power of Wayne Enterprises. Bruce was dressed fashionably and luxuriously, as if he had just finished a billion-dollar business scene, and there was a luxurious aura floating around him. Not far away, also behind Bruce, there was a hotel built next to the amusement park. At the entrance of the hotel, some wealthy businessmen who were familiar to ordinary people came out one after another. Their dress style was quite similar to Bruce's. Obviously, these were the people who talked with Wayne in the morning. They had just finished a business reception. These billionaires got into their luxury cars and looked at the interesting scene of the famous rich man Bruce and a street-dressed youth confronting each other with curious eyes. Some even asked the driver to stop just to see a shocking gossip. Bruce did not intend to let them watch the fun, nor did he intend to spread his family affairs. He just came to deal with some things briefly. He still had a smile on his face to maintain his romantic personality, but his blue eyes were sharp and serious, looking straight at Jason, revealing a bit of the spirit of Batman at night. Jason felt irritated for no reason when he met his patriarchal eyes. The emotions that had been suppressed surged again in his heart. He couldn't help but feel disgusted with such an order, and even the Wayne Manor in his memories became a place that was difficult to let go. Such destructive emotions sprouted into sharp thorns, making the words spoken seem like thorns, extremely sharp. What identity are you speaking in, Bruce? Jason said sarcastically. A playboy in the daytime. Do you want to care about a street thug like me, or the so-called knight? He deliberately paused here and did not continue, pretending to reveal the other party's identity as Batman. No, I'm just dealing with some things as a father. Father? Oh, that's funny, Jason sneered. Whose father? Dick, Tim, or the stinky kid you brought back? Bruce said. That's right, but you missed someone. Jason's eyes immediately turned cold. Facing such a cold look as if falling into an ice cave, Bruce could clearly feel the other party's disgust and resistance, but it didn't affect anything, because such a reaction had long been imagined by Bruce, or Batman. He understood the reason why the other party had such emotions, but this couldn't stop his next move. Bruce still said the purpose of this trip. You missed someone, Jason. In fact, I am still your and Hazel's father. Batman is the Night Guardian of Gotham, a person who will retreat when all kinds of social sludge are known, a person who fights against countless supervillains with a human body, and joins hands with the police to keep the crime rate in Gotham down. He belongs to the night, leads the night, and is the spiritual benchmark and source of security in the hearts of countless people. But Bruce is not. Bruce Wayne is a handsome top rich man who doesn't like to manage corporate affairs. He is the head of the family in Wayne Manor and the father of several children. He once doubted himself. Can he balance such an identity? Indeed, at the beginning, he did not separate the father in the family and the vigilante work in the night too much. He adopted Dick only because he watched the tragedy of the Grayson couple being killed by supervillains during the performance. As Batman who was being sought by the superheroes for the tragedy, he failed to save the couple in time, which made Bruce feel deeply guilty and could not bear Dick, the mutant orphan, so he adopted him. But the changes were also very fast. It didn't take long for the smart Dick to discover Batman's secret with Alfred's acquiescence. So their relationship changed again, from the adoptive father and son at the beginning to teammates fighting together in the dark. Dick became Batman's assistant and became the Robin Bird of Gotham. This was the result of his not separating his family and the vigilante, which lasted for 10 years. But 10 years later, Batman began to doubt the status quo. This doubt was further deepened by Dick's serious injuries in the Joker case. Batman began to doubt himself. He doubted whether he should let a child accompany him through life and death, or even sacrifice his life. Protecting Gotham is his lifelong mission, but should he really let a child follow his own path and stay in the dark with him for the rest of his life? Dick has grown up. After 10 years of training, his skills are very good. He can handle many night patrols on his own. If such skills are placed outside Gotham, he will obviously live a good life. Instead of staying in Gotham and becoming the small Robin Bird forever, a little assistant with unlimited working hours. After doubts, the result is to cancel Dick's position as the first Robin. Batman tacitly allows him to leave home, spread his wings as an adult, meet countless people in a wider space, and gradually become a big blue bird in more places. That is, Nightwing. He thinks this is the right choice, even if the other party is annoyed with him. After Dick left, Jason became his Robin again. This is actually very simple. Batman never thought that he didn't need Robin, nor did he think that Robin's job was dispensable, but he didn't intend to drag a child into the darkness of Gotham, so he didn't find someone else to replace Dick's Robin position. Jason was an accident. After accidentally prying the tire of the Batmobile that night and being sent to the crime alley training room, he accidentally worked with Batman to deal with this criminal den in the name of the training room. But what should Jason do? Batman looked at the dirty crime alley, the unruly, fighting, helpless kid Jason, and thought that if he let such a kid stay there, he would become a criminal. Batman then took Jason back to the Batcave and made him his Robin. I will give him a career that Dick once had. Batman said, I hope this will make him leave the so-called criminal future. I want to do something. He then treated Jason as his new partner and new Robin. He began to teach him and tried to lead the kid in a better direction. But something went wrong. Originally, under the guidance of himself and the returned Dick, Jason had gradually become familiar with Robin's work, and had changed from killing criminals to handing them over to the law. But after years of work, Jason had different ideas. He saw countless repeated faces, and saw criminals who had been dealt with before, hurting innocent people again. He was confused again and couldn't tell the severity of his actions, especially when he found out that his father didn't abandon him and his mother and run away when he was a child, but was killed by the supervillain Two-Face. He was kept in the dark by Batman, and he never understood this, which caused rifts between him and Batman. After facing the crying innocent people again, Jason had an idea. Why can't he use heavy hands, or kill people, to eliminate the harm forever? He also acted in this way. This is completely contrary to Batman's philosophy. Helplessly, he had to suspend Jason's actions as Robin, intending to solve the Joker-related cases alone, and then come back to deal with Jason's problems. However, subsequent changes are unpredictable. Jason was deceived by his biological mother, but he protected the mother. In the end, the Joker broke his joints one by one and buried him in the explosion of the factory. I'm not a good father, I think. Bruce thought so when he stood at Jason's funeral. He believed that he had not fulfilled his due responsibilities as Batman or Bruce. He put all the faults on himself because he believed that he was an adult and should have done more than a child. I'm sorry, he whispered to his youngest son, Hazel. This child was also unexpected. He is the holder of an extremely abnormal physique. Theoretically, he cannot die, and he is even very likely to threaten the world. Even if he wants to solve this problem, it will probably cost a lot and cause a lot of trouble, because human desires are endless. So Batman thinks that it is better to say that he is locking up the child and making him stay in Wayne Manor forever than to say that he is adopting him. In order to make up for him and to make up for his guilt, he invested a lot of ordinary father's feelings in Heath, so that he can feel the father's love and family affection to the greatest extent. This is his compensation. In the end, it seems that he has made the child lose his favorite brother. At that time, the child looked at him, but there was no anger or blame to vent. Instead, he looked very guilty, with tears in his eyes and his lips moving. No, I have to say sorry, Heath said in a low voice. I'm sorry. Bruce rarely felt a little funny and a little sad. What are you sorry for, child? Heath was silent for a while. Then, he said in a low voice, I didn't bring your child back. Bruce didn't understand what the other party was thinking at the time. What does this have to do with this child? How could he blame a child? Even though he was tired and sad, Batman's sharpness still worked. He noticed that the child's clothes were still the same size, but suddenly looked much emptier, and his body seemed to have lost weight in an instant, not as cute as before he left. The pockets of his clothes were also bulging, stuffed with a little duck. Later, when Alfred was packing up Jason's things, he found an identical little duck in the box. What did this child do? Bruce searched for various traces, but could not find any conclusive evidence. As if the child did not do anything else in this space, he even went to check the preserved hair as soon as possible, the one that was obtained from the church, from the planner of the underground laboratory incident, and finally fell into his hands, becoming a reference item for studying the inhibition bracelet. After research, the hair was put back into the crystal box and well preserved in the laboratory. Except for the slightly burnt tail, there was no change. This is a doubt. Without any items and conditions that help spontaneous combustion, how did the tail of this hair burn? Batman immediately understood that this might be something related to the so-called magic side. So, as Batman, as Bruce, and as the father of his children, he looked for many people related to magic, looking for all kinds of information that could answer his questions. This took him several years, and he never gave up these actions even when he was busy with night patrols, until he heard the first words Jason said after his resurrection. Control of time. He immediately thought of the person he should ask. He should have asked the other party about this aspect long ago, asking the Supreme Master who also had a connection with time. The other party was the best in this area. He got the answer. Back to reality, Bruce stood in front of Jason. As a father, as the father of Hazel and Jason, he appeared here. Bruce said, let's go back to Wayne Manor tonight. Jason was incredulous. Huh? I have found out some of the things you want to know. Bruce interrupted him. I will give you the results of the investigation. This is what you are looking for. Correspondingly, I will also inform Hazel of the news that you are alive. Jason's eyes widened. Things developed a little suddenly, and the turn was unexpected. Too much information entered his head, and he couldn't handle it for a while, causing his eyes to be a little confused, and the swear words he was about to say were stuck on his lips. What are you doing? Jason was silent for a long time again, and then he managed to say, don't mind my business with Heath. I will go to him sooner or later, Bruce said calmly, but I am in charge now. Why do you do that? Bruce's throat was blocked. He said, because I am Heath's father, and also Jason Todd's father. Chapter 53. After saying this, he did not stay to say anything else. In the slowly driving car, Bruce looked at the rearview mirror, and briefly stared at Jason in the mirror, who was standing still without moving, as if his body was frozen. Jason still had his hands in his pockets, and the whole person stood stiffly in the same place, as if there was another person standing opposite him who was confronting him, but his head had turned away, blocking all his expressions, and his shoulders were erected, like a thorn bush that was panicked and protected itself after being suddenly attacked, or like a fierce wild cat that showed its claws but could not make the next move. Bruce just looked at it briefly, then he started the engine and left this place, driving towards the direction of Wayne Manor, because Bruce understood he needed to leave some space for Jason, time for him to confirm the information he left, and time for him to understand what he said. The tall buildings and trees and jungles were gradually thrown behind by the car, and the words just said were repeated in Bruce's mind again. "I am your father." Such words were not the product of careful planning, even if he had the purpose of bringing people back. They were indeed sincere. They were words from Bruce's heart. Such words were rare for both Jason and Bruce himself. Therefore, when the two of them were really together and said it out, they were both particularly uneasy. After Jason's funeral, even if he had to deal with many things, Bruce would never give up his night patrol in Gotham. This was not only his duty, but also to show a clear attitude to all the night scoundrels in Gotham, showing that the filth must be cleared and that crimes must not be allowed even if there were sacrifices. Only with such an attitude could the restless sludge calm down and protect the ordinary people. Otherwise, if the sludge found that as long as someone sacrificed, they could hurt this famous guardian, they would only be ecstatic and attack the vigilantes more frantically, just to get more time to breathe. Batman could not allow this. Therefore, Batman must be cold-blooded and ruthless, and must quickly put aside the pain of the death of the second-generation Robin. He must calmly think about all the new cases happening in front of him. He must be such an iron-faced image. "But, can you really do this?" Alfred asked him. "We are just ordinary people, sir." Batman and Bruce are not completely separated individuals. They are two sides of the same person, just like a coin, with two sides. Bruce will feel pain for the death of his child, so Batman will naturally have the same pain. It's just that as the guardian of Gotham's order, he can only suppress these emotions in his heart. But not all emotions can be well hidden. The gushing emotions will not completely disappear with suppression. On the contrary, as time goes by, people will always feel one thing more clearly, that the dead will completely leave your future life. He is accompanied by guilt in Bruce's memory, but will disappear from Batman's future forever. Both Bruce and Batman have lost the opportunity to apologize to the dead. Even if you have experienced the death of your parents, the news of your loved ones leaving will always make people sad. As this grief continued to brew over time, the obvious manifestation was that Batman was particularly violent during his night patrols recently. Because he could not vent his grief, he could only barely balance his anger with his fists. "Bat, you haven't been in a good state recently." Nightwing, who occasionally took a break from work and returned to Gotham to assist, said, "Have you realized that you have lost your original calmness in some things recently?" Batman: "Nightwing is no longer Robin after all. He has spread his wings and flew into the sky as a big blue bird in the wider world, and he can't stay in Gotham for a long time and just be a little Robin bird. Dick can't do it, and Batman won't allow it. During this period of night patrols, his emotions can never stay in the calm state they should be. Even if he tries to calm down, the chance of mistakes has increased a lot compared to the past. He needs help. To be precise, it is Batman who needs help. Gotham needs Batman, and Gotham always has excellent and exceptional children. For example, Dick, Jason, and Tim after them. Tim Drake was extremely smart and discovered the true identities of Batman and Robin. He made an accurate judgment about Batman's recent abnormal state. Tim thought Batman needed Robin. Dick would never come back, and Tim, whose detective talent surpassed everyone else, would be the best choice. With the help of Alfred and Dick, he recommended himself to Batman and became Batman's third-generation Robin. "Batman, I don't need the child to help me anymore." Tim insisted on his idea. "No, Batman needs Robin, because Gotham can't lose Batman. Can't lose the guardian of a clear mind. But Tim Drake was just a child, even a 1-year-old child of little Hazel. Batman didn't want him to follow Jason's footsteps. Tim still insisted, Robin can keep Batman sober. You understand this? You can't do without Robin. Please let me help you. He was right, but for Batman, who had just lost his teammates, assistants and son, this was still a difficult decision. After experiencing such pain, he couldn't help but be cautious in this regard and did not directly agree to the other party's request. After finishing the night patrol, he left Tim and returned to Wayne Manor. Unexpectedly, his youngest son, Hazel, who was the only one at home, did not fall asleep and even wandered around the manor. So he said, Hazel. Hazel turned around and looked at him. The child was wearing pajamas, and his eyes were a little dark. Obviously he had not rested well during this period. It was not surprising that he was as miserable as Bruce, as Jason's best brother, and it was not surprising that he had trouble falling asleep. Bruce's heart softened. He walked forward a few steps, pressed Hazel's head, and said gently, It's time to go to bed, kid. Hazel still looked at him, although he had a very strange physique. Hazel's eyes were always clear and clean, as if they had never been polluted. It was the only piece of pure land under the boundless blue sky. When he looked at him, he would think he was looking in the mirror. He was looking at his tall father with such clear eyes, quietly calling him Dad. After Jason's funeral, the child grew up in an instant, probably realizing that there was no one who would spoil him, accompany him every day and act like a spoiled child. Yaya was no longer stupid. He had realized that he was no longer and could no longer be a stupid child. If this continued, the next crisis would take away his relatives, and he would be unable to stop it like the previous 2 times. This was unbearable. Yaya therefore slowly stopped in childhood, and instead, he understood sadness and protection, and would do everything he could to help his family. He grew from Yaya to Heis. After the funeral, Heis had been studying with double the effort, and now his intelligence has grown a lot. Even Afu would be surprised by his amazing progress from time to time. Why are you still standing here? Bruce rubbed Heath's head. I told you to go to bed early. Heath rubbed his head against his hand. I'm waiting for you to come back. No need to wait. You have to wait, Heath said slowly. My brother and I agreed to wait for you to come back at night, and I am waiting for you now. The hand rubbing his head paused for a moment. Bruce knew who the brother he was talking about was. Without a doubt, it was Jason, because only when Jason came back from night patrol would he check if there was a little duck waiting for him. Even though the old friend was gone, Heath still kept such an agreement. Alfred said you've been in a bad mood lately. Hazel was sent back to the room by Bruce, still concerned. Dad, if you feel bad, just say it out. I'll listen. Such words really sounded like childish talk. Bruce couldn't help but find it a little funny, and asked back, will it work if you say it out? But, if you don't express your true emotions and try this. Hazel sat on the bed, sincerely looking into Bruce's seemingly heavy blue eyes. Then how can everyone know your thoughts? And how can they know if this is useful? Bruce stared at him. After hearing such words, he had a unique feeling that belonged to his father. The silly duck son who always chased and shouted, "Ma'am," had really grown up into a teenager with independent thoughts. You are always honest, kid, Bruce said softly, but the adult world is always more complicated, and many times, I am not allowed to express my thoughts too directly. Heather burrowed into the quilt. Can adults not be honest? No, Bruce corrected him as a father. It's not like that, it's just that the society that adults are exposed to is more complicated. That means you can be honest, right? Bruce stopped. He was just tucking the corner of the quilt for the child, but when he heard this, his movements and expressions paused for a moment. Family is not a complicated society, Dad. Heather showed his face in the quilt, his eyes bright as stars. So, you can be honest with me, honest with Alfred, and honest with Brother Dick. If Brother Jason is still here, you should also be honest with him. Bruce tucked the corner of the quilt and stood up. He walked slowly to the door and put his hand on the light switch in the room. Heath looked at him seriously. Please share your troubles with me and be honest with me, Dad. Bruce. He felt sad and warm, All kinds of complex emotions and negative energy seemed to disappear in his heart along with these seemingly childish and innocent words. It seemed that he could indeed temporarily put aside the cold armor of the so-called Dark Knight and communicate with the child directly. Maybe in a few days, Bruce said inexplicably, our family will welcome a new Robin. He is 1 year younger than you, but very mature, very smart, and very righteous and kind. Heath blinked. Just Robin? He still has his own biological parents and does not need my adoption. However, for training and future studies and night patrols, he may need to stay in Wayne Manor for a long time. Then, he is a person in this manor. He thought for a while and said, he will be my younger brother, Alfred's good boy, and your son, Dad, right? Bruce smiled. He helped Hazel close the door gently, if you wish, and he is willing. Sitting in the car, watching Wayne Manor getting closer and closer, Bruce couldn't help thinking about how to tell Hazel that Jason is still alive, which made him hesitate repeatedly, hoping to express it better. Such a mission reminded him of another memory. It was probably after Jason was resurrected and just returned to Gotham as the Red Hood, planning various events, and finally made Batman realize that Jason might be alive. He looked at Hazel, the only one who didn't know, with mixed feelings. He wanted to tell the news about Jason, but he didn't know how to start. He didn't dare to speak easily because of what he found out, and he didn't know if such an abrupt announcement would affect anything, so he thought for a long time and chose to conceal and wait. However, he asked Hazel a question. Bruce asked, if an old friend who feels guilty about him comes back, what should I say to him? Hazel replied, Dad, do you remember what I said to you last night? Be honest, if you feel guilty about him. Apologize honestly, Hazel said. If there are other words that need to be communicated, you must also speak honestly. This is my answer. So he followed the child's words. Bruce told the child honestly, because I am your father. This worked. He got what he wanted and saw the other party's eyes suddenly widened and his expression of surprise and shock. This was really rare. It was rare to make Bruce happy. Chapter 54. Jason stood there for a long time. He felt his limbs again, stood up stiffly, and then raised his legs to move towards the place mentioned by the other party. His body instinct made him avoid many curious and prying eyes, and quietly disappeared into the crowd and headed for the secret destination. His thoughts were in a mess now, after hearing such words, unexpectedly. Along with the shock of crazy, another emotion that surged into his heart was actually not aware of himself. Joy mixed with sadness. He himself didn't know that he was actually happy to hear these words. He was happy that the other party recognized his identity, and he also tacitly accepted the other party's identity as his father. He even felt sad because of this. Why did I hear this sentence now? Jason took a deep breath. He tried to calm his emotions and let such a complex and turbulent emotional wave calm down slightly, so that he could return to his normal state. Then he clenched his fists, slowly exhaled, fixed his eyes, and stepped into a crowded alley with dim light. Bruce put the facts and information he collected in a Batman safe house. Jason knew the route to this safe house very well. When he was Robin, he always used this safe house as a short-term dressing place or a transit point. So, he found this safe house with ease. The safe house was still as simple and secretive as in his memory, with simple furnishings, as if it was just a shelter for a poor family to stay. But in fact, the material of the whole body of the safe house was Wayne's special metal, which was extremely hard and difficult to be destroyed easily, and the safety factor was extremely high. This made the small stack of information placed lightly on the table more secure and authentic. Jason closed the door. He was a little uneasy and still had some doubts. Jason was sure that the questions he was looking for were hidden very secretly by himself. He was not sure that Batman had really discovered these questions, or even found the exact answers first. He still had some doubts. It's not that he doubts Batman's ability. He knows his detective ability very well. It is indeed rare in the world. It is accurate and powerful. So it's not surprising that Batman becomes an admirer of little detective Tim. But this matter is too fantastic and confusing. As a result, the person who experienced all this had to be cautious and afraid to recognize the child he wanted to meet the most, because this doubt itself is like a dangerous dream. Tilde the day. Incredibly borrowing the magical power of the pool water, he gained his memory, truly resurrected from death, and re-understood the world as Jason Todd. This is his resurrection. From the complicated memories, he found his origin, saw his rough experience, witnessed his death, and witnessed the countless retention and pleadings of the child who never stopped that night. What kind of power is that? On that seemingly peaceful night, countless Heisers appeared. They are not the so-called out-of-control clones. Jason knows the children he raised too well. He just took a look and was sure that these are ducks he raised. In his memory, Jason still kept the route and actions of that night. It was just that in Wayne Manor, beside the desk, in the corridor, and even at every place to the gate, there were many sad children coming and going. They tried to stop Jason, but they failed. Jason still left according to the original route and moved forward according to the original destiny, except for the addition of a little kid who was extremely worried on the other end of the phone. There was not much change. So in the end, he arrived at the place of death. In order to rescue his biological mother who was held hostage by the clown, he had to enter the warehouse and was then attacked by the clown. But fate seemed to have changed here. He was still broken in all joints soon after, and was engulfed by the flames of the explosion with scars, and his life was dissipated in the fire and beating. He had indeed experienced it. In the feelings conveyed by his memory, there was no pain. Even though he was still angry and sad, it was like soaking in a hot spring, without much physical pain. Why? Before he could think clearly, new memories came to his mind again. This is unreasonable. His memory should stop after death, and he shouldn't have any new memories. What new past can a dead person have? The answer is right. Jason saw that in this memory, he was standing in darkness. It was pitch black here, and the atmosphere was depressing, as if he had reached the so-called black hole. Everything was unknown and ominous, and it was incompatible with the home where he once lived. He stood here. Even if he shouldn't stand here, he should have lost all vital signs in the hands of the grief-stricken Batman. But he still stood here. Strange. Jason realized this. He waited for any event to happen. He would never be pulled into this strange space without any effect. The sharp mind of many years of night patrol in Gotham was still online. Jason believed that it would not be long before the person who brought him here would reveal his true purpose. It was indeed the case. After a long wait of several minutes, the dark space changed, and the dark area began to twist. Light and sticky mud appeared together. Correspondingly, a lot of fine and beautiful hair appeared, twisting dazzlingly. A person appeared. Jason thought that if this could be considered a person, after all, there was only a face in front of him. Just a face. No body, no organs, like a balloon. Only a small throat bone connected to the face, which seemed to be growing continuously. It looked very rugged. When looking at this face directly, Jason's pupils dilated unconsciously, and he was shocked to the extreme. Although this strange thing only had a face, it was incredibly beautiful. There was a small mole under the eye that was fascinating. The eyes were delicate and gorgeous, and the hair was long and draped down. Obviously, there was nothing on the back of the head, only a hard skull. This is a woman, without a doubt, and an extremely beautiful woman who can arouse all desires. But Jason was not shocked by this. He was shocked by this attraction and the small mole under the eye, which really looked like the child he raised. Haisha's? Although Haisha's and this female face were both extremely beautiful, they were not very similar. The similarities between them were the small mole in the same position, and the fatal attraction and strange evil thoughts after taking off the bracelet. It was just, Heather is just a little fool in the Wayne family. He loves smiling and his family the most. His eyes are always clear. He can make the face of a peerless beauty look silly. Unlike this face, the eyes are full of desire and malice, but he thinks he has hidden it well. Still smiling, blooming the most beautiful look. Hello, I heard that your name is Jason Todd, right? Jason was silent. This face continued. Nice to meet you, my name is Tommy. Jason still didn't say a word and didn't respond to any questions from this face. Tommy was not angry, and her smile was still warm. Her tone was gentle. It's a fate to meet. You know, Mr. Jason, I saved you. Jason raised his eyes and glanced, but he was very cold, and sneered with a funny look. repeating the other party's words. You saved me? Tommy didn't feel strange, and still smiled and said, yes. Don't you feel that there is no pain when you die? It was me who saved you. Jason. Todd. Jason, then what is the purpose of your saving me? Tommy smiled even more. I did this out of kindness, without any purpose, Tommy said softly, and then showed a pitiful look, and asked miserably, but I've been in big trouble recently, and I really want to ask you to do a small favor for your savior. Jason narrowed his eyes. Go ahead. Tommy said, I heard that you are a very powerful person, and you are not obsessed with killing. So, I hope you can help me kill someone. Jason, who? You know him. The extremely strange and beautiful face became excited, grinned, and instantly brought her larynx closer to Jason. She said, you know him, Jason. The target I need you to kill is called Hazel Wayne. In theory, logically speaking. Jason waited a little longer, and then asked this face about something else, such as why he wanted to kill his own child, and why he knew Hazel. He continued to ask, and then made plans, which was a truly rational and calm move. However, after hearing the possibility of Heath's death, he was still furious. It was hard to imagine that after his death, the child he missed at home would be stuck with such a dirty thing. Just imagining it made him feel sick. The irritable mood of the recent death was boiling. Jason could no longer suppress his mood, and his whole face was completely cold. He punched Tommy in the face. Ah! Tommy immediately let out an inhuman pain and flew far away with the force. Her choice was correct. After all, if she didn't fly away in time, Jason would catch her and tear this malicious face apart. Tommy ran away with lingering fear, and angrily scolded, what are you doing? I am your savior. How can you treat me like this? Don't you love me? Jason looked at the distance. He thought it was unnecessary to race 100 meters with a flying face, so he gave up the idea of chasing after it and tearing its face apart. Savior in the dream? Jason laughed at her. Do you think I will believe it? Even if he didn't often come into contact with the magic side, Jason could judge it. Such a warm power is definitely not something that this eerie guy can possess. Moreover, even if he is the so-called lifesaver who shields him from harm, he would never order Jason to kill his family. Do I look like a fool? Jason said. Tommy suddenly became angry. She could no longer pretend to be an angel, nor could she pretend to be a lifesaver. She twisted her beautiful features and was extremely angry. You love your family very much, right? Do you believe that as long as he is alive, the world will not be peaceful, and your family will? Jason was too lazy to pay attention to her. He crossed his arms and interrupted Tommy lazily. Jason said, it doesn't matter. In fact, even if he is really a little duck that can kill people by quacking, the old bat will build a swimming pool for him. This sentence obviously made Tommy even more angry, but before the other party could curse anything else, the black space gradually faded, covered with the blue color like a computer system interface, and Tommy also retreated with the black mud, unwillingly disappearing on the spot. Something seemed to be saying, great, I caught up. Then, Jason woke up completely. He had all his memories, including this experience that seemed like Alice in Black. He had doubts and concerns about these objects that seemed like magic. He was worried about the price that Heist paid for time travel, and he was worried that Tommy would use the power he had seen her before to find Heist. Jason was even worried that this black and blue thing would have some changes that he could not control. What did he witness? This is what Jason was wondering. So with these worries and doubts, Jason did not dare to appear in Heist's sight rashly, and did not dare to easily tell the other party the news, because caring for someone, only then will you pay special attention to the other party's safety, especially the crisis that may be caused by yourself. Jason did not believe the other party's words, and there is no doubt that he was right, because lifesaver is just a paradox. Jason did not revive because of the reduction of pain. This is just Tommy's deception. Customer service 02, it's Tommy after all. Blue Yinning. If Jason appeared here, he would find that the blue color that appeared in his memory was exactly the same as the system used by Customer Service 02, and even every code was exactly the same. Customer Service 02 began to flip through the chat records. After ending the conversation with Hi Shizzy, The customer service waited for about 2 days and successfully waited for the next chat opportunity. Hi Shizzy contacted him again. Hey Shiz, I want to ask you something. I want to ask you, can you help me do one thing? I can add money, any amount is fine, just change this. Customer service So2. Dear Customer service So2, your mental state seems not very good. Our psychologist is ready. Take a look. Hey Shiz, no, I don't need that. Hey Shiz, I just want to borrow your money to ask the developer. I know how NPC Jason Todd died. I really can't change the ending, right? Customer service So2, you know it. Hey Shiz, can this ending be changed? Any amount is fine. Customer service So2, it is absolutely impossible to change the ending of the plot. Please don't embarrass me, dear. Hey Shiz, absolutely not. Customer service So2, even if you offer a price that can buy this earth, I am afraid we can't do it. Hey Shiz, then can you do something else? Hey Shiz, for example, slightly change the plot setting in the middle, so that he won't be so painful when he leaves. Okay. Customer service So2, dear customer service So2, this is just an NPC, that's all. Hey Shiz, but to me, he is already. Hey Shiz, family. Customer service So2 sighed softly. Hey Shiz, please, just change this small thing, any price is fine, is this okay? Although it was just a request for help in words, customer service So2 felt that the other party was standing in front of him, begging him helplessly and desperately. He could see Hey Shiz's loading record, although he didn't understand it, he roughly understood the other party's degree of despair. Customer service So2 was not just a customer service, he was also involved in other aspects. In this game, he couldn't stand Hey Shiz's request for help. Obviously, he was unwilling to refuse the other party from the beginning, so with selfish motives, he helped to modify the words describing the game plot. Changes to the plot of Jason's death in the warehouse. Jason Todd cannot feel the pain of excessive death. He was just about to reply to Hazel's letter, but when he was not paying attention, a dark guy exploited a bug and sneaked in. Fortunately, he noticed it in time and did not let the other party cause trouble. He immediately fixed the bug. It was really a series of twists and turns. Customer service So2 drank a sip of water to calm down, and then tapped the keyboard. Customer service So2, modified. Dear customer service So2, I hope you have a good game. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. The car stopped in front of Wayne Manor. There was no need for a luxurious car or a luxury brand. Bruce, dressed in formal clothes, just stepped out of the car and showed his figure. The value of all this luxury was beyond words. But for Bruce, all this was undeniable. He was not at peace with his huge fortune. He adhered to his inner rules and became a vigilante at night. Naturally, he would not care about the wealth that ordinary people cared about. Compared with the expensive clothes and the car behind him, he liked the balloons that Alfred and himself hung in front of Wayne Manor last night. Most of these balloons were inflated by Batman and the Batboys who gathered in the Batcave in the middle of the night while Hazel was sleeping. Alfred was responsible for handling other props that did not need balloons and decorating other places. This division of labor was more efficient, because when Alfred was almost done decorating, he would come to the Batcave again and receive a Batcave balloon with satisfaction. If you arrive in time, you can also see Tim scolding Damien, "You have already inflated the 80th balloon. Be careful with your strength." Damien's face turned red, and he said angrily, "The quality of this balloon is too poor." Dick and Bruce are already veterans in inflating balloons. They use the air pump as steadily as an old dog, and they disdain to join the children's battlefield. They also have the most balloons behind them. At this time, Alfred will happily separate the children and let them go back to their rooms to rest. Tim and Damien climbed the stairs while arguing quietly, and Dick followed behind to prevent them from fighting. It is not impossible. For the children, this is the completion of most of the preparations for the prelude to the birthday. Next, it is time for them to tinker with the birthday gifts they prepared. However, for the head of a manor, This is just the beginning. Bruce will also take the remaining balloons and decorations, and together with Alfred, decorate all the results of these efforts inside and outside the manor, so that the entire dark and ancient Wayne Manor will be stained with the joy of birthdays. In front of us, the balloon decorations on the doors are the most appreciated achievements of the top rich man Bruce. Alfred heard the sound of the car, came to the door, and greeted Bruce from afar. "Master." Bruce parked the car in the manor. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was not very bright, and the clouds gradually covered the sky of Gotham. The weather was a little cold at this time, and it got dark very early. If it was later in the evening, you might be able to see the moon. And then, it was the night belonging to Gotham. After he separated from Jason, he dealt with some things and confirmed that the other party had opened the data in the safe house for viewing before returning to Wayne Manor. Therefore, the time was much later. During this period of time, Bruce glanced at the interior of the manor and did not see anyone else. He only saw Dick sitting in the living room, sitting on the sofa, reading the newspaper very inattentively, and looking at the clock from time to time. Dick saw Bruce, raised his eyebrows and greeted him. "Finally you're back." Bruce nodded slightly. "Is Heather in the room?" "Yes, chatting with his friends." Speaking of this, Dick couldn't help but feel a little sour. However, he still retracted his messy thoughts in time and returned to the main topic of tonight. "It's getting late, and Alfu has already prepared the banquet," Dick said, propped up his hands and stood up from the sofa. "Since you're back, I will call them down to prepare the birthday party." "No need." Dick stopped in confusion. He looked at Bruce and didn't understand what he meant for a while. Dick arranged today's process according to his usual habits, which was indeed no problem, so he didn't expect Bruce's plan, which was completely reasonable. He didn't expect that on such a special day as today, Bruce planned to make sure that the manor would not lack any of the necessary people, so he decided to do something extremely special. Bruce calmly took off his suit jacket and threw it to the confused Dick. His posture was quite chic and handsome, as if he was preparing to unveil the winner of the $1 billion prize as the president in the hotel. And now he was at home, so he was ready to uncover the truth of some important things as a father. This was even more important than the so-called grand prize, at least in Bruce's mind. Bruce said lightly, "I'll go up and call him, and by the way, let Hazel call another person back. Then, we'll start the birthday party tonight." Dick still didn't react to the other party's meaning for a while. Some thoughts that had been fixed for a long time made him unable to understand. "Call someone again," his friend said. But Dick was not slow, let alone stupid. The wisdom beyond ordinary people and the tacit understanding of many years of cooperation allowed him to quickly understand the other party's subtle pause. Dick was incredible. He opened his mouth to say something, but as soon as his mouth opened, his throat was blocked again. For a while, he couldn't say anything, but just looked around the interior of Wayne Manor, especially the main entrance. Pause for a while. He finally woke up from his excitement and had countless worries. "Now, are you okay?" "I remember Jason said this matter is very unusual," Bruce said calmly. "I have checked it out." "Dick. So, he is willing to come back?" "I mean, even if that guy misses Hazel, he still minds going back to the manor, right?" "Is he really willing to come back?" Dick's worries are not unreasonable. The people in Wayne Manor have absolutely different ideas from Jason in dealing with criminals. Plus, after the Joker incident, Jason was resentful of Bruce's way of dealing with it, and was angry that the other party chose the Joker, so he would never set foot in Wayne Manor. He would rather become the anti-hero Red Hood and practice his own ideas and beliefs. Of course, the premise of all this is that Batman does nothing at all. "I have informed him," Bruce said, and said the truth. Dick knew that Bruce did not mean to lie, so this truth seemed to be a rare truth. Understanding is understanding. Dick imagined the scene, looking Bruce up and down with a look of seeing a ghost. He didn't expect that the taciturn man actually learned to take the initiative. Bruce ignored Dick's strange gaze and walked up the stairs calmly. He passed by the sound of keyboards in Tim's room, the occasional sound of hammering iron in Damien's room, and stopped at the door of the cozy duck hanging room. It was very quiet and cozy inside. Bruce knew He knew that as long as he knocked on the room and told the child who stuck his head out about the incident, all this peace would no longer exist. This incident was too strange and important, and would have a huge impact on him and the child. He knew this, but he still had to say it, not only because knowing this news was great news for Hazel and himself, but also because he didn't want such a day to leave regrets for the two good children. He didn't want the child to wander alone in the dark streets of Gotham when Wayne Manor was decorated with lights and colors. He didn't want the other child to think of his brother when he blew out the birthday candles and thought that he was separated from the other. He hoped that today, as a father, all children could be happy. At this time, Bruce had taken off his suit jacket, wearing only a neat shirt lining. This did not affect Bruce's handsome image. On the contrary, the simple outfit made his deep facial features and blue eyes more charming. His heart was as confident and determined as his appearance. If Jason had only seen Jason's violent reaction to his words, Jason might not have come back. If it was only Hazel's knowledge of these events, Jason might not have come back. But if these two things were combined, Jason understood Bruce's attitude and Hazel's knowledge, then the probability of Jason coming back would be 100%. Bruce raised his hand. He put aside other thoughts and knocked on the door of the room. As he wished, he saw a head with a yellow cap on, peeking out from inside, and Bruce said that sentence, "He's still alive." So, Hazel was silent for a while. Suddenly tears welled up in his eyes. Jason closed the file. He spent about an afternoon reading all the information in the document, carefully memorizing it in his mind, and matching it with those strange memories. As he expected, Batman did not find the so-called Tommy memory that he had never told anyone. However, this does not mean that the information he found was not what he had searched for. On the contrary, the Supreme Master and other magicians found by the other party had another level of understanding and discovery of the so-called world and time, which unexpectedly matched the strange events he encountered. Bruce obviously had no intention of hiding anything about these things. He directly attached the original record and his personal judgment, as well as some proof pictures. Jason chewed over the original words of the magic pioneers for a long time, and after barely understanding everyone's general meaning, several hours had passed. Then he read Bruce's conclusion. Although he didn't like Batman's sometimes overly concise words, Jason had to admit that compared with some of the ancient and chaotic words of the magic side, this kind of concise language with research significance was more understandable. He read roughly and grasped a few key conclusions. This world is independent of other parallel worlds. There are external anomalies that are difficult to judge. Watching this world, and have already taken certain actions. Be alert to the next move. In addition to this world and this external anomaly, there are other unclear forces intervening. They are not hostile at the moment and can be regarded as observers. Jason managed to make the connection. He rubbed his brows, quickly read the last conclusion, and turned to the last page. So his eyes froze. There was no other conclusion on the last page, only a line of handwritten fonts on the page. Anyone familiar with Bruce would know that it was the other party's font. Go back. Jason closed the document with a bang. His heart was churning again at this sentence, and he put his hands back in his pockets, not knowing what he should do next. The sun was setting, and the last bit of light came in through the narrow window. It won't be long before the moon will completely replace the sun, announcing that Gotham has entered the night, and the work of the vigilantes will soon begin. The vigilantes in Wayne Manor are no exception. After celebrating their birthdays, they will handle cases of all sizes in Gotham according to the information in the database. And you, Jason asked himself, and you, Red Hood, where should you go? While questioning himself, his fingers touched the vibrating phone in his pocket, and the screen of the phone flickered. Jason took out his phone. He saw an unfamiliar number, but it seemed familiar, because for some reason, he had a familiar feeling about this special phone call, and then thought about the exchange Bruce said before leaving. He guessed. This might be a child calling. Jason stared at the phone steadily. He was not sure of his guess, but he was inexplicably afraid of his guess. Maybe it was because he was afraid of being close to home. Ming-Ming might be the person he wanted to see the most. and Mingming might be the child he wanted to talk to the most. Facing this call, the fingers on the phone couldn't help trembling, making him hesitate to press the answer button. Mingming rang for a full half-minute, and the machine was almost on the verge of hanging up, but from the feeling of holding the phone, it seemed that only a few seconds had passed, and the world was almost not moving, only his heart was beating. When he reacted and was about to answer the call, the phone had already beeped, indicating that the system had automatically hung up. Jason was stunned. His eyes were a little straight, and his fingers regained control of his brain. Trembling slightly, as if instinctively, he clicked on the column of missed calls, and hesitated at the sudden strange number. He thought he wanted to call back. He wanted to verify his thoughts and wanted to hear if the voice on the other end was that person. So he was about to take action, but it was no longer necessary, because the mobile phone page was suddenly invaded. After a short pause, the phone automatically changed from the search interface to the connected conversation interface in an instant, and the object was that strange number. Jason didn't need to do anything. He had already heard that familiar voice, a clear voice with a crying tone, crying and shouting loudly. The other party was crying and talking back, so he opened his mouth again, wanting to say something, but couldn't. He felt the words stuck in his mouth. He subconsciously tried to touch his throat, but the back of his hand accidentally touched something cool. At this time, Jason glanced down and found out, oh, it turned out to be a splash of water. Chapter 56. When you find out that a family member you love very much, despite your many efforts, still leaves you forever, leaves your future, and leaves this world, return to your life again, how does that feel? Gratitude and luck, happiness and sadness, too many emotions surged into your heart. Every cell, every organ, every thought was out of control, and they all short-circuited in an instant, and your mind and body could only think great, great, I have you in my past, and you will still be there in my future. That's how Hazel felt. He never doubted his father, and he never wanted to doubt the truth of this statement. This must be true. With such a positive thought, these full emotions immediately rushed into his heart. His eyes burned uncontrollably, and when he reacted, he was already in tears. Bruce looked at him quietly. He took out the tissue that he had prepared long ago and wiped the tears of his silly child. The tears instantly submerged the entire dry tissue, and even Bruce's fingertips could touch the temperature of the tears through the wet paper. Bruce lowered his eyes and said so gently, "Don't cry." Heather looked at him with tears in his eyes. How could he not cry? When emotions accumulate to a certain extent, they suddenly reach a breaking point. People can't say anything. All emotions are condensed in warm tears for a while, and they slide down along with grievances and joys. It takes a while to recover. "Where is he?" Heather asked with a sob. "I want him to come back. I want to bring him back." So he got a piece of paper with a phone number. Then, "It's like this now." The voice on the other end of the phone was wet, and occasionally clear sobs could be heard, which sounded clearly in Jason's ears. This was the voice of the child he longed for and missed very much. Jason didn't know what to say. He suddenly wiped the water off his face, but felt his mouth become dry. No matter what language he organized in his brain, it seemed dry. "Brother," Heather called him again with sobs on the other end of the phone. Without any prefix, without any modification, Jason Todd is Heather's brother. Heather sniffed across from him, as if trying to control his emotions. But he soon failed, and his voice became wet again, like a puppy crying. "I miss you." Jason pulled his hat down. He listened quietly to the voice coming from the other side again. "Come back?" Jason moved his lips. Then he found that he couldn't say anything to refuse for a while. Time passed by without caring about anyone's emotions. The sunset was about to disappear, and the moonlight was about to cover the earth hazily. They would usher in the night of Gotham, and the night of Heather's birthday. There was a pause like this. Jason finally found his voice again. "I can't go back." "Why?" "Because I found something that would harm your safety." She came to me, and she should keep her distance before finding Ming's true identity. Jason said, "I was thinking, doing something with this identity." Talking about his worries, he finally had an idea of what to say. There was nothing to be afraid of the Red Hood, but Jason did. He was afraid that Bruce, who was incompatible with his ideology, would meet him again in Wayne Manor, which was his home. but they would be given such a warm identity as father and son. He was afraid that the so-called unidentified strange power would reappear, and that he would spy on Heath's safety too much through his resurrected body. Because there were people worth caring about, there were too many things to be afraid of. Otherwise, if it were not so, how could he bear to reject the children who had once begged him to stay in the house, and dared not recognize each other for a period of time after resurrection? Because of deep feelings, people seemed to be extra cautious every step they took, unlike their usual selves. Such strong worries and love, conveyed in words, seemed so dry. Jason held the phone, quietly listening to every minute and every second of the sound coming from the other side, listening to every breath of Heath, waiting for every word from the other side. There was no need to wait for long. Heath would immediately respond to his brother and answer on the other end of the phone. "But, without you, if you are outside and don't come back," with a wet voice, he said sincerely, "you will never feel safe." "What on earth are you doing?" Jason slowly clenched the phone. He gritted his teeth and pulled his hat even lower. The knuckles of his fingers holding the phone turned white with force, and the joints were clearly protruding with the force, but the owner of the force held the phone very carefully. He was afraid that this fragile electronic product would not be able to continue to transmit warm power. Jason thought of the dark and cold last night, the countless lonely nights after his resurrection, and the countless prying eyes he had dealt with. He thought a lot at once. He knew that he had fallen into the night, would always fight against the night, and would voluntarily spend the night alone, although he longed for warmth. But in fact, he had thought about it a long time ago. There has always been a family member who misses you in the night and loves you in the night. In this case, all the reasons that could convince him to stay in the dark night, to endure loneliness and longing, all collapsed. There was no reason to keep him away from the source of warmth, to let him abandon the warmth of 4 years. "Come back." With another request, Jason could no longer refuse such a request. "I want to celebrate my birthday with my brother." This was what the two of them wanted. Jason said softly, "Okay." He accepted all the requests of the child on the other end of the phone, everything he could do, including returning to the starting point of love and hate, returning to the only home that could make him feel warm, Wayne Manor. After making up his mind to go back, Jason set off without hesitation. The moon had gradually revealed a little bit of its shape, and the sunlight had completely dissipated. Gotham had begun to usher in its nighttime. In some more chaotic alleys, Jason took a small path and passed by these dimly lit places. He was still holding his mobile phone, because Hishizi on the other side refused to hang up the phone. He kept nagging, crying and acting like a spoiled child, and did not allow his family who had returned to hang up the phone, wanting to keep feeling the real feeling that Jason was definitely back. "Heath, you have to be safe. I'm waiting for you to come back." Alfred said. "He has prepared the cake. I have prepared a surprise for you. Can you come with me to blow out the candles?" He suddenly became a little clingy and kept talking. But for Jason, who was being nagged by the clingy, this was not necessarily a troublesome thing. Maybe it was something that both parties liked, because Jason was completely happy about it. He, who was easily irritable, restrained all his temper from the bottom of his heart and agreed to all the clingy requests without missing a single one. Okay. I'll be there right away." Okay. On this night, he shuttled through the dark alleys of Gotham, but he was not as the Red Hood, who was feared by the enemy, and punched and kicked here. Instead, he was as an ordinary brother, accepting all the requests of his younger brother and turning into a good answering machine. The warm and clingy voice of his younger brother repeated in his ears, accompanying him as he walked through the alleys of Gotham. Walking on such a road, Jason would occasionally raise the corners of his mouth and produce some smiles. Perhaps with the care and company of family, even the late-night alleys in the chaotic city become warm and lovely, and walking will not cause any boredom. While walking, Jason noticed that there seemed to be a sound of footsteps on the other side of the phone for a while. Heis on the other end of the phone seemed to press the mute button, and quickly said something to someone else, and then continued to stick to him and talk obediently. Did he do something? Jason guessed. Was he reporting to the old bat? But he didn't have time to think about these, and his thoughts were soon interrupted by the clingy question. "Where are you?" I miss you so much." Jason coaxed him, almost, right away, in order to reach Wayne Manor as quickly as possible without delaying Heist's birthday. After leaving the alley for a shortcut, Jason immediately found a motorcycle and drove at full speed all the way. Also pay attention not to go too fast. If the engine is too loud, Heist will ask suspiciously, "Brother, are you really paying attention to safety?" Jason had no choice but to twist the handlebars and start to slow down the motorcycle. This is an act that he would dislike at ordinary times. Even with this slowdown, he did successfully arrive at Wayne Manor within 15 minutes. While seeing the gate of Wayne Manor from a distance, he successfully saw the figure of Heist looking left and right, and Dick was following him. His heart began to accelerate. Jason braked suddenly and stopped the motorcycle here. The other end of the phone reacted. The engine sound stopped abruptly. "This is the arrival." The little head in the distance turned the direction quickly, saw Jason getting off the car, and immediately ran over with cheers. Jason threw his helmet, ran over, and hugged the child who was rushing towards him. Heist hugged his living brother, felt the heat from his hands, and before he could be happy, tears began to brew again. "Don't cry anymore." Jason, who had already wiped his tears and was still holding on here, touched his brother's hair in his arms. The words of reprimand were not powerful at all, and were extremely gentle. He also bent down slightly and hugged the child he missed so much. This was something he had longed for. When Jason saw Damien holding Heist on the street and leaving with his family in a legitimate manner, he only felt depressed and irritated. But now that he really hugged his family, he felt calm and warm from the inside out. Even in the darkest place, having such a place is like a small orange lamp lit by the family for night use, warm and pleasant, not afraid of the darkness before dawn. There is no milk smell anymore. Although Heist will always be the child Jason raised, he has grown into a teenager who is about to become an adult, with only the refreshing and pleasant smell of soap and the smell of sunshine baked by the sun. Jason buried his head in the child's shoulder for a while, feeling that everything has changed, but it feels like nothing has changed. It's still that Yaya, and it's still that Heist, the silly child who grows up with him every day. "Welcome back." Heath still held Jason tightly and refused to let go, burying his face in him, suppressing his crying, and repeated it again with great seriousness. "Welcome back, brother." "Welcome back." Hearing Heath say this, it was as if Jason had just been on a particularly long night patrol and just came back at this time, and received the usual waiting and welcome ceremony from Yaya. All the sad past, under this sentence, seemed to have changed from being a heavy burden on his heart to being light. Jason said softly, "Yeah." Dick stood behind. He smiled and happily watched the two brothers hugging each other, with sadness and relief in his eyes. So he deliberately did not interrupt the two of them, and stood by and watched gently for a long time, until the phone rang. He picked it up to check the message, and then put the phone down. Jason barely pulled some attention away and looked at the source of the noise. Dick smiled helplessly. "Okay, I didn't ruin the atmosphere." He raised his hands in surrender, but soon put them down again, and made a pleased gesture towards the manor, which looked very formal at first glance. "It's just that they said that if you don't come in, the snacks made by Alfu will have to be heated for the 4th time. Heist finally smiled. He wanted to take Jason into Wayne Manor, and Dick stayed behind to drive the motorcycle in. The moment when Heist took Jason's hand and led him into the gate again, the moment when his legs completely stepped into this long-lost place, it seemed that a certain gray threshold was silently broken in his heart, and what was filled again was the barrier of going home. Heist didn't let go, and there were still tears in the corners of his eyes, but the corners of his mouth were happily curved. When he looked at Jason, the tears seemed to reflect the starry sky. "Just like this," he happily emphasized again. "Welcome home." Dick drove the slowest motorcycle past and patted Jason on the shoulder, looking like a big brother again. "Welcome home." Jason chuckled. It turned out that he was home. Chapter 57. Wayne Manor was the same as usual. The usual here refers to the time before Jason left Wayne Manor, which was actually several years ago. It was not a short time, but until today, many years later, on Heath's birthday, except for some balloons and ribbons with birthday atmosphere, it could still correspond completely to Jason's memory. This manor was not like other rich people, with the changes of the times, and there were not many places to build or improve. No matter how the buildings originally looked, they would rather spend more money to repair them than to completely demolish them and replace them with new ones. It was as if they deliberately kept the original appearance and kept the family appearance shared by all the children. So when Jason returned to the manor after a long absence, he did not feel any expected strangeness, nor any sense of rejection. It was as if he should belong here and should have returned here long ago. It was indeed the case. Jason walked on the way to the interior of the manor building, and Dick drove a motorcycle with Heath to find a place to park. Jason did not walk fast. According to his physical condition, it would not take too much time to go to the living room. He only needed to take a few deep breaths to reach the main door of the living room very quickly. But at this moment, instead of rushing to the destination, Jason would rather hold Heath's hand and walk slowly to the living room, step by step, like every ordinary brother taking a walk. There was no smell of gunpowder, no eyes in the dark, only the reassuring family around him. Walking on this road, his hands were very warm, because Heath was still unwilling to let go of his hand, holding his hand tightly, as if he would not lose his warmth in this way. And Jason was also walking hand in hand like this. His palms were away from the cold guns that accompanied him every day in the dark night, and touched the warm heat of people's palms. Although the gun would also transmit the hot temperature to Jason after excessive use. But this is different. After all, he picked up the gun not to let the muzzle be stained with blood, but to protect the warm temperature of countless people, so that countless people can hold hands and go home under the moon, instead of crying in the alley with a cold body. If you can do this duty, the moon is not cold. Just like tonight, the moonlight seemed particularly warm, shining on them. "Brother, today," Heist took his hand. "Did you come to see me?" The moonlight sprinkled on the child's face, making his features more delicate and beautiful, but also without losing the boy's youth and freshness. There were not too many messy thoughts in his eyes, like a pool of moonlight, quiet and tolerant. No wonder people always stare at him. Jason looked at his face. He thought, "This child has really grown up." "I did," he replied. "I went to see you today." Heist shook his hand. "No wonder they helped you keep it a secret." Everything in the amusement park became an open secret. The doubts were perfectly answered, and the surprise that was already felt turned into a better gift. "Tell me earlier," Heist also said, "you can play the pirate ship with me." Their communication returned to the time before they left. It was so easy and simple, even when there was no embarrassment in silence. It was completely a natural communication between relatives, without any imagined barriers brought by time. Jason said helplessly, "Forgive me." So he came to the door of the hall. Hazel held Jason's hand with one hand, and the other hand was obviously empty. But he deliberately hid that hand and did not actively push open the hall door. With expectation and smile in his eyes, he turned his head to look at Jason. Jason met his eyes, knowing clearly that he was asking him to push the door open, knowing clearly that there was probably a so-called surprise behind the door, but he really couldn't refuse. He had difficulty refusing this behavior on the phone, not to mention standing in front of people and in front of his home. Now facing a silent request, naturally there is only one option, which is to agree. Jason had to raise his other empty hand and press the hall door. The hall door is a door that separates the inside and outside of the manor building. As long as the hall door is opened, you can smoothly enter the living room. Jason is very familiar with this. He knows that banquets such as birthday celebrations are held here all year round to have more space to play. Correspondingly, by pushing open this hall door, you can also leave from the living room, and then drive the car smoothly and leave Wayne Manor, just like a few years ago, when he left Wayne Manor and went to faraway Lebanon to find his biological mother. So when he pressed the button, Jason couldn't help but think of the figures in his memory who had been busy in various places in the manor, just to stop him from leaving this hall door at night. Those figures were ethereal, but so real. They really told him that someone cared about him, regardless of whether they were related by blood. On many dark nights, Jason thought about those figures like this, feeling distressed and secretly relieved, thinking that in fact, someone cared about him, No matter how serious the action was, or whether the ideas were the same, someone would do something for him and pay for him. His death was not insignificant and could not change anything, at least in the eyes of the children he raised. This was a major event worth recalling and stopping countless times. Thinking about this, he would think of Heis again. He didn't want to see only the shadows, but wanted to stand in front of him in reality, to see how old the child had grown and whether his eyes were still bright. So now he has gone through twists and turns, and he is standing in front of this hall door again, with Heis holding his hand in reality, with a brighter light in his eyes, waiting for him to open this hall door. Today was his birthday. Jason was willing to do whatever he wanted. He gently exerted force on his hand and pushed the hall door open with the hand that was pressing on the door. Welcome. These were the words he heard as soon as he opened the door. Tim and Damien stood at the hall door. Tim smiled and sincerely gave his blessings like Hazel and Dick. Damien still had a sour face to everyone and was unwilling to say welcome, but at least he stood at the door and pulled the fireworks as he said, pulling out the momentum of a grenade. The colorful fireworks sprayed out of the gift tube and fell from the sky, as if creating a snowflake out of thin air to welcome the arrival of another family member. Jason's eyes passed through the snowflake-like fireworks, passed through Tim and Damien, and looked behind them, at the tall man in formal clothes, without a mask, with his handsome face fully exposed. Bruce Wayne, or Batman, although he was not wearing Batman's costume, but the formal clothes he wore during the day. He did not smile lightly or look cold. He just looked at him with a deep gaze, as if he missed him, or was happy. He did not frown, but his always tense facial muscles were relaxed. He seemed to be immersed in such a scene, but he also maintained a unique vigilance. Bruce also looked at him. When he came in, Bruce followed Tim silently, opened his lips, and welcomed him back. It was very low, but it was also the characteristic of the other party. The two of them looked at each other with complicated eyes for a while, until Hazel took Jason's hand and asked him to come in quickly, until Dick came back from the motorcycle, put his arms around the shoulders of several people, and drove the Wayne family to the banquet table. These complex feelings that were difficult to dissipate for a while were completely suppressed by the birthday atmosphere. Alfred brought the birthday cake and nodded to Jason with a smile. Jason's eyes melted a little bit for this elder respected by the Wayne family, for this old man who cared and loved every young person. The birthday cake was served with candles already on it. Everyone was gathered together. Logically, the next step was to light the candles, turn off the lights and make a wish, and then do the most important step, blowing out the candles. In this way, Heath was considered an adult. But what surprised Jason was that Heath did not light the candles, and the old butler did not stop there, but turned around again and walked towards the kitchen. Jason was puzzled. He subconsciously tightened his hands, and because of the unknown and the intuition of such a scene, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Heath was still holding his hand, so he naturally felt the slight change in Jason's mood. He smiled and shook Jason's hand back. "This is a surprise prepared by everyone for you." "Surprise?" Jason looked at the other people who were standing separately but unconsciously gathered in a circle. They all stood in an unnatural and awkward posture. Even Bruce was expressionless and stiff for a moment. Alfred soon returned to the table. He came back with the so-called surprise. The second cake. The same style as the cake just served, only the color scheme is different, but both are warm colors, and it is a celebration cake. How can a birthday party for one person need two cakes? The Wayne family is not a family that likes luxury. Jason suddenly realized something. His eyes widened slightly, and suddenly looked up again, looking for evidence to prove his guess, and re-looking at this place decorated with the atmosphere of a birthday. It is not difficult to find. He only needs to look up and pay more attention, and he should have noticed it earlier. The font on the wall is a sentence made of balloons. The balloons are pieced together to form the blessing of happy adulthood, and the end of the blessing is marked. And the object of this blessing is not only Heath, but also a name is added at the end, that is, his own name, Jason. This celebration is not only for Heath, but also for Jason, and the cake is also for the two of them. So there are two. Jason was stunned. He felt that his body seemed to be stiff again because of these unimaginable changes. just like the awkward emotions that emerged in his heart after meeting Bruce in the morning. I thought my heart, which was made of steel, was boiling a little bit, and bubbles began to rise carefully, melting the hard material into molten iron, warming my heart little by little. I felt a tugging sensation on my shoulder. I turned my head and saw that it was Heiss. Heiss was only 1.7 meters tall, facing his brother who was nearly 1.8 meters tall. He still had to tug on his shoulders and make him lower his head slightly before he could reach his ear. He could then gently put his ear close to his ear and say, "Brother, this is also your adult birthday." Adult birthday. After Jason was resurrected, his body did not stay in the past. On the contrary, the passage of time and the magical power that resurrected him worked together to allow him to quickly skip his youth and his body size skip the years of losing his memory, directly reaching his peak period of about 20 years old. But correspondingly, he also lost his adult years and the adult birthday he should have. Heiss looked at him. Although he had already entered the interior of the building, his eyes still seemed to be shining with stars, bright and dazzling. Heath said, "Although brother's birthday has passed, it doesn't prevent today from being our adult birthday. I also want to wish you adulthood, brother." Heath held Jason's shoulder and said quietly, "Dad too, we are all like this." That "we" undoubtedly includes everyone in the Wayne family, including the old father who is not good at speaking to his sons. Jason then looked at Bruce again, and the newly served cake. Not only was Jason's name written on it, but also Bruce's handwriting, with the word welcome squeezed in with cream in a chic and careful manner. Bruce also looked at Jason again for a moment, then turned his head seriously, pretending to do nothing. This time, the father and son did not have too many complicated emotions when they looked at each other. The surprise and awkwardness on both sides were exactly the same, not a collision of ideas in the past. "Jason," Dick crossed his arms, "actually, every time it's Hazel's birthday, there's your cake. We just added some balloons and decorations. It looks good, right?" "Tim, every time there are 2 cakes, and this guy can't finish them all." Dick thought this was wrong and argued with Tim. "At least Damien can finish them all," Tim said calmly. "So he's fat." Damien originally stood by the side without fighting with the world, thinking about when he could give the gift out, but he didn't expect the war to suddenly sweep over him, and he immediately flew into a rage. "Huh?" The kid immediately took the fireworks next to him and wanted to teach Tim a lesson. "Do you know what muscles are?" Tim would loudly criticize him in front of him, so he was naturally prepared to respond. He immediately reached out and pulled Dick over a little. Wait." Dick suddenly got a streamer on his head, knocked on the fireworks several times, and worriedly stopped them. "Don't get these on the cake." It was only Hazel who made them stop making noises, shouting, "Blow out the candles, blow out the candles." Damien snorted at Tim and returned to his seat, waiting to pick up his gift. Tim seemed to ignore him. In fact, he secretly prepared to check the coffee machine in the past few days before using it. Bruce glanced at them, and calmly lit the candles one by one with Alfred. It was the eldest brother with a streamer on his head who turned off the lights. In the chaos, it was time to make a wish. The candles flickered. The music of the birthday song slowly flowed from the electronic products surrounding this living room, densely covering every corner. Everyone stopped talking, and Dick and Tim sang a few lines of the birthday song. But before they sang a few lines, someone's tone-deaf voice mixed in, making the sound suddenly unnatural, so they had to sing halfway before Alfred stopped them helplessly. "Alfred, okay, kids, make a wish." Dick watched the fun. "Everyone make a wish." Hazel let go of Jason's hand and prayed seriously. Before closing his eyes, he wanted to see if Jason followed him to do this action. Jason had no choice but to follow him, doing this action after a long time and a little unfamiliar. In terms of time, he hadn't celebrated his birthday so seriously for a long time, and he hadn't been asked to make a wish in such a childish way for a long time. This was indeed a bit childish for a grown-up tough guy. But Jason still closed his eyes, made a wish, and then blew out the candles. His lung capacity was too large, and he blew out the candles on both cakes at the same time. Dick tried to find out what Hazel wanted. "What is your wish this year?" "It won't work if you say it out loud." But in fact, When Hazel closed his eyes, his first thought was, may the present day be like this year. After the birthday party, they went on night patrols one after another, continuing to work in the dark night, guarding countless families' happiness. In order to let the main force come back early tonight, Dick and Damian followed. Jason did not choose to work tonight. He did not intend to confront these guys about ideas as the Red Hood today. Only today did he really intend to do so from the bottom of his heart. After today, he will still maintain his own ideas. And today, he just wanted to accompany Hazel and spend the day peacefully. Hazel did not intend to sleep either. He wanted to wait for the main force to come back safely, and then fall asleep happily. Now he was still clinging to Jason, and it was obvious that Jason's resurrection still felt a certain unreality. Jason searched his room, trying to find some stories to read to Hazel, just like when he was a child. After several books were thrown out, Heist took a fancy to a collection of fairy tales that he had read most often, and said he wanted to read this. "You are so old, and you still read fairy tales?" Even so, he still sat on the floor with the book and read to Heist. His voice went through the voice change period unconsciously, and as he grew up, it was different from before. But every pause, every breath, every intonation of the words, was still the same as before. And it was Jason's unique feeling of reading stories. It could replace the so-called footsteps in the corridor, replace those painful years, and make everything calm again. It was as if Jason was just sitting here reading fairy tales that night, and he had never passed through the corridor, left Wayne Manor, left Gotham, and left his family. Thinking of this, Heist felt a little sore in his eyes again. He wiped his eyes and saw Jason stop reading and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Jason said. Heist didn't want Jason to know some of the things that made him sad after he left. People always don't want to make their family sad. Just when Jason was wiping his eyes, he read the story of the Little Mermaid, and Heath lied. "It's so touching." "How many times have you heard it?" Jason said with a smile. "You still feel the same as when you were a kid." "It's just a fairy tale." Heath continued to talk nonsense. "What's wrong with fairy tales?" he asked. Jason closed the book. "Fairy tales are beautiful, but unattainable. They are illusory in reality, far away and hard to reach, just a dream for children, so there's no need to be sad." Jason's words made sense, but in order to cover up that matter, and because he felt that Jason's words were a bit pessimistic, Heath said according to his thoughts, "It's not like that." Jason looked at him. Heath used his thoughts to think a little bit at a time, and said a little confusingly, "It was like when he was a kid, seriously discussing boundless and unrestrained ideas with Jason. Fairy tales are accessible." The Little Mermaid changed her tail into legs. The price may be effort, not pain, and turning into bubbles is sacrifice, not concession. Snow White was murdered by the bad guys, but there are always dwarfs willing to save her and let her return to people's eyes. And the dwarfs may just be weak or ordinary people. They may just change their forms, but they may exist. Jason was silent for a while. Hazel thought he was stupid and felt a little embarrassed. But it was true that he had to hide those painful things. And it was also true that he felt that fairy tales were still beautiful and true, even though his language organization ability was as clumsy as when he wrote essays when he was a child. He then called out to Jason, who was staring blankly at the fairy tale book. "Brother, what about you?" Hazel also looked at him. Jason said, "Are you the fairy tale I have touched? Otherwise, why is everything so sweet tonight? Have I reached the top of the fairy tale?" Chapter 58. The superhero peripheral store had already closed, but the clerk was still wearing his work clothes, bored and staying on the street. Neon lights flickered, the crowd was noisy. From sunset to the bright moon, people passed by in an endless stream, and time flowed by every second. But the clerk was still standing there. He was distracted and thinking about something. According to the original schedule, he should have finished work and slowly walked back to a small rental house, and then lived a leisurely and stable life like ordinary people after get off work. Instead of still wearing work clothes, blowing the cold wind on the street, which was unusual, occasionally picking up the phone and watching it over and over again. If Damian was here, he would recognize that the clerk blowing the cold wind was the clerk who received them in the store at the beginning. and the video that was repeatedly played on the phone was the surveillance video of him and Shizzy in the peripheral store the day before yesterday. But this video seemed to be a little congenitally flawed. The shots of other people were clear, but when shooting Heath, it was always like mosaics, covering the entire face, and only the figure could be barely seen. It was as if the surveillance camera automatically recognized Heath's face and automatically censored it according to some unspeakable rules of Gotham. But even so, the clerk was shaken and kept chasing the figure in the video. It was obviously just a light figure, but inexplicably attached strong emotions and boundless charm in longing and love. The clerk thought of that day in the surrounding store. The boy with a baseball cap and thick eyelashes looked at the Spider-Man dolly in his hand intently. His eyes were gentle and smart, and there was a small mole at the end of his eye, which seemed to give people the illusion of love. Thinking of this, the clerk felt that in the cold wind, his body was particularly hot. An indescribable desire enveloped his heart for the past 2 days. The clerk had a bold idea. He hoped that the other party would look at him equally with this kind of love. Although he knew that he and the other party were only in the relationship of a clerk and a customer, looking at the eyes of the family member who accompanied him that day, he also knew that the boy would not come again. But the clerk was unwilling to be content with the fate of the other party. In the cold wind, he watched the video and slowly came up with a solution. He could see the boy's curiosity and interest in various peripherals, and he could see the boy's love for superhero peripherals such as Batman. The clerk believed that he could not become a superhero, but as a clerk, he knew very well that the peripheral store actually had some hidden peripherals that were particularly interesting in addition to superheroes, that is, supervillains. With their unique personalities and criminal methods, they strangely gained the favor of a few customers and became hidden sales items in the peripheral store. Since the clerk believed that he could not become a superhero, he thought about it and wondered if becoming a supervillain could also realize his wish. He clenched his fists silently. He felt that he had paid too much, but he also felt that these sacrifices were just trivial matters for the mysterious and beautiful existence in his heart. Finally, he looked around, put his hand into his work bag, and walked into a dimly lit alley. The clerk knew very well how these supervillains became famous. He took out a mask, put it on his face, followed the woman in front of him, and gradually quickened his pace and took out a gun from his bag. He followed until a few minutes later, when the woman in front of him was about to leave the alley, and her high heels almost stepped on the light. The clerk also showed a hideous smile at the right time and pulled the trigger at the woman's back. Bang! A loud bang and smoke and dust instantly dispersed in front of him. After a full half a minute, the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the chaos in the alley. However, this chaos was not that chaos. What appeared in the alley was not the horrific scene of the masked clerk successfully attacking an innocent woman, but the masked clerk fell face down on the ground after the gun flew a few meters away, and on his head was a pair of shoes that Gotham people were quite familiar with. The shoes belonged to the third generation of Robin. Tim stepped on the clerk's head and said calmly, "Good night." Then he stepped down again. He stepped precisely on the back of the head, causing the clerk, who was still somewhat sober, to faint completely. Crisis contact. The woman at the entrance of the alley turned around and saw such a thrilling scene. She thanked Tim with lingering fear and immediately rushed back home without stopping. Tim watched the woman leave safely, then half crouched down, took out the rope he brought with him, and wanted to tie the person up. In the middle of tying up, he turned the person over, and sure enough, it was the clerk's face. Tim narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not just a coincidence that he could appear here in time as Robin. More of it was the result of long-standing attention and marking. The 36th one, Tim said to himself. This is the 36th abnormal person found today. The common feature they have is that they are all particularly concerned about the whereabouts of a person, and they are suspected of having feelings of love. Hastes, Tim. The bracelet seems to have weakened. Right behind him, Batman, who almost blended into the darkness, appeared at some point, standing high on the wall, his eyes serious and calm, responding to Tim's words. Tim stood up. He had already tied up this guy, and now he only needed to throw him to the door of the police station. This guy was not someone who needed to be particularly vigilant for the time being. although there have been no obvious accidents in the past few trips," Tim said, "but nearly 1/3 of the people who have seen that guy will continue to increase their evil thoughts and eventually become new criminals." He deliberately concealed the guy's real name in the topic, firmly guarding the isolation and safety line of Hastes. Batman acquiesced to his point of view. "You're right. In this aspect of Hastes, Tim is indeed the person who knows the most about it, except Batman and Alfred, and is the most busy in the follow-up. The new friend is a fool. This feeling was born naturally when we first met. Tim Drake, the child who entered Wayne Manor after Jason, is also the third-generation Robin of Batman. He is tacitly accepted by Batman and Hazel, and is also a member of this family. Everyone is different. Dick, Jason and Tim, although they all stayed in the position of Robin, their experiences and personalities are completely different people. Batman needs Robin. Gotham needs Batman." With this belief, Tim, who is committed to becoming Batman's assistant, has different characteristics. His parents did not die, and his childhood experience was not tragic in comparison. In fact, because his parents were well off when he was a child, he enjoyed the experience of a young master. Therefore, when he recommended himself, he did not have the outstanding acrobatic skills and hatred like Dick, nor the fierce attack power and confusion like Jason. What Tim has is just his slightly better strength than his peers, and an exceptional mind. Obviously, he is just an ordinary child who has not experienced much, but relying on his memory of acrobatic performances and terrible detective skills, he judged the true identity of Batman in the success of Robins. Although he is only 1 year younger than Hazel, he is smarter than most people in Gotham, including many supervillains. After Tim figured out his identity and noticed Batman's increasingly violent behavior, he chose to become the new generation of Robin out of justice and kindness. It is natural, for Robin, for Batman, for Gotham. Even though he is just a child, Tim made difficult life choices for himself precociously and stepped into a thorny area. This road is undoubtedly extremely difficult. In order to inherit the position of Robin, in order to better assist Batman and protect Gotham, the warm and ordinary life has completely changed. Tim's strength and fighting skills need to be tempered through hard work and education in different regional styles. Like Bruce, he must temper himself from physical pain and improve his abilities from coaches in other regions. Only then can he become a vigilante from an ordinary person, and only then can he become the famous Robin from Tim. Batman once told him when he was making these plans for him, "This is a very difficult road." Tim replied at the time, "I am not afraid." He is indeed not afraid of these trials. But sometimes, when he comes back from the training ground in the middle of the night, sweaty and hurt, standing in the corridor outside the room, looking at the moon outside the window, Tim will still stare at it. He feels tired and sore, his mind is dizzy, but he doesn't know when the ideal burning in his heart can be realized. He hardly gets much support on the road to becoming Robin. It is difficult to explain to his parents, and he always gets rejected by Batman. Even Alfred and Dick only support his decision after a long hesitation. And now, when he is training, he always gets all kinds of sighs and harshness from his masters. Because he is not a person with good physical conditions, he was originally just an ordinary person, but he is about to become Robin. Tim is still looking at the moon. He feels that it may be this bright moon in Gotham that can always support him and indulge his burning youthful blood. Good evening. A gentle greeting came from behind. Long before this greeting, Tim had actually already keenly noticed the subtle footsteps approaching from behind. But he did not turn around, nor did he disturb the footsteps. It was not until this greeting sounded that Tim withdrew his gaze from the moon and turned to look at the person behind him. Sure enough, just as he had concluded when the footsteps sounded, the one who appeared behind him, slowly approached him and greeted him was another young master living in this manor, Hazel Wayne. The other party was Batman's adopted son, only 1 year older than Tim in physical age. He was brought back to Wayne Manor from the laboratory when he was very young and raised until he was this big. Although Tim had roughly collected the other party's tragic laboratory experience, he had been growing up carefree in Wayne Manor since he left the laboratory, and was not involved in any family affairs about night vigilantes. His face was so beautiful that Tim, who had just entered, doubted his life. His figure was also slender and thin, as if he had never exercised at all. Next to the tall Bruce, he looked like a beautiful doll made of paper, so he was called the young master. Some time ago, this young master, who was always inexplicably close to him, sneaked out in the middle of the night to help him beat up a criminal, and actually caught the criminal. It was a pity that he didn't finish it well. He got a little blood and almost caused a big disaster. Moreover, Tim, who had just entered the industry, witnessed a large burning of a living person. The initial evaluation of the first encounter, which had begun to change, turned around and around, but was still turned back by this little blood. It turned out that he was still a fool. Tim looked at the fool who didn't sleep in the middle of the night and nodded, "Good evening." The young master was wearing pajamas. His eyes were clear and bright, but his face was too dazzling and bright, so Tim only glanced at his face and turned his eyes away to calm down his fluctuating mood. But the young master was relentless and kept looking at Tim, turning his eyes several times. It gave people the illusion that this fool seemed to be thinking, "Tim, what?" The young master continued to take a step forward, approached Tim, and reached out to grab the corner of his clothes. "Please teach me how to do my homework." So, as if by some strange coincidence, he obediently walked into Yaya's room and sat at the desk with Hazel, facing a workbook compiled by Bruce and Alfred. The knowledge in it was what Hazel should have learned in school at his age. Some questions were asked with Bruce's thinking line, turning left and right several times before he really asked the question. The overall difficulty was not small. Hazel flipped the workbook and turned to one side. "I don't know how to do this one." Tim sighed, took out a pen, and wrote down the general idea of solving the problem in 2 strokes. The extremely excellent thinking ability can not only be used in detecting supervillains, but also in solving problems. Tim held the pen and circled several formulas in the annotations to the young master while talking, trying to explain them as concisely as possible. "First, you use this formula to get this number, and then reversely use this formula." Under the light, in front of the desk, although Tim's face was bruised and his hair was messy, he was serious and patient. When he lowered his eyes and circled the paper with a pen, he looked like an excellent student who had just come back from a fight. He was teaching while Shizzy followed him. He wrote very slowly, and always needed Tim to guide him to the next step before he could solve the problem smoothly, so he was called stupid several times. But Shizzy didn't have the temper of a so-called young master at all. He changed whatever he was told to change, and he whimpered when he was called stupid. He was very easy to talk to. He taught several questions in a row like this. "Learning seems to have magical power," or Shizzy has magical power. Under these effects, Tim, who was teaching several questions, couldn't think of the things that were originally annoying in his heart, and felt calm inexplicably. It seemed that he had returned to the peaceful days before, when he only needed to study hard. At this time, Tim looked up at the moon again, but he only felt that the night was dark and he should rest, and the original loneliness was swept away. Heather had just finished writing the last part of his answer, and muttered, "You're so smart, brother." Tim, "Hey, not brother, okay, Tim." Heather put down his pen, his eyes shining brightly under the reflection of the desk lamp. "You're so smart, very, very smart." Tim found it funny to hear, "It's just some questions." Heather looked at the bruise on his face, touched it lightly, and tried not to hurt him. "But you're still very good." Tim blinked. His legs, which were originally swinging easily, suddenly became a little tense and embarrassed. Tim was not used to the fact that the idiot cared about the scar on his face. He subconsciously touched the scar on his face, and leaned back slightly to avoid the other's eyes and touch. Under the light, neither of them spoke. This silence lasted for a while, but interestingly, Tim did not choose to turn around and leave in silence, but looked at the moon and the exercise book stiffly. He just didn't look at the person in front of him. Tim still felt a little embarrassed, in front of the self-righteous little fool, in front of the young master who had been with all the previous Robins, in front of a guy who was only 1 year older than him. He inexplicably developed a desire to win, and didn't want to tell others about his pain in such an embarrassed way. This was his dignity. But he could sense that the other party's praise was sincere, and his concern for his wounds was also sincere. There was no malicious ridicule or comparison. The friendly teaching and the previous help incidents also made him feel a lot of favor for the young master, which made him stay under the warm light, even though he didn't say anything. This silence was interrupted by Heiss before the moon gradually faded and the sun was about to appear on the earth. Heiss looked at the medicine box in the corner, and then looked at the scars on the other's face, but thought silently for a long time and still didn't move. Instead, he said, "Brother." Tim didn't say anything. "Heiss, if you feel very tired, you must tell Dad. If you think you need to rest for a while and can exercise better, you must also tell Dad." Tim blinked again. Dad is not good at speaking, but he cares about every child and doesn't want to lose a child here in the future. Heather said, "But we are still children, aren't we? If you have any ideas, you still have to tell him, such as you work hard." This is childish and naive. However, for the Wayne family, it is indeed correct. Tim was in a complicated mood. "No," he finally spoke, "it's not that I'm tired, and I don't want to rest." Tim said slowly, "I just feel that I need to learn too much, but I obviously still have a lot to learn." After saying it, I realized that it was not so difficult to say these words in my heart. Tim took a deep breath. This is the truth. Compared with the first and second generation Robin, compared with Dick and Jason, Tim's fighting skills are far behind. Tim admires the first and second generation Robin. It is precisely because of his strong admiration that he will try to keep up with their pace and work hard to be Batman's right-hand man even if his current performance is not satisfactory. Heather suddenly smiled. Tim was a little embarrassed. "What are you laughing at?" "I just think," Hazel said with a smile, "you all look alike." A few years ago, Jason had also asked Hazel, how did he perform compared to the first generation of Robin. After Dick returned, he also brooded for a long time, such as how Jason was better than him in terms of Robin and brother. And now, the new third generation of Robin sat in front of him, looking at him with an embarrassed expression. But in fact, there is no need to worry about these things, and there is no need to bear too much burden on yourself. Bringing these children back and recognizing their identity as Robin is a signal to Bruce. You are all people with outstanding abilities who are capable of taking on the position of Robin. No one is worse than the other. Dick is meticulous and cheerful, but it is not convenient to be restricted by the identity of Robin. Jason is reckless and impatient, but he is unexpectedly delicate in governing the social security of Gotham. And you, Tim. Hazel looked into Tim's eyes seriously, and Tim was stunned to see the moonlight and stars reflected in the other's pupils, as well as the sincere questioning. "Have you discovered your characteristics, abilities, and the source of your confidence?" "Tim, I don't know." When I left Yaya's room, his body was still sore, and he was still not proficient in the skills he learned yesterday. His mind and limbs seemed to be separated, but this unexpectedly no longer annoyed him, but made him more sober. He turned on the computer. So after who knows how many days and months, he appeared in the Batcave with a program. Alfred seemed to be troubled by the new cybercriminals. The video of Heath's occasional outing was collected by the new criminals, which caused a big wave. After all, Heath has grown up, and compared to the previous state of a duck, he needs to go out more, which also provides an opportunity for the outside world. Tim inputted the program he created into the Batcave. Completed. As the program ran normally, all the videos on the internet and under the cameras of Gotham, Heath's beautiful and dazzling face was replaced by blurred mosaics and disappeared again. Batman stood silently behind him, watching this new program. "Batman, it seems that you have figured out some things." Tim: "Yes. The third generation of Robin may be different and distant from the previous two generations, but this does not mean that he is worse than them. On the contrary, Tim's unique ability is also difficult for Dick and Jason to match." "I learned it yesterday," Tim thought. "I still don't quite understand it." It was still a little difficult for Tim to say this, but after swallowing several times, he still said it hesitantly. Batman looked at him for a while. "You've obviously become much smarter recently," he said. Batman's tall figure approached Tim, raised his big black gloved hand, and gently patted Tim's shoulder with a warm touch, as if it was a friendly interaction between father and son. The corners of his mouth under the bat mask were no longer cold and hard. On the contrary, they were raised up with relief. He put his hand on Tim's shoulder and the two walked towards the training ground. I also want to try to help in other places besides these. Or more places. More? Do you want to try Wayne Enterprises? Huh? Back to reality. Tim finished his night patrol and returned to Wayne Manor. When he followed the team into the Batcave, he naturally received a happy welcome. Welcome back. Tim looked over. Today, the adult Hazel is much taller than a few years ago, and his eyebrows and eyes have become clearer and more beautiful, but he is still smiling happily. As long as you get close to him, you can get a sense of peace. The second-generation Robin who admired him temporarily took off his identity as the Red Hood and no longer confronted them. He just drank the milk that Hazel stuffed to him as Jason Todd. His expression was a little disgusted, but his movements were very refreshing. Tim approached Hazel. He was immediately looked at seriously, and was carefully observed from top to bottom. After confirming that there were no injuries, his eyebrows and eyes were curved again. As soon as he opened his mouth, the silly breath came out again. Damien just told me that he was going to make coffee for you, Tim. Okay. Familiar taste. As expected. Being an adult has not changed a thing, Tim said slowly. I am still a fool even after I grow up. Wait, why? Hazel opened his eyes wide and pointed at himself in disbelief, not understanding why his reputation dropped sharply again. Dick laughed in the distance. Apparently Damien will add something strange to the coffee. Heiss began to scratch his head and looked at Tim's expression with his peripheral vision. Tim emphasized expressionlessly, let him dream. I won't drink it. After saying that, he was about to brush off his clothes and go upstairs to see what Damien, who ran up first, had done to his coffee machine. After walking 2 steps, he was stopped by the shouting again. Heiss was curious. I think I heard you mention me when you were doing the task when I passed by. Are you talking about me? Did you meet the guy I met in the amusement park this morning? Heiss is self-aware. With his physique, it is difficult for him to go out without getting into trouble. If he encounters troublesome guys, it is likely that he will have to trouble the night patrol team to deal with these bad guys one after another in a month. He is very self-conscious, so he basically asks to go out for a walk every few months. But Wayne's family seems to have gradually ignored this, and even took the initiative to take him out. According to Dick, it means they are afraid that Heiss will get moldy at home. But even so, after Heiss went out happily, he would always ask about the workload anxiously, fearing that his inappropriate behavior would cause trouble to his family. Now he is still the same, worrying about Tim's situation. The people in the Batcave looked at each other secretly and exchanged a few glances. Jason crossed his arms, and the beat that was originally tapping his arms silently stopped for a beat, and he suddenly looked absent-minded. Tim didn't turn around and look at them, but he calmly turned his head and nodded, looking into Heiss' eyes. Then he calmly said, "You think too much. There are not many people." Chapter 59. The bracelet has a flaw. This is obviously not a trivial matter. Whether it is for the entire Gotham or the Wayne family, this is an extremely important matter, something that everyone should pay attention to. Tim naturally thinks so. Although the night patrol has ended, no new cases have appeared yet, and the surveillance is calm. But when the sun and the moon rotate, he still left the room, with the coldness of the night and dark eyes, and turned on the lights in the Batcave. Before coming, Tim felt irritable and uneasy, but when he really walked into this dark and technological underground base of the Bat family, he felt calm. This place, which is not warm and bright in the eyes of ordinary people, is a place where Tim feels that he can calm down, because in the huge database of the Batcave, he can always get more effective information. As long as there is data, enough information, and clues to grope forward, the heart will not be too panicked because of the predicament in front of him. Tim, there will always be a way, he muttered to himself, calling up various relevant materials in the computer, and began to read them carefully and repeatedly, looking for more traceable directions. The bracelet that Bruce gave to Heath was replayed repeatedly in his eyes and mind. In order to solve these problems smoothly, Tim consciously dug into medical knowledge at a very early time, even magic-related. The idea of making the bracelet is simple, but the requirements are complicated. Bruce's original notes were recorded in great detail, He captured the planner of the underground laboratory as Batman and obtained the central material of the experiment, a hair full of charm and magic, firmly sealed in a crystal box. When it was taken out with tweezers and exposed to the air, it would even grow strangely. Batman used this hair as a clue to seek clues from various superheroes on the magic side, and finally locked the result. This hair is closely related to Heath's physique, and it can even be said to come from the origin. After this hair grows infinitely, even if it is cut short, it can be attached to any living body and become a part of the living body. In simple terms, even if it is just a pig, it will become a charming pig with a hair after touching the hair. And this power is above High Shizzy. High Shizzy's hair can't do this. The notes recorded it like this. It can be preliminarily judged. This hair is above High Shizzy, and it can even be understood that High Shizzy was born because of the owner of this hair. It belongs to a complex subordinate relationship, not a command relationship. After coming to the conclusion, the designers of the bracelet gave full play to their imagination and integrated a part of the hair derived from the hair into a special material. So High Shizzy's bracelet was born. The production concept is to use this subordinate relationship and the same special ability to produce a mutually restrained connection. In this way, High Shizzy's charming physique is suppressed. This bracelet concept is obviously effective, so that High Shizzy doesn't have to worry about causing too much harm even if he goes out. It's just that time has passed until now. The bracelet has gradually become ineffective recently. The only clues Tim could find were the tail of the original hair preserved in the Batcave, which had inexplicably been burned several years ago. Could this be linked to the effect of the bracelet? Tim was not completely sure. Things related to magic always made the Bat family's brain feel tricky and irritable, because these mysterious things were difficult to speculate with normal thinking logic. Even if some guesses were made reluctantly, if there was no real proven origin magic, it would only be an illusory fantasy. What happened to this hair? Tim rubbed his brows, trying to sort out his thoughts from the mess. Or, what happened to the owner of this hair? Who is its owner? A mess. But at this moment, a voice came in and interrupted his thoughts. Tommy. Tim turned quickly. His sight slowly extended to the door, looking at the source of the voice. Jason was wearing ordinary home clothes, standing tall in the corridor with a cold look. His body, which was good at training and fighting, was tall and strong. At first glance, he would think he was a tiger slowly coming down a mountain, staring at Tim sharply. Tim was not surprised. Only a few people in his family could come to the Batcave silently behind him. Tim grasped the key point sharply, and he immediately asked a series of questions. Tommy, is this a person's name? Japanese? Jason walked down the corridor slowly and came to the flat ground of the Batcave. I'm not interested in explaining it many times. Jason did not directly answer Tim's question, but avoided the topic and talked about other things. I'm not interested in listening to my own voice from the monitor. Since you come here at this time, there is no need to hide, right? Tim smiled slightly. He understood the meaning of Jason's words, so he found it even more funny. After Jason finished speaking, it took a few minutes for several people to appear in the Batcave again. Dick and Batman walked slowly to the Batcave one after another. A little later, Damian pushed open the door and came down angrily. This guy was the last one to come, but he liked to complain the most. You should have called me earlier for this kind of thing. Batman and Jason looked at each other calmly and ignored Damian. Only Dick approached Tim and said calmly, so how is your coffee machine? Tim's face was calm. Obviously, I bought a new one. Drink more of this stuff. Damian had a sharp ear and immediately retorted, you will become a real black, coming out every night to suck human blood and coffee, and become even more useless. Then I will punch you one by one. Batman finally cast a glance at Damian at this moment, although he still did not comment on Damian's words. But Dick understood Batman too well, and he immediately looked at Damian with sympathy, knowing that the other party was in great trouble and the next training would probably be very uncomfortable. Tim was too lazy to continue discussing his coffee. Then I'll be the first to suck all your blood. Let's talk business. After trying to get the topic back to the important part, Tim looked at Jason again. This second-generation Robin who he once admired. The Red Hood who once confronted him. is also the most caring child of the Wayne family and the brother who has the greatest influence on Heath. There is no doubt, Jason, who had an earlier relationship with Heath, has learned more clues that they don't know after experiencing unknown and wonderful experiences. For example, Tommy mentioned just now. Tim looked at Jason, and when the other party was about to share intelligence, but he unexpectedly had an idea that had nothing to do with the current situation, an idea that made him feel relieved at this moment, relieved and happy. He didn't wake up at this time, Tilda leaving such a gentle moonlight, ending the conversation with the little fool that night. Tim cheered up even more. He was not a person who would give up halfway because of difficulties, not to mention the current difficulties, which were what he should do to help Gotham. "You've been in good shape lately." Alfred helped him clean up the messy training room and praised him kindly. Tim patted his head and smiled shyly. "I just thought some things through." "Alfred, that's a good thing." Receiving the approval of the respected elder, Tim unconsciously relaxed his expression, his eyes were firm and gentle, and his fists unconsciously clenched. Feeling a little embarrassed, Alfred looked at the child with tolerance. Even if Tim showed more precocious personality and more unexpected wisdom, it could not change one fact. This is just a child who is 1 year younger than Hazel. In front of the elders who have experienced the world, his expression and emotions are like a bird in a glass house. No matter how hard he tries to hide, the immaturity and nature brought by his young age can be clearly seen. Alfred likes this new guest in Wayne Manor very much. Tim is optimistic and lively. He understands the darkness of Gotham, but he has the courage to stand up and help his hometown get back on the right track. Alfred thinks that Wayne Manor really needs such an active child with a burning flame in his heart. After Jason's death, Wayne Manor, which used to be brighter, seems to have turned back to a darker tone recently, and the gray tone has covered it again. Even the bright yellow color that usually brightens Wayne Manor, and the most active child in the family, Hazel, have been a little dim during this period. "I hope Master Tim can make this place brighter," Alfred thought, and he looked at this excellent child who was loved by the elderly with appreciation. Tim was even more embarrassed by being stared at. "I will try my best to do a good job as Robin." "Absolutely. You have worked very hard," Alfred comforted. "Obviously, you have a different talent from other young masters, and you have also been working hard to do your best in physical exercise." Tim said, "I am still far away, but it's a pity that Dick doesn't want to come back to be Robin." "Alfred, don't belittle yourself. In fact, I think you are very similar to Master Dick. In time, you will become a Robin as good as Master Dick." The praise from Alfred made Tim's eyes light up briefly, revealing the joy of a child. But he coughed, quickly restrained his overly straightforward emotions, and said realistically, "No, Alfred, I told you." Tim had expressed his thoughts directly when he assisted Batman and rescued Batman with Alfred. He thought that Robin was just a temporary position for him. When Dick was unwilling to come back and Jason could not go back, the position of Robin was vacant, so he had to shoulder the burden and escort Batman in Gotham. He had made enough psychological preparations for this, and made enough efforts, but Tim didn't think he could do this position for a long time. Maybe he could do it for a few years, maybe for more than 10 years, but it was just a temporary position. Wait until there are better children who are more like the first and second generation Robins and more suitable for this position in the future. Tim repeated to Alfred optimistically, "I should return to the life of an ordinary person. I shouldn't be able to do this for most of my life." Tim thought so at the time. He even had an interesting idea that maybe he would not be Robin in the future and could be a tutor for the idiot at home. Being that guy's tutor, Tim joked, "Can I get pension?" Alfu also relaxed his brows. "Oh, even if I'm not a tutor, I think the master will be willing to take care of him in his old age." Master Tim, it seems that the world is just working like this, running like this without any mistakes, running according to the relaxed narrative logic in their words. Tim will follow his original idea and treat Robin's work with this attitude until it is handed over to a more outstanding person, so as not to damage Robin's reputation. But one day later, Tim felt inexplicable pain, and anger and persistence that he shouldn't have. This is not normal. Obviously the world is running normally. He is training seriously and handling various cases carefully. Everything is going well. Nothing has changed. No. Tim keenly realized that everything seemed to be too smooth. Whether it was his direct and side confrontations with various supervillains, whether it was the various cases they encountered, or the people around them, after encountering danger, they seemed to be rescued too quickly. It's not that Tim thinks there should be more blood on his way, but he simply looks at it from the detective's intuition and logical chain, and always feels that some things are going too smoothly. For example, sometimes Batman shouldn't arrive so smoothly, they shouldn't just encounter the crime scene, and the supervillain shouldn't step on the sticky glue on the escape route. Tim believes in his intuition, so he began to look for answers silently, sorting out the unified, even if not so obvious, logical chain between various abnormal events. He immediately found a name that seemed to appear directly or indirectly in such events. Hades. Chapter 60. Once the expected clues surfaced, the related conjectures were no longer restrained and unfolded endlessly in Tim's mind. According to the general scientific procedure, he should actually explore more other possibilities and compare them one by one, and finally come to a convincing and logical conclusion. But sometimes, it seems that logic is not so necessary. Intuition urged the new brain of the Bat family to tell him with great certainty, this is it. What he found is the source of everything wrong. Tim, it's not that he doesn't trust his intuition, nor is it that he is unwilling to pay attention to other logic. It's just that the current discovery made him confused and his eyes dull. It took a while to wake up. Even after reacting, he still doubted his judgment emotionally. No, how could it be? Tim muttered to himself. How could he do this? Although there are not many cases that feel wrong, it seems that they are always stuck at the critical moment and turn the situation around. Obviously, it is not easy to do this, especially for ordinary people. Not to mention, Heath is just a little idiot who has trouble leaving Wayne Manor, has only average fighting skills, and only worries about homework every day. How could such a guy hide it from him and Batman, hide it from so many people, hide it from those supervillains, and do so many things? No matter how Tim thought about it, he felt it was impossible. But intuition may deceive people, but evidence and theoretical inferences will not. He continued to sort out the information of these events. Every time he sorted out several, he seemed to see the figure of Heath, telling him that he could no longer deceive his inner judgment. Tim, impossible. At this point, it is unclear whether Tim thinks that this matter is related to Heath, or he doesn't want it to be related to Heath. Obviously, these things seem to point to one person. But he is contrary to his usual behavior, repeatedly doubting himself, hoping that there will be some other possibilities. This is not like him at all. At present, if he continues to search and confirm, the purpose seems to have quietly changed, from hoping to explore the results to hoping that these have nothing to do with Heath. Only by proving that they were not involved could Tim avoid touching another slowly sinking thought in his heart, a thought about giving. The mouse slowly moved. It stopped at the only case that was not related to Heath, and also the case related to Tim's parents. He found his parents, the Drakes, who had just been rescued from the supervillain's hands during a trip. They hadn't seen their son for a long time, and they almost couldn't see their son again. When the Drakes saw Tim, they immediately burst into tears and excitedly held Tim's hand. They had escaped death, and some words that were isolated and hidden in their hearts could no longer be covered up. Fearing that there would be no chance to tell them next time, they felt guilty for some of their neglect of Tim in the past, and naturally had no intention of pursuing Tim's current uncertain whereabouts, and were willing to let Tim do what he wanted to do. Tim's emotions were churning, and the grievances and sighs that had originally been a child floated in his heart, but were soothed by this conversation. Their family had untied the knot in their hearts, and they were all safe and sound. Joy and anxiety went hand in hand, and Tim did not forget the original intention of his coming. According to the archive records, it was Batman and Superman who rescued Drake's parents. At first glance, there seemed to be no problem, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that something was wrong. First of all, although Batman rushed to Tim's parents after learning that they were in danger, he went there a little too early compared to before, while Superman arrived early, as if he had come on purpose. After Tim comforted his parents, he asked about the doubts he found. He asked, Did you call Superman when you were in danger? The answer was number. Heather was applying glue. He scrambled some glue from the woodworking classroom and slipped out of Wayne Manor in advance. In this familiar place, he covered his face tightly and squatted like a small person. Applying glue here. The moonlight was high here, the night was dark, and the broken light bulbs on the roadside flickered from time to time, accompanied by the harsh sound of electricity. There was no human presence next to the dilapidated warehouse. At present, there was only one tightly dressed Heather. He wore a black mask, and even his soft black hair was covered by a hood. Others could only see his pair of sparkling eyes and a small mole at the end of his eye in the moonlight and dim light. Wearing gloves, he repeatedly applied glue several times before he put on the lid of the glue and stood up. He shook the glue bottle and felt very satisfied. Although he didn't understand what kind of Wayne technology this bottle of glue was, it could stick to the ground for a period of time without solidifying, just like a mousetrap. But as long as it works, it doesn't matter. He put the glue bottle back into his pocket and raised his hand to check the time. 23:45. It was late at night. He knew very well what would happen at this time, and even before and after this time. In about 10 minutes, Batman would chase the Joker here, and the Joker would lead the night patrol team into the warehouse, and then use the prepared gunpowder to start an explosion. None of this mattered to Heath, because everything would change. He followed the map and sneaked back to Wayne Manor. Intelligence. After the efforts before and after the funeral, the system has reached a certain level and opened all the maps of the route as promised. As long as it is a place that Heist passed by, there will be a detailed plane map. This provides considerable convenience for him to walk this road countless times without worrying about getting lost. Hey, a sudden greeting. Heist looked up vigilantly and looked forward to the source of the voice. The moonlight here is bright, and the street lights are not dim. He can clearly see the face of the person coming, a bloody and distorted male face, to be precise. It is half a face. Heist blinked lightly. He knew the identity of the person in front of him. This adult male with half a bloody face and a strangely raised mouth corner is one of Gotham's supervillains, Two-Face, whose real name is Harvey Dent. Harvey was originally an outstanding court prosecutor. As a righteous person on par with the Gotham Police Department chief, he and Batman fought against the darkness of Gotham, until the strong acid in the court was splashed on his face. He was deserted by everyone and his future was ruined. The former high attorney, who had a bright future, was gone, and what remained was the supervillain Two-Face. Heath knew him well, not just because he was famous. Heath was not interested in the criminals rampant in Gotham, nor in all supervillains. In his opinion, they were just game bosses or NPCs. It didn't matter what their names were, and their criminal records didn't matter. Who would remember the red names and the game map? In this game, the small world of Wayne Manor was what he really cared about. It was just two things in the past that made him care about a few of the red names. For example, the Two-Face in front of him. Heath said, "I know you." Two-Face smiled at Heath. He was standing only a few steps away from Heath. The two of them were almost standing on both sides of a street lamp. The half of his face that was not destroyed by the strong acid was still kind and handsome, with a gentle look in his eyes, as if he was still an outstanding young man in Gotham. "Good evening." "Not good at all." Heath's eyes turned cold. After reloading the game hundreds of times at the funeral, Heist had already understood many things, such as the cause and effect of Jason's death this time. He hated the Joker who killed Jason, hated the so-called biological mother who led Jason into a scam, and also hated Two-Face who caused the estrangement between the Wayne family and Jason's tragic fate. But at this moment, he needed to calm down. "Oh," Two-Face said, "you seem to have a lot of complicated things in your eyes. This is very interesting. Isn't this the first time we meet?" There was a more exploratory meaning in Two-Face's eyes, which made Heist understand that he should suppress his emotions. "But so far, it doesn't make any difference, because you are a very famous guy," Heist said. "So, can you not stop me and let me go back smoothly?" He just asked the last question. But in fact, the incidents he encountered many times before had already told him that it was basically impossible to leave intact when encountering these dirty guys. "Sure enough, I'm sorry," Two-Face smiled. "It's a little strange, but I want to kill you and take you away." Almost at the same time when this sentence was said, Hesitz decisively took out the gun in his pocket and pulled the trigger at Two-Face's head. Bang! However, what moved faster than him was the semi-automatic rifle in Two-Face's hand. White smoke slowly came out of the muzzle, and several bullets were fired into Hesitz's arm. Hesitz squinted his eyes in pain, and blood oozes out of the wound on his arm. His limbs were so soft that he couldn't hold anything, and they hung by his side like cotton products. He looked at the blood coming out of his arm, overflowing from the clothes bit by bit, dripping on the ground, gathering into a small pool, and blinked. When he looked up again, Two-Face had already walked towards him, holding a dagger in his other hand. His pupils unconsciously dilated, and his eyes were ferocious. "Don't be afraid, I love you very much. It will hurt for a while." Hesitz looked at him. Load save. The screen changes again. The surrounding scene and the two-faced man seem to have been cleared of data and disappeared from sight. What shines on his face again is the flickering light from 10 minutes ago. 23:45. In front of him is a pool of glue. Heights raised his arm. His clothes were intact, and there was nothing wrong with his body, let alone blood. Everything returned to normal. He marked the area where he met the two-faced man on the map, modified a small part of the planned route home, and sent a few messages with a click of the mouse. Heather, although the plot reload is useless, sometimes it seems to be useful. Heather, thank you. Customer service so2. This is a function specially made for players. Of course it is useful. Customer service O2. Oh, by the way, as I said, be careful when reloading the save. Chapter 61. Heather, if nothing can change the plot Heather, then this function Heather, isn't it useless? After Jason's funeral, Heather temporarily exited the game interface, found the customer service O2 who had been added back on the social software, and sent a message to the other party. After typing such confused and perplexed words on the keyboard, Heather picked up the cup and drank a sip of water, barely moistening his dry throat. But his heart was still dry. It was like his heart was pulled out and exposed to the desert, unable to get any necessary water, which would gradually shrink and wrinkle into a ball of dry flesh and blood. This was exactly what Heather felt at the moment. Countless saves and reloads could not change the ending. He worked hard again and again in vain. Even if he was stubborn enough to not eat or sleep for days and nights, he could only watch the destined rainy halls slowly approach. In the end, his mentality was close to collapse, and he received a conclusion from the customer service that, the ending of the main plot cannot be changed. The value of hard work turned to ashes. Heather almost didn't want to play anymore. He had an idea, that is to quit the game at this point in time when Jason is still at home, so that the game world will always stay at the point in time when the whole family is happy and no one has left tragically, and let the characters live happily in his heart forever, instead of facing the destined plot line and the sad facts. Since reloading the game is useless, it is better to give up struggling and leave the game here. But this idea did not last long and still dissipated. It's useless, Heiss gritted his teeth and said to himself, it's completely self-deception, and I can't let it go at all. The game plot must continue all the time. He has clearly seen and even experienced a plot when Jason left. These plots are fixed in the game world line. Even if he stops at that moment, he is just freezing his future corpse. It is obviously self-deception to try to let everyone stay on that day. And Heiss can't give up the game completely. He admits that he is reluctant to let Jason go and it is difficult for him to accept his departure. But relatively speaking, he can't accept leaving others. Dick and Alfred, who taught him to speak, Bruce, who was strict but gentle, and even the small bench that accompanied his memories in that world, he didn't want to give up. That's my family, a part of me, that's my home, how can I abandon it? But the unwillingness to the plot still lingered in his heart, and Heiss was still frightened. He really regarded every NPC in Wayne Manor as a family member, so he cared so much about Jason's departure. But if the plot can only be like that, what if the future plot continues to take away his family members from him, and nothing can change it? Then, won't he have to experience more powerless pain? Heiss didn't want to experience the death of Bruce and others, and he was also afraid of encountering this, afraid that he could only watch. He took another sip of water. The water in the cup was already cold. The weather was not warm now, Even if warm water was placed indoors, it would quickly cool down and chill to the throat. Heist didn't mind. Ice water or warm water would do. He just wanted to do something to calm his restless heart before customer service O2 responded. No new reply appeared in the message column, and customer service O2 had not replied to him yet. Before getting an accurate reply, Shizzy couldn't do anything, so he picked up the cup again, wanting to drink the last bit of water in the cup, because he was almost dizzy from waiting for the reply. "Sir." A hand with white sleeves stretched directly in front of his eyes, firmly holding the cup of water to be poured into his mouth. Shizzy paused in drinking water, and could only use the other party's strength to slowly put down the cup in his hand, and turned to look at the visitor in confusion. The hand that was stretched out belonged to this sudden visitor. The other party was wearing a white coat, with thin-framed gold wire glasses that covered some of the emotions in his eyes, and a smile on his face. He was tall and handsome in all aspects of his appearance. Shizzy recognized the other party. This visitor was the doctor who consulted him. After several days of sleepless attempts to save the game, he developed an organ discomfort state due to excessive strain on both his body and mind. Fortunately, customer service O2 did not forget about him as a game player. After being refused the psychiatrist's service, he contacted the police and the hospital in time and took Shizzy out of the small room for hospitalization. So at this time, Shizzy was actually on the hospital bed, holding the computer and drinking water. The consulting doctor suddenly came at this moment and raised his eyebrows at Shizzy again. Not only did he stop him from drinking cold water, but he also took a step further and took the cup of water from his hand. Then he turned to the drinking water station next to him as if he was very familiar with it, helped him get a new cup of hot water, and even added some cold water to the hot water considerately. So when it returned to Shizzy's hand again, it had become a warm and suitable temperature. Shizzy was stunned for a while with the warm water in his hand. The doctor smiled at him, as if the small mole at the end of his eye was leading to a small jump, and turned around and left naturally. A corner of a white coat passed through the door and quickly disappeared. He didn't say anything, and his attitude was very gentle. It was as if the doctor came only to add a glass of warm water to him, and had no other thoughts. Heather stared at the door, then raised his hand to look at the glass of water. The computer happened to make a notification sound at this time, and Heather quickly turned his head and shifted his attention back to the social software. Customer Service O2 is online. Customer Service O2, interesting question. Customer Service O2, the conflict between the save and the plot is indeed a very sorry situation, but if the save can solve everything, Customer Service O2, this is not a strategy game, but a game of the rule of gods. So you know that this is a strategy game, limited by the agent intelligence of the characters. Heather feels that this is more like a simulation of development, and it is unknown when the strategy will be released. Customer Service O2, regarding your question, I would like to make some explanations. Customer Service O2, the death plot of NPC Jason Todd is an extremely important part of the main plot. Once this plot is cancelled, it will be extremely difficult to restore order in the subsequent plot of the world. It's the same as saying nothing. Heather, so this save file is useless at all. Heather frowned and said something a bit harsh, but the other party didn't really care and came to comfort him. Customer Service O2, don't be angry. He appeared again, with a familiar look. Heather couldn't understand. He felt that he was just a homeboy. Why could he get so many friendly attitudes? Customer Service O2, the save file skill was developed for you. Customer Service O2, in fact, we can't change the main storyline, but you have also tried it. We can use this function to change other plots, right? Heather ignored the intimacy in the other party's words, opened his eyes wide, and thought about this sentence carefully. Heather, does it mean that I can change the plot? As soon as this question was asked, he became more nervous. His mind was a little blank and a little expectant. The other party didn't let him wait for long in vain and quickly give a positive reply. Customer Service O2, as long as it is not the main storyline, you can modify it. Customer Service O2, however, the main purpose of this function is to allow you to have a normal gaming experience, to prevent the situation where you cannot continue after a bad end. Customer Service O2, therefore, I suggest that you use it with caution, or only use it when your life is in danger. Customer Service 02. Although this is just a free game, excessive use also has its price, such as your current physical condition. Please be careful about this. A lot of nonsense, and a bit second-rate, in view of the previous experience of being repeatedly harassed by other game customer service links. Shizzy once again decisively deleted Customer Service 02 and kicked him out of the social software. Anyway, it's a game customer service, so contact him again if you need it. The physical condition is due to being addicted to the game and not paying attention to diet. What does it have to do with game file loading? Shizzy decisively ordered a bunch of fried foods to ensure that there is enough food at home. Anyway, he didn't plan to quit the game, so Shizzy naturally wanted to continue playing, although he was not sure whether he would encounter an irreversible main storyline in the future. As long as he could change some of the plots, even if it was just a non-main storyline, and it would benefit his family, Shizzy would immediately use it. Customer Service 02. Actually, I think that the state you are in with the game is enough. Please don't continue to invest your feelings in the game and don't get addicted. Customer Service 02. Customer Service 02. You deleted me again. Back to the game. Sometime after Jason's funeral, Wayne Manor welcomed a new Little Master, and Batman welcomed a new Robin. Hazel welcomed a new brother. The new brother is called Tim Drake. He is 1 year younger than him, but not smaller than Hazel. Although his face is still boyish, his eyes are firm and his expression is always mature. In many cases outside of training, he will be like a normal boy, laughing and playing with his favorite things actively. Although he was a little distant from Hazel at first, if they get close to each other, they will get along with each other awkwardly. It is indeed as Bruce said at the beginning. The new kid is a kind, intelligent, firm, just and idealistic kid. He has many shining points and is a new bright spot in Wayne Manor. Hazel has never seen Dick when he was so young. When they first met in the underground laboratory, Dick was already a few years away from adulthood, and he was a calm and capable older brother. But Afu smiled and secretly shared with Shizzy. When Master Dick was a child, he was also like Master Tim now. Shizzy said, I will protect him too. Afu looked at Shizzy gently, without saying a word. But Shizzy himself seemed to have a firm belief, looking seriously into Afu's eyes, and said word by word, just like Brother Dick protected me, I will also protect him, protect my brother. Afu, don't be too tired. The housekeeper's warm big hand gently pressed Shizzy's head, just like stroking a child's hair before going to bed every night to urge the child to rest as soon as possible. Afu said to him, but you have to protect yourself too. I will do it, Shizzy thought. The footsteps in the corridor at night can no longer make him anxious and afraid, but the extra free time at night and the moonlight besides welcoming the night patrols make him unable to fall asleep. He couldn't stop, and when the moonlight appeared, he fell asleep with peace of mind. So on a beautiful moonlit night, Heath touched the bruise on Tim's face, looked at the medical box in the corner, but retracted his gaze and did not offer to help with treatment. At that moment, Heath did not stop his actions, but thought a lot in his mind. He considered Tim's self-esteem, Robin's training intensity, Bruce's recent abnormal state, and the endless criminals and supervillains who hurt the vigilante. I am still far behind, compared with the first and second generation Robin, Tim said at this time. He thought, in fact, he is also far behind. He can't be an excellent brother like Dick and Jason, who firmly isolates danger from him. In many cases, he can only touch everyone's heart sensitively, wanting to help this dim and warm family member and repair their hearts that are actually as fragile as ordinary people. But in fact, he can do more. Although it is not clear whether the main plot will fall on his family again, and it is not clear whether his efforts to modify the ending of the branch plot will be useful. But seeing Bruce return safely, Tim doesn't have to suffer the pain of his family's death. Alfred can be less busy, and the originally dead citizens of Gotham are alive and well, watching Tim's burning belief in becoming Robin never extinguished. The young man's blood is not tainted by any dirt, and the dust that shouldn't be there is not attached to the experience of youth. Even if the game is reloaded again and again, no one knows what he might be doing. Hazel also thinks. In this way, I can indeed become a qualified brother. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. Good evening. I always feel that this sentence is particularly familiar today. It seems that the other party has been saying this sentence over and over again. I seem to have heard countless such words at this time, appearing in the same scene and moonlight, but it may also be an illusion. Tim stopped. His brain, which was confused by the Gotham cyber criminals, started working again. He looked at the child in front of him and blinked slowly. There was nothing wrong with his retina. The boy in front of him had clear eyes, the corners of his mouth were raised as usual, his clothes were clean, and his hair was soft, as if covered with starlight. His temperament was easy to recognize, and his outstanding appearance was even more recognizable. There is no doubt that this is Heiss. It can only be Heiss who was met at Wayne Manor at night, far away from the filth of Gotham. He is always clean and safe under the protection of everyone, carefree, and only needs to worry about homework and brothers. It should be so, but Tim looked at Heiss at this time, blinked slowly again, and a different image and a completely opposite picture came to his mind. He saw the boy in his mind. His limbs were stained with blood, there were multiple gunshot marks on his chest, blood was flowing down, and there were faint scratches from steel at the connection between his limbs and torso. Tim opened his eyes wide, clenched the water cup in his hand, and immediately looked down at the feet of Heiss. There was no blood, the floor was clean, there was no so-called bright red blood, and there was no torso creature that was transformed from blood. Looking up at him again, he could only see a boy standing there, his body clean and intact. What he saw just now was like a dream belonging to Tim. Heiss looked at him and tilted his head slightly. "Brother," Tim subconsciously said. "No, it's Tim." He looked at the person in front of him again, and felt that he might be dizzy. He had seen too many victims who died in miserable ways recently, so he had such a terrible hallucination, and the object was the idiot in front of him. Tim rubbed his eyebrows and threw those terrible images out of his mind. He raised his head and drank the water in one gulp, which calmed his brain after a busy night and washed away a lot of fatigue. However, these actions were too sudden, which attracted the attention of Heath. Heath stopped his pace and approached Tim under the moonlight. He probably thought that Tim was worried about his parents and the criminal case, and comforted him in a gentle tone. "Don't worry, Tim, Bruce will bring your parents back safely." Tim's trance just now was not about worrying about this matter, although he was indeed troubled by the kidnapping of his parents, but for the hallucination that suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't describe it to the person in his hallucination, so he simply admitted what the other party said. "Well, I believe it too." Tim felt a little guilty about the bloody picture in his mind, because he didn't understand why he thought so much about the other party, thinking that the other party was in such a miserable state. He felt that he didn't hate Heath, and even because of this period of time and past events, Tim thought that he was even willing to protect him. He felt embarrassed and changed the subject. "But the signal from the kidnappers of my parents is not good. I think it may be difficult to get there in time." Heath: "No, we will definitely get there in time." Tim: "Huh?" Faced with Tim's doubts, Heath still insisted, "Dad will definitely get there in time." Tim looked at his affirmative look and found it a little funny. He thought that this guy really trusted his father, just like some time ago. He believed that Bruce would not be stabbed by the gunpowder in the warehouse when chasing the Joker. He always trusted his father. Tim didn't want to talk too much about this matter. After drinking this glass of water, he still had to go back to the Batcave to see if he could help. But before turning around and leaving, he looked at Heath and said inexplicably, "Rest early. Why don't you go to bed now? You still have classes tomorrow." The other party smiled. "Okay." At that time, Tim didn't notice, until everything was safe and sound. His parents were successfully rescued, and many subsequent actions were less obstructed, and some places were unexpectedly smooth, and he occasionally felt irritated and sad. Tim paid close attention to something wrong and began to look up information and search for the reasons behind it. So, With his own guesses and Bruce's silent acquiescence, he was sure that he had found the answers to these. "I need to visit the wizard," Bruce said to Tim in the Batcave. "It will take some time, but it won't be too long before I come back." Tim nodded. "Same as before, right? I will protect Gotham." He has inherited Robin's uniform, a uniform that symbolizes faith and responsibility, shining on the young man, and making the young man's body more upright, just like the several outings since then. Tim silently supports Bruce's exploration of the magic side. He will be the backing of Gotham and keep in touch with Batman, who occasionally goes out. Make sure that while not abandoning their duties, they can use their free time to explore some destiny that they are all curious about. After Bruce left, he was busy in the Batcave, but he did not forget to return to his room to rest, and to find Hazel somewhere in the corridor or manor. Even though he did not need to welcome the team back from the night patrol during this period, Hazel still had trouble falling asleep, and often left his warm and safe room late at night. Tonight, Tim caught Hazel in the corridor again. Hazel was grabbed by the collar and stammered, "No difficult questions today." "Tim, no questions about this." The guy whose collar was grabbed, the hem of his clothes was pure white, without any blood stains, shining in the moonlight, like a pool of quiet spring water. Tim looked forward. The place where the moonlight shone in, not far ahead, was a window in the corridor. It was also the place where he was tired, standing and looking at the bright moon in the dark night, and was stalked by Hazel from behind. Time passed, and he had successfully inherited the position of Robin, just as he thought in the moonlight at that time. It was worth it, although he was tired. It just had fewer twists and turns, because someone carefully healed those scars day and night before he encountered those pains and twists that shouldn't have happened. "Nothing to do today," Tim said. "Go and rest." Hesitz was stunned. "Hey, I'll wait a little longer." But he couldn't beat Tim's strength, and he didn't want to kick and fight with his family, so he was pulled into the room, pressed on the bed, and covered with a quilt. This set of operations was smooth and there was almost no room for resistance, and even words had to be blocked in his mouth. It was not until he lay down that Hesitz had the opportunity to refute. "Obviously you are the younger brother." How could he throw his brother into the room like an old father, press his head and cover his head with a quilt? Rude. Tim crossed his arms and looked down at Heath. "Whoever has the bigger fist is polite. Understand?" Heath glared at him. "You've learned bad things." Tim took the opportunity to blame others. "Dick taught me." Heath, wow. Ignoring Heath's squeaking, Tim brought the big yellow duck doll over and stuffed it into Heath's arms. He turned off the lights and pulled a stool to sit down. "Go to sleep quickly. I won't leave until you fall asleep." Heath was still staring at Tim at first, looking indignant. But after a while, he saw some fatigue on Tim's face, blinking his eyes again and again, and then quietly closing his eyes. But his breathing rhythm could not slow down. Tim sat next to him and waited quietly for about half an hour, and Heath finally forced himself to fall into a deep sleep, and his breathing became longer and longer. Tim lowered his eyes and watched for a while. After becoming Robin, too many deeper memories of the Wayne family were open to him without defense, and he also understood these past shadows and new memories, including himself with his detective ability. Tim thought that he should have seen that he couldn't sleep because of the departure of the second-generation Robin. The encounter that night was not a coincidence, and the smoothness of many nights was not a coincidence. "Let me do something too." Tim gently closed the door, looked at the moonlight and thought, "Let me carry something too." He came to the Batcave, where Alfred was operating the computer, helping Bruce on the other side of the network to search for information. "Alfred." Tim took a big step towards the computer and touched the mouse. "I'll take care of this part." Back to reality, they finished the meeting late at night and scattered again, each taking charge of their own part. People in the Bat family are always like this. They always like to carry something alone, but they don't resist walking with others. They think that the thorns on their bodies will hurt each other, but the distance in their hearts is actually the closest. They know each other better than ever. Just a little bit of a membrane. Only when a life-threatening situation or a ray of moonlight melts this membrane directly and gently can they gather together awkwardly and communicate something sincerely. Tim calmed down his emotions and left the Batcave. He was going to go back to his room to prepare something else based on the content and plan of these conversations, and see if there was anything else that needed to be added. Hey, Jason called him before going upstairs. Jason said, "What were you thinking about before the meeting?" Tim expected it. He knew his gaze and emotions before the meeting. For the battle-hardened Red Hood, it was obviously a very obvious sight, so it was expected that he would be called. Jason stared at Tim with sharp eyes, waiting carefully for the other party's response, so as to immediately judge the truthfulness of his answer and whether there was anything hidden in it. "I didn't think much." Tim walked up the stairs, passed by Jason, and said lightly but steadily, "I just think that he slept better on the nights after you came back." "I think this is a good thing." Jason didn't stop him. After listening to Tim's words, he stood there for a while, looking at the moonlight, Yaya's room, and his childhood room, which Afu still kept intact. Tim walked a few steps away and heard a low voice, "It's a good thing indeed." Chapter 63. Peter Parker sat on the sofa a little stiffly. Looking out the window, the busy traffic and beautiful neon lights together form a special picture in the bustling area of New York. The expensive glass cost of the Stark building and the unique perspective of the high-rise building add a bit of color to this scene, but this is not what makes Peter nervous. He has been to the Stark building many times and no longer feels so restrained here. The reason for his current restraint is, so nervous. Tony Stark and Strange walked out of the office one after another and happened to see Peter's appearance. He immediately felt funny. "Didn't you say you wanted to go?" Peter rubbed his hands a little excitedly and nervously. "That's what I said a few days ago." He came to the Stark building and listened to Mr. Stark's teaching about being too reckless the day before. He lowered his head and stammered, and smiled foolishly when he was told. This is Peter Spider-Man's daily life. Although he is a famous friendly neighbor in New York City, he can fly over eaves and walls and has a strength of hundreds of tons. But behind the vigilante Spider-Man, he is actually just a teenager under 20 years old. Teenagers are always full of passion and justice. When faced with situations that threaten the lives of others, they always like to lend a hand, especially Peter, who has special powers. But as his predecessor Iron Man and an adult, Tony has to repeatedly instruct Peter in these situations, asking him to protect others while ensuring his own comfort. Having said that, Peter thought absent-mindedly, isn't Mr. Stark always the first to rush in when there is danger in New York? Just as he was listening to the instructions with one ear in his left ear and the other out with the other, Dr. Stephen Strange walked in. "Peter, Dr. Strange usually doesn't appear here easily when there is nothing big." When Peter saw Dr. Strange appear here, his brain worked quickly, and he began to think about whether there was anything big happening recently, or if there were any signs before something big happened. He worked his brain at high speed. Then the conclusion was number. Peter turned his head to look at Mr. Stark, hoping that he could give him some hints. As a result, before he could receive any information, Tony glanced at him and decisively threw Peter out of the office, asking him to wait in the hall. Then he closed the door, leaving Peter alone sitting stupidly on the sofa, staring at the news on TV. The female host on TV was smiling and telling the latest news in a gentle voice. Stark Enterprises will cooperate with Wayne Enterprises. Peter glanced towards the office. The closed door could not let out any sound. Stark technology was as strong as ever. Even if he climbed to the office window, the glass could block the conversation inside. Peter sighed. He felt that Mr. Stark still treated him as a child. In several major events of the Avengers, if he hadn't taken the initiative to join, Mr. Stark didn't want to involve the child at all. After a long time, there was finally movement in the office. Peter pretended to watch the handsome young president of Wayne Enterprises speaking on TV, but in fact he pricked up his ears and secretly looked at Dr. Strange, who pushed the door open. Dr. Strange could have drawn a portal to leave, but he didn't seem to have finished his words. He walked in another direction with his long legs and said to Tony, "If you really want to cooperate, you still have to go. At least you don't have the data from Batman, and we can't get more information." "Tony, damn it, I really don't want to go to the old Bat's territory." "Dr. Strange, you'd better not tell me that you expect a wizard to record the data for you clearly." "Tony, I can make a list for you." "Where is your doctorate?" "Dr. Strange, Hey, I have a doctorate in medicine. Following the reopened office door, Peter saw Tony holding his chin with his hand, and a speechless expression appeared on his handsome face. Doctor Strange walked hurriedly, and before leaving the hall, he still did not forget to throw out a word. In short, if you want to get specific data, you have to get close to that kid named Hazel. That's it, it's obvious. Tony put his hand down, he frowned, sighed, and was about to say something. But he heard a weak voice in his ear, repeating Doctor Strange's words with some curiosity and surprise. Hazel. It was Peter who asked curiously on the sofa. Doctor Strange stopped before leaving the hall and pressed the elevator button. He glanced back and confirmed that there was no other untrustworthy person here except Tony and Peter. So he repeated slowly, "Yes, Hazel, but don't tell this name to the outside." "Stark, the elevator is too slow. I have to use the portal now." Tony stared at the number on the top of the elevator. In fact, the elevator has arrived. The elevator door slowly opened, and Doctor Strange was about to step into this slow machine out of boredom, but he unexpectedly heard a question again. "This Hazel you are talking about?" Peter scratched his head and said, I want to know, does he live in Gotham?" Ding. The elevator door had closed and began to descend, but this sentence had caught the last moment of the elevator door closing and reached Doctor Strange's ears. Instant, a bright light appeared, and a circular arc of fire appeared out of thin air in front of Tony and Peter. From inside, they could see the scene inside the elevator car and the long leg that was moving quickly. Tony held his forehead. Doctor Strange used the portal to quickly leave the descending elevator and stood in the lobby again. He raised his eyebrows and bent down, pressing Peter's shoulder on the sofa. "I think I overlooked something. In fact, the portal is much faster than the elevator." Peter was shocked. Oh. Doctor Strange lifted his cape handsomely and sat on the sofa, looking like a big boss, with his curly hair swaying with his movements. He crossed his hands, looking like he was talking to someone, and continued to ask, "I think there is no greater coincidence than this. Gotham, Hazel." Peter sat more and more reserved. "Doctor Strange, tell me, what do you know?" Tony came out of the office at some point, and sat opposite him carelessly, with a gossiping attitude ready to listen. "Peter, eh?" The news on TV was still playing. The handsome face of young Master Wayne only appeared for a short time before the two industry insiders started to talk about the benefits of various cooperation and the projects that would be opened in the future. This was obviously a big deal for people in the economic circle, but for the teenager Peter, who was surrounded by the two big guys, these were irrelevant, even though he was actually very interested in finance and science. After all, he was busy stammering to the two big guys about what he knew and his friendship with Heath. "I remember," Tony said after listening for a while. "Is this the online friend you have been talking about?" Heath was Peter's very good friend. This was not something that needed to be concealed. Peter usually talked about his friends, such as working part-time for his friends for a period of time to give them Lego gifts. Tony encouraged Peter to make more friends and was very impressed by the friend he mentioned. He recalled at this time and began to hold his chin and said, "So your friend is from the Batman family, that makes sense." He said this without a beginning or an end. Doctor Strange immediately asked, "What do you mean?" "This kid told me before," Tony said. "Something like his friend seems to be sick all the time." After years of friendship, Peter talked about all the limitations of Heath's life. He was just like the back of his hand, and he could talk about it endlessly. Because of some unspeakable specialness, Heath refused his friend's requests to meet, and he didn't even send a photo. He was always bored in a repetitive corner. Even Peter and Clark would take a few photos of their playtime, including selfies, showing the beautiful life of modern young people. "But he can't," Peter always said worriedly. "He always stays at home and doesn't have many people to contact. I really can't help but worry about him." After hearing this, Tony thought, is there such a miserable child? As half of Peter's vigilante career, Tony is willing to do something for this kind and righteous child, such as improving the battle suit, teaching fighting knowledge, and the problem of friends at that time. If there is such a miserable child, Tony doesn't mind helping Peter as much as he can. Of course, the premise of all this is that he can help. So in order to understand the other party's problem, Tony wanted to collect some fragmentary information without hurting the other party's privacy, so as to plan where to start helping. As a result, he just tried to search for some clues in the chat room. Oh my god! Directly confronted with a certain network force. This unknown network force did not know where it came from, but its network technology was quite outstanding, almost able to compete with the technological genius Tony. But this force did not. It just firmly guarded any information about Heather in the network world. Whenever there was any fragmentary information touched by someone, it would quickly start to work, firmly guarding the information and not letting it go, and even reversely invade, like a beast protecting its cubs. At that time, this force was naturally facing Tony, a super genius famous for various technologies. How could Tony allow this force to reversely invade him? He immediately picked up the keyboard and fought hundreds of rounds with the other party in the network world. Peter's eyes widened. Who won? The two sides barely reached a tie. Both sides were highly skilled and unwilling to give in easily, so the duel lasted for a long time without a clear winner. It was rare to have such an opponent with whom one could exchange skills smoothly, so Tony was delighted and could not help but invite him. Come again next time? The other side did not accept the invitation. But the next time Tony tried to find some clues secretly, they would start to fight each other's skills on the internet again. Tony thought of the past and put his hand on his forehead again. So that's how it is. If it was under the protection of that old bat, it's no wonder that they could fight back and forth. Doctor Strange said mercilessly. Old? With your age, you can't say that the other party is old, Tony argued. I am young in spirit. What do you know? Look at my bold and exquisite color matching, and he is obviously younger in all black. Peter slowly raised a hand as they argued. So, Mr. Strange is going to find Hazel, Doctor Strange said. Yes, I don't think there is another guy in Gotham who meets the requirements. Speaking of this, he remembered the purpose of this visit. He squinted his eyes, held his chin, turned his head and scanned the teenager on the sofa with a serious look. And a satisfied look slowly appeared in his eyes. This look was like the white coat in the hospital looking at the patient's X-ray film with appreciation. Peter shivered all over and felt that he was being dragged on a pirate ship, but before he could slip away, he was grabbed by Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange held Peter with one hand and looked at Stark. I remember that Peter's grades in science courses were quite good. Tony nodded. Of course, I also taught him a lot of higher knowledge, Doctor Strange further confirmed. Then, he can be half of you. Tony smiled. If you mean in terms of measuring data, then it is indeed possible. Great. All problems were solved. Peter tried to interrupt tremblingly. Hey, wait. But Doctor Strange said, I plan to take you to meet this friend. Do you want to go? The words of refusal were stuck in his throat. Peter thought of his friends whom he had not seen for decades, and recalled the bits and pieces of information he had seen on the internet before. He could not say no to jumping on the pirate ship. Go. Peter scratched his head. Forget it. Forget it. Anyway, I'm going. So after another discussion, Doctor Strange and Tony walked out of the office, took all the documents they were going to take, and stuffed them into Peter's hands, who stood up from the sofa and was looking forward to it. Get ready to go. Tony flipped through the documents for Peter, repeated the key data to be measured, and let go of his hand, raising his eyebrows to signal Peter to get closer to Doctor Strange. Shall we go to the rooftop now? Peter held the documents. Mr. Stark has a helicopter. Oh, before he could finish, Doctor Strange drew a big circle. He grabbed Peter again and took him into the portal. Tony stood outside the portal and could still hear the voice inside. No, the portal is faster. Tony heard that there seemed to be rumors that Gotham's Batman didn't like the magic side. Tony believed that this rumor was not groundless. He watched the portal shrink little by little, and seemed to smell some of Gotham's air. The helicopter on the rooftop was no longer synonymous with luxury, but became a little lonely. Tony. Damn, I don't like it either. Chapter 64. Magic is really useful. Here, it specifically refers to the portal. Following Doctor Strange, he stepped through the portal and opened his eyes after a brief dizziness. What he saw was no longer the lobby of Stark's penthouse, but the Gotham airport with lights on in the distance. Peter subconsciously took a deep breath and magically felt that the air seemed to have changed, from the smell of New York to the smell of Gotham. He began to have wild thoughts. If he had this ability, why would he worry about the wrinkled gifts he sent? He would definitely open the portal himself and send it to his online friends who had known him for many years. However, these things on the magic side are more or less unrealistic and difficult to learn. Peter still likes his Spider-Man ability. Doctor Strange didn't pay attention to these childish fantasies. Instead, he straightened his collar and urged Peter, "Tidy it up. You'll meet someone later." Peter quickly stood up, patted the wrinkles on his body, and prepared to change into his uniform. Doctor Strange looked at him and said, "Do you want to change your Spider-Man uniform?" Mr. Stark told me that it's optional. The uniform was technologically improved and instantly covered Peter's entire body, including his youthful and handsome face. With advanced technology, the words he spoke would not become muffled because of the isolation of the hood. "But it doesn't mean that you won't meet with Heath so soon, but we'll meet the spiritual leader of the Justice League first. Is that right?" "So what?" Doctor Strange didn't understand the child's train of thought. "You want to fight with Batman?" "Wow, no," Spider-Man immediately retorted. The Spider-Man mask, which had been technologically improved and was already quite mature and could reflect expressions, almost turned into a weird look of one big and one small because of the excitement of the two data eyes. No wonder the figurine shop shows Spider-Man's expression when making small dolls. It is indeed vivid and funny. "I am considering whether this counts as a meeting between the Justice League and the Avengers." Spider-Man put on his mask and his already many words became even more nagging. "Aren't we the ambassadors of the Avengers? I don't want to embarrass the Avengers by dressing too casually. Mr. Stark will definitely laugh at me for this." Doctor Strange, he didn't consider these at all. "And more." Spider-Man leaned in and whispered, as if he was talking about something very important, "I watched their broadcasts and felt that the people in the Justice League were all very serious, don't you think?" Doctor Strange listened to Spider-Man's chatter, turned his head and looked around, and looked at a camera high up. The reason why it was called looking at each other was because the camera was obviously turned around by human control and shook up and down towards them. Doctor Strange immediately understood what the other party meant. "Probably. We'll be there soon." Considering that he was not familiar with this place and needed to meet someone, he didn't use the portal again, and simply stood there and listened to Spider-Man's chatter to relieve his boredom. "Doctor Strange, why, don't I give you a serious feeling?" "That's different," Spider-Man analyzed seriously. "It's not that we are not serious. How should I put it? Let me make an inappropriate analogy. If the people of the two alliances are going to eat hamburgers, I always feel that we will go to the stone benches in the bushes to eat, while they will find a dark and windy night and stand on the top floor of the building to eat hamburgers in the wind." "Such a dark and windy night?" An electronic device sounded from somewhere, and it seemed to be close at hand. Spider-Man first looked at the camera, and then heard the sound of the fighter plane, and suddenly raised his head. He saw a modified fighter plane full of mechanical atmosphere flying in the sky, approaching them at an extremely fast speed, galloping and landing, with excellent stability. At a glance, it can be seen that a lot of high technology has been added to it to present such a magic-like effect. Spider-Man stared. "Wow, this design is so cool." Before the helicopter stopped, the hatch was suddenly opened, and the man in black and blue tights jumped down. His movements were extremely chic, and every muscle showed a smooth posture with the movement. Dr. Miracle recognized the other party without blinking. "Nightwing." Nightwing smiled slightly and shook hands with them in a friendly manner, as a welcome ceremony. Spider-Man shook hands with him. "Your gesture just now was very cool." Nightwing patted his shoulder, as if he had never met an older brother. "You have good taste, much better than the kid inside." A muffled voice came from the helicopter. "Hey, I heard it." Nightwing laughed, but he did not show off in front of Spider-Man and others, and led them to the helicopter together. Spider-Man can't put down these high-tech things, such as the super cool helicopter in front of him, which is not the same style as Iron Man. He immediately followed the two people's wishes, climbed up by the handrail of the plane, stood firmly and began to look around the cabin. His eyes met with Robin in the driver's seat. The position of Robin in Gotham has been passed down to the present, and the uniform has been improved. It is no longer a green scale shorts. The red and black color combination is both cool and youthful. The eyes under the mask are calm, not like a miner. He looks straight at Peter, as if thinking about something. However, such a blank look might be a little impolite. In order to avoid such misunderstanding, Robin quickly retracted his gaze and raised the corner of his mouth to Peter in a friendly manner. Peter subconsciously smiled back, but he had some other thoughts in his heart. He was thinking, this Robin's jawline and temperament seemed to be strangely similar to the young manager of Wayne Enterprises in Gotham. The Justice League is not short of magic. If you really want to find someone from the magic side in the Justice League, you can call out a large number of big bosses on the magic side. This is very convenient for Batman. But since it is so easy, Batman had visited them one by one when he was exploring the truth in the past few years, and even asked them to secretly check on the situation of Heath Rose on the premise of ensuring that they did not lose control. But those magic side talents were powerless. It's not that they are not capable enough. On the contrary, each of them is a powerful person who can turn the tide. They just put their ability points in combat or other aspects, not in time and control. Time magic is a very difficult and mysterious magic to learn. Raven once told them so frankly, if it is really like what you said, it is related to time. It is really difficult to see the tricks unless you can use time like a thing in your hand. As she said, Raven was also powerless to do anything about it. She really couldn't see anything. But facing the unaware and almost the same age as Heath in the distance, she still hesitated for a long time. Before leaving, she left a clue for the Batman family. On Earth, there is a wizard who has been fighting against the monarch of the Dark Dimension, Raven told them. As far as I know, this wizard has some origins in time magic. It was the Supreme Master at that time, the Ancient One. In the Himalayas, Batman found this great wizard. The Ancient One did know a lot about time magic. He controlled the mysterious magic weapon, the Eye of Agamotto. He could see people's needs at a glance and had some guesses about Heath's situation. This world is independent of other worlds. This is exactly what the Ancient One told Batman. While protecting the Earth and fighting against the Dark Lord Dormammu, the Ancient One also glimpsed the secrets of some worlds and discovered many forces that intervened in this world line early on. Ancient One. These forces may have something to do with the child's body. These clues are already very sufficient compared to the previous exploration. But when Batman invited the Ancient One to help solve the problem, the Ancient One resolutely refused, contrary to his enthusiastic attitude just now. Even if I go there, I can't do much, the Ancient One explained to Batman helplessly. In a few years, I will die, and there will be a supreme sorcerer who is more outstanding than me to replace me. Then these complex problems will have the possibility of being solved, and at this moment, the Ancient One has passed away. The supreme sorcerer who inherited the Eye of Agamotto is Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, who is sitting on the Batfighter. After listening to the general description, Peter also had a general understanding of the purpose of this trip. Although he didn't follow them ignorantly, Tony also briefly described the general content before they came. But the same statement, from the Batman and Doctor Strange, is indeed a completely different feeling. Before he passed away, the Ancient One told me about the situation here. Doctor Strange added, since I promised the Ancient One, I will come to help. So this time I can say that I personally accepted the invitation. Peter pointed at his nose blankly. Hey, then me. Nightwing laughed again. Although there were not many people present, it was rare to find a superhero like Nightwing who loved to laugh and gave people a friendly feeling. His two brothers patted Peter's shoulders like a brother. Regarding these things that combine technology and magic, we have some cooperation with Iron Man before, so it is normal for the other party to check the data in a few years. Peter understood. He was just a small technician who came here to check the data and work for the big guys on both sides. The exciting picture of the powerful combination of the Avengers in his mind slowly shattered. However, before Peter felt some loss, Nightwing approached him and said, "Do you want to play with Heath?" Heath. Peter instantly perked up again, his eyes sparkling. "Hey, Can I? Of course. Great. Wait, I haven't asked yet, who are you and Heath? Nightwing crossed his arms. I'm his eldest brother. By the way, he patted Robin, who was driving the fighter plane in front, and said, this is also Heath's younger brother, only 1 year older. Robin emphasized coldly, but Peter felt like he was suffocating. He hadn't seen his good friends for nearly 10 years, and he had already met their parents. He almost had stars in his eyes, stuttered for a long time, and couldn't successfully spit out the next sentence that was on his lips. The progress was too fast, and the child was a little bit unable to adapt. I roughly heard from Bath that the people who came this time are Heath's friends. Nightwing still calmly and gossiped about the news. He doesn't have many friends. By the way, can I ask what color the birthday present you sent a few days ago is? Peter? Tim rolled his eyes helplessly. Chapter 65. Life in Wayne Manor is really boring. Going to class with Alfred, playing chess with Damien or Tim who didn't go to class, wasting time, and a day passed just like that. At least for Heis. Due to physical limitations, it is not convenient for him to go to too many places, and there is no social interaction to kill time. Although he is still a teenager at the right age, he almost lives like an ascetic in the pace of life, meditation in the manor all day long. That's why the bad boys ignore the busyness of Gotham at night and always try to take Heis out to play. I went out a few days ago, Heis said to Jason. It's night now, isn't it? I shouldn't go out. What the fuck? Jason put on his coat coolly, almost swearing. I mean, go out if you want to. When he said this, he lowered his head and glanced at his phone. Added, at worst, you can wear a mask. Heath, wearing a mask will also affect a good part of people. Although it has not been too long since he came from real life, but it is magical. Heath felt that he was the same as before the time travel, except for the initial novelty. Everything was a family activity and daily habits that he was accustomed to. The things that needed attention were already firmly engraved in his mind. Jason then looked at Heath. After several years, he could now look down at Heath, see Heath's soft hair, and look down at his long eyelashes. These features made Heath particularly soft and fragile in Jason's eyes, like a small animal with its belly exposed. Well, Jason thought, apart from those messy things, this guy is indeed as fragile as porcelain. But this does not mean that he, a child who has not done anything bad, should be bound by the damn moral sense in Wayne Manor for life. He should have a normal life, a normal social circle, and enjoy a wider world like every normal person. Not to mention the assets of the old bat, which are completely enough for this child to live a happy life. Jason grabbed the back of Heath's collar. The force was very light, but it was not to be refused. Heath tried to turn his head to look at the hand holding him. Brother, Jason, want to go out with me to play esports? Heath kicked his legs and said weakly, there is one at home. This is not the point. Jason said, want to go out and see Gotham at night, in the downtown shopping area. Heath stopped struggling. He had actually seen Gotham at night. When he was reloading the game in the past, he wandered around Gotham alone in the middle of the night and could see almost every place in Gotham, especially the various paths leading to Wayne Manor. It's just that he was in a hurry at that time. He had to hurry and worry about meeting supervillains, so he didn't enjoy the scenery of those places carefully and leisurely. Jason approached Heath's ear, with a slightly invisible smile in his eyes. Let's go. I'm here, nothing will happen. Heath's eyes glowed. Let's go. Dash. Red and black color. Peter answered immediately. After getting such an answer, he seemed to see some regretful emotions from the corner of his jaw exposed under the Nightwing mask. What is he regretting? Peter scratched his head, not really understanding the idea of this big brother. Robin did not intend to humiliate Nightwing in front of outsiders, although he seemed to have done a lot of such things. He just silently complained in his heart about Dick's neurosis. Ever since he received the overly thoughtful gift, even if Alfred and Tim complained about him together, this big brother seemed to be unable to let go of his outrageous idea. He always felt that the gift contained some feelings beyond friendship. This idea became more intense after seeing a new group of plaster figurines appearing in Heath's room. He was almost certain of his idea. So after learning that there were friends of Heath among the guests visiting this time, the big brother almost couldn't wait to join the welcoming team. wanting to look at the guy who might have some ideas about Heath, and further verify his guess. Tim actually said to Dick before flying the plane, "Your idea is a bit too outrageous." Now looking at the silly Spider-Man and the thoughtful Nightwing in the rearview mirror. Tim, even with the Robin mask, I still feel embarrassed. He ignored the amazing reactions of the two people behind him, drove the fighter plane directly, and communicated with Dr. Strange. "Mr. Strange, what are your plans for this observation?" Dr. Strange was well prepared, just like the Ancient One before. "I will observe from a distance. If it is necessary to measure close," Tim nodded. "Please tell us. We will arrange it in advance. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Strange." "No problem. Then go directly to Wayne Manor." But the plane hadn't flown for long. Tim glanced at the data display screen, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. The flight path was changed immediately, and the Bat fighter turned around and changed direction. This turning movement was too obvious, and the several people sitting in the fighter plane immediately felt it and showed some surprised expressions. Nightwing immediately looked at the communication device he carried with him. He was stunned for a moment, and like Tim, he smiled with some understanding, and stretched out his hand and patted Spider-Man on the shoulder again. When touching Spider-Man's shoulder, Dick, who was proficient in human body skills, could immediately feel the developing bones of a teenager. Even though his hands were separated by Spider-Man's uniform and muscles, the general direction would not change. This was still a child, and a friend who was about the same age as Heath. He felt this deeply. His eyes suddenly became much gentler. First, there was less of the so-called possibility of taking advantage of his own cabbage, and second, it was Nightwing's unique good temper towards juniors and minors. Spider-Man was completely unaware of this. He had already left Nightwing's suspicion and was just confused by Nightwing's actions. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing," Nightwing said. "It's just that the plan has changed. Heath is not in Wayne Manor. He went out to play." "That's a good thing." Spider-Man was simply happy for Heath. So what?" Nightwing said faintly. "He went to the esports area." Spider-Man looked at Nightwing, his original confusion frozen in his eyes, and the top student's brain worked quickly, and he actually guessed the meaning behind this. He was right. Nightwing winked at him handsomely. "You kids all like this kind of stuff, right?" Esports area. The place was bustling with people. The lights on the game machines were flashing. The sound of throwing coins into various electronic machines was everywhere, and there were several tall or short teenagers standing in front of almost every playable machine. This is one of the places with the most people in Gotham at night. The charm of various electronic games can be more fully displayed at night, so even if Gotham is not peaceful at night, many people can always gather here, cheering and dating again. Heist was wearing a mask. He was not wearing thin clothes, because the Batman's cubs seemed to have a lot of ideas about the thickness of Heist's clothes. Whether it was Dick or Jason, they liked to put on a very safe coat for Heist in such a neither cold nor hot weather, even if they themselves wore tights of different thicknesses from beginning to end all year round. On such a night, Jason forcefully put a brown windbreaker on Heist. Heath picked a beret for himself, and wore a college-style vest and shirt under a brown windbreaker. A white mask covered the lower half of his face. At first glance, he looked like a socially anxious DK. He already had a good figure, and with this outfit, even if passers-by couldn't see his face clearly, they would always turn their heads and try to secretly look at Heath. Jason stared at them coldly, and even began to silently show his hand muscles and a bulge on his waist that vaguely looked like a gun. As a result, those people were reluctant to follow him and dispersed around. Heath looked up at his movements. Jason said, "It's good to dress like this. I don't intend to take a little homeless person out for a walk." Heath smiled with curved eyes. "No." The teenager dressed as DK pulled down his beret and began to poke Jason's arm muscles curiously. Jason lowered his arms and let him poke them. When Heath stopped poking with satisfaction, Jason said, "What?" and asked him what he thought. Hazel praised him. "Very good." Thinking back to before Jason left, in fact, the underage Jason at that time also had muscles, and as he became Robin for a longer time, he became more solid and stylish. However, due to the limitation of his teenage body, He never developed smooth and stylish muscle lines like Batman and Dick. As a result, when they met again a few years later, Jason's muscles were very developed, and he could almost arm wrestle with Batman and Dick, the kind with a considerable chance of winning. No wonder those minions ran away when they saw him. Jason raised his eyebrows, saw Hazel's somewhat envious expression, led him to the basketball throwing machine, and began to bluff seriously. "Play this. You can work hard to practice." "So fake," Hazel complained like this, but he still stood in front of the basketball throwing machine, looking at the young men and women around him who kept trying to throw the ball, and the crowd behind him who were having fun. The sound of people and the feeling of being surrounded were inevitable in such an environment. Although such an environment is noisy, it can bring people a different kind of joy, especially for Hazel. Even with a mask on, he felt for a moment that he had become a truly ordinary person in this world with a happy family. The corners of his mouth lifted, and his eyes unconsciously showed some excitement. It was indeed his first time to play pitching with his family in the dark, so he happily picked up the basketball in the basket, aimed it and was about to throw it into the far basket. As expected, he failed. Jason looked at him. "This technique, are you throwing a toy duck?" He had to come over and teach him a few more moves. After watching Heis barely learn it and almost throw 1 out of 10, he stepped aside. Then he quietly took out his mobile phone and took a look. Jason. Playing the ball throwing machine is a very time-killing thing, especially at the level of Heis who may not be able to throw 1 out of 10. This kind of game is more likely to arouse people's interest in it. I don't know which ball he threw, since not many balls were thrown in. Heis picked up another ball with great interest and was about to throw it in. His arm was tired from doing too many repetitive movements, so his hand began to become weak. He raised the ball too high and the force was not right, so it hit him diagonally near him. It suddenly bounced back with great elasticity and was about to hit Heis's face. Bang! An arm was across his face, blocking the basketball. Then he reversed the falling basketball and, a few seconds before the machine counted down, he gently exerted force and accurately hit it into the basket. Heis stared at the arm for a few seconds. He thought it was Jason's hand, but after looking closely, he could clearly see that the muscle level and clothing of this arm were not similar to Jason's. He looked sideways. Jason did not walk away, but stood not far away, where he could come to protect him at any time, and calmly looked away, as if to make room for him. The owner of the arm looked like a high school student with brown hair. Although his face was handsome, it also had a childish immaturity. He was slightly shorter than Jason, and his body was not sturdy. At first glance, he was even a little thin. He looked like a nerd, but the arm full of strength in front of him did not look like a real nerd. The basketball shooting machine accumulated enough points before the countdown and started counting again. Heathers did not immediately hold the ball and continue playing. Instead, he curiously looked at the high school student in front of him who was not stopped by Jason. The high school student moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but when he was looked up and down by the eyes, his ears slowly turned red, and he stammered, "No, don't you want to continue playing?" His eyes were wet, and although he was not wearing a school uniform, he revealed a DK flavor that was very similar to Heather's college-style clothes. Heather. Chapter 66. A handsome DK suddenly appeared and helped him out of the basketball machine. He even nervously called his name, Heather. Most people would be overjoyed if this happened. They would be able to start a romantic relationship with DK. But for Heather, this scene was a bit too wrong. As a Wayne kid with a special physique, he has been in an isolation zone where information is strictly protected all year round, so even people in Gotham have hardly heard of this name. And the name, Heather, is also relatively rare. To be honest, it was very strange to find him so accurately wearing a mask and call out his name. If Jason hadn't been standing aside without moving, it seemed like he had agreed. Heather almost thought that the boy in front of him was the new supervillain who would take Jason away with him after throwing the ball. But fortunately, his reason prevented him from making these embarrassing subconscious actions. Jason let the other party get close to him and believed that the other party would help him block the basketball. Obviously, The DK in front of him was either an acquaintance of the Bat family or an acquaintance of Heather. Heather was holding a basketball, and he hadn't figured out how to face the stranger in front of him. The brown-haired, dog-eyed teenager scratched his head and called out again in embarrassment. Many fine beads of sweat slowly appeared on his forehead, and his slightly curly hair seemed to bend nervously. The powerful arm that had just slapped the basketball away was retracted in front of him, and it seemed that he was about to rub his hands nervously in the next second. This DK was super nervous and super expectant. "Heather, hello, wow, this is the first time we meet. It seems that he can say a lot, and he also has a lot to say, but it seems that under such appearance, the other party is a little shy, which makes many words that can be said stutter, and the logic of the narration is also messed up. This is my first time here, and then I saw you playing basketball. Do you like basketball? But I feel that you are not very good at it." Jason, who was standing up with his ears tapped on the side. Jason began to hold his forehead and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. He simply gave a look to Heiss, and then turned his head completely to be alert to the crowd, and no longer deliberately paid attention to the communication between the little brats. Heiss received the look from Jason. He was stunned at first, then he blinked and came back to his senses. This way of speaking, this tacit attitude, this familiarity with him. The brown-haired DK was still hesitating and trying to find something to say in front of him. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat and heart, and he hesitated and couldn't finish them. So he was nervous and sweating, with some expectation and embarrassment in his eyes. But obviously he was expecting more. DK's anticipation of meeting and recognizing each other was reflected in his eyes, which were like countless densely packed little stars, as if the colorful lights of the game area fell into his eyes and turned into warm nebulae. With his heart pounding, DK was just about to say his name directly. "Peter," was spoken by the clear voice of a boy. The boy in front of him wore a white mask and beret, and his soft hair was faintly sticking out from the brim of the hat. DK could only see a pair of soft eyebrows and eyes that faintly showed a smile. Peter opened his eyes wide. "Bird, Peter?" Seeing that Peter did not move for the time being, Shizzy continued to say a few words softly. "Chat room, Lego, completely correct. Wow." Even through the windbreaker, he could feel the warmth of youth on Peter's hand, which was transmitted to his sensory system. He could not help but laugh under the mask, raised his hands, and gently responded to Peter's hug. Joy and happiness surged into his heart. Contact is the best way to express human emotions. All the enthusiasm and longing, surprise and friendship that young people do not express can be reflected in a simple hug from a friend. This is the first passionate hug from a friend. Through the distance, through the longing, really come to the friend on the other side of the network cable. Doctor Strange watched from a distance. Except for Peter, they all wore uniforms and did not change, so they could only find an inconspicuous place to quietly stand. "Oh," Nightwing commented. "What a touching friendship." "Great." Robin nodded slowly. It was rare for him to agree with Nightwing's words so much. After all, the happiness of being with friends is different from the happiness of being with relatives. Robin believes that only by having both can you gradually have the happiness of ordinary people. Maybe I can invite this kid to stay for a while, Robin thought. Anyway, there are many guest rooms in Wayne Manor, so there is no shortage of places for a friend to rest. But it is better to expand more social circles than to limit it to just one friend. "Mr. Strange," Robin whispered when he saw Dr. Strange put away the magic circle. "How is it?" "It is worthy of being a difficult problem left to me by the Ancient One." Dr. Strange pinched the magic circle. "If I didn't know that the Eye of Agamotto was with me, I would have thought that this kid was the incarnation of the Eye of Agamotto." Nightwing was surprised. "Huh? Really?" "Of course not," Dr. Strange said. "Through time, I can see that there are many intertwined timelines around him, but they only revolve around him. It's a bit complicated to say so. But in short, he agreed with the idea of the Bat family. Heiss once controlled the power of time and space retracing, and even used it many times, with less restrictions than using the Eye of Agamotto. Dr. Strange, but he is now an ordinary person, although there are problems in his physical condition. Ordinary people, means that Heist no longer has those abilities that transcend time. At present, he can no longer freely read and save files, and choose a beautiful and undeviated ending for the world in any timeline. Doctor Strange rarely has some feelings for this child, similar to empathy. In order to fight against the Dark Dimension, he has also gone back in time many times in the Dark Dimension space, just to ensure that the Earth enters the best ending. In that battle, he had to go back several times, experienced different and torn deaths, and finally reached the end with his tenacious will. Because of this, Doctor Strange can understand the choice this child once made. But everything has a price. Doctor Strange needs the Eye of Agamotto in hand. The dark space environment allows, and the timing is coincidental and the magic power is sufficient. Then a more free retrospective ability that seems to require no cost. It must have more additional requirements behind it. Ordinary people. Nightwing chewed on this word. Robin understood the meaning first. So, Heist can no longer go back in time, right? He no longer has these abilities? Everyone's eyes focused on him. Robin explained his thinking. At least in recent days, he has not used that skill again. I can roughly feel it. Tim is the person who is most involved in the time reversal of Heath's time. The fate line subtly changes to a smoother direction. People in it must have more inspiration, and can perceive this ability more clearly. Doctor Strange affirmed. That's right. He looked at Heath, who was playing esports with Peter from a distance. The other party was still young and immature, but the timeline connected to the distant sky on his body was broken, and the rest of the changed timeline was just a corner of the past, settled in the dust. But what has changed has become fate. Even if it is stained with dust and difficult to touch again, it is the result of hard work and still shines in the timeline. Doctor Strange briefly fell onto some other thoughts. In the many fights against the Dark Dimension, he also suffered indelible trauma and shackles in his heart because of the many time reversals. Hundreds of deaths are extremely painful experiences for everyone. Even if it is a robot, there will be wear and tear of parts. But the ending he has changed has always developed in a good direction. Just like the timeline around this child, which is already silent but still bright. Is this why you later taught me this magic of peeping into time? Doctor Strange couldn't help but think so. It's rare that the Ancient One also predicted this scene in the future. He wanted to tell him something and comfort him. He is worthy of being the Supreme Master of the Earth. Mr. Strange? Robin's question woke him up from his thoughts. Robin still asked carefully. Excuse me, can't use these abilities anymore. Is this the price he has to pay? Is there anything else? Of course not only, but I still need to do some more observations and tests, which is not a simple matter. Doctor Strange was about to continue speaking, but he paused and looked sharply at a dimly lit corner in the distance. Danger and conspiracy are brewing here. The supervillain familiar to the people of Gotham showed a corner and was eager to try the crowd in the game area. Doctor Strange, it seems that now is not a good time to talk. Excuse me. As soon as these words appeared in the air, the two people around him had already rushed out with weapons like arrows from a bow. Doctor Strange stood alone on the rooftop, and he felt that the place was suddenly much more spacious. After all, there were no two strong men around him. Let's continue the topic just now, Doctor Strange said to the communication device that was squeaking and making an electric sound not far away. They all knew it very well. Behind this device was the spiritual leader of the Justice League, the eternal guardian of Gotham, and the epitome of the pinnacle of mankind in all aspects, who had listened to the whole thing but never said a word. Batman. Chapter 67. Being a bodyguard. When Damian first received this kind of task during the meeting, he refused. Huh? Damian didn't understand at all. He slammed the table and retorted, "Why do I have to be a bodyguard?" After all, at first glance, the task of bodyguard always seemed not cool enough and not important enough, as if when everyone was working overtime towards the target company, he was patrolling the door of Wayne Building with a gun. That's for you to choose, Dick said patiently. You are not suitable to pick people up, nor are you suitable to quietly inquire about information and take care of guests. Damian has a bad temper. Dick is afraid that before Doctor Strange comes back, he will be attracted by Damian's foul mouth and have a fight first. Damian, that makes sense. In the end, he still took the bodyguard job with frustration. Now standing in the dark of Gotham, he looks at the surrounding environment for a while, and then looks at the location of Hazel and Doctor Strange. He looked at the crowded and brightly lit gaming area, but he didn't feel much envy or love. Damian has been receiving intensive training from the Assassin's League and his mother since he was young, and has also been accelerated in a different way. At a young age, he has lost the concept of childhood that ordinary people have. As a child, his short past was filled with cold weapon confrontations, various killing techniques, and blood and flesh flying everywhere. His mother taught him to learn from his grandfather and become a cold-blooded tyrant who kills without blinking an eye in the Assassin's League. However, after seeing his character go astray, she had inexplicable emotions. She actually had unprecedented hesitation about whether to continue on this path. So, based on her mother's starting point, Talia planned a series of events and handed the child over to Batman for education. Learn from him. Learn from Batman. Damian silently understood the implication of his mother's words, and also understood the circumstances and consequences of changing to a new environment. But as a child with such a bloody childhood, Damian has roughly determined his personality and can no longer share the same thought circuits as ordinary children. Therefore, facing the lights of thousands of houses and the powerful game sound, he was not as eager to try as Heist and others, and he did not understand how much fun was behind these. But it is not impossible to give it a try. Damian stared at Heist in the game area, and this thought came to his mind again, which made him a little annoyed. Although he was not interested in these games, since he was playing with the idiot at home, he could give it a try. But Jason had firmly taken the position of playing with, and refused to give it to Damian. For this reason, they even had a fight. Damian lost to Jason due to the gap in age and other aspects, and could only accept his fate as a bodyguard. Thinking back to this, a little inexplicable anger came up in his heart again. About his defeat, this fire came suddenly. It was also coincidental. Just when Damian touched the weapon he was carrying, the fire from his heart ignited the slowly tense muscles, warming them to the most suitable state for combat. A suspicious person carrying a weapon approached the game area silently. He put his other hand in his trouser pocket and sent a message to the communication device calmly. He swung his arm and swung the cold weapon in his hand outwards, hitting the half-shoulder of the visitor fiercely. This blow was fierce and decisive, almost cutting off half of the opponent's shoulder. The injured part was no longer covered by muscle tissue, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The thrown one-handed sword flew out in a rotation, and the handle hit the wall behind the visitor, bounced back in the opposite direction, and was caught in Damian's hand like a boomerang. The silver-white light of the metal blade shone dangerously in the dim light. The sword was covered with a thin layer of blood, and Damian shook it lightly and slid to the ground. He looked at the muscular man in front of him who was stabbed and screamed, his face grim, and thought that this move was not too much. Damian didn't want to be stared at by Batman with disapproving eyes because of his heavy hands. When the big man recovered, a silver-white sword was pressed against his throat, and he immediately sweated profusely. The man holding the sword didn't notice anything strange. "Hey, who sent you? How many people are there?" The big man wanted to be tough. But when Damian looked down and tapped the big man's chin with his sword, the big man confessed everything. "I'll tell you." The big man was just a small fry who was greedy for money. How could he be willing to pay the price of his life for his superiors? "I was just following the work, but from what the superiors said, it seemed to be Killer Croc and Scarecrow." Damian, big trouble. Let's not talk about how these two guys got together. But first of all, he didn't really want to work overtime tonight. The storm is still brewing over there. But for the two kids in the game area, they don't know anything. The most important thing is, of course, the various electronic games in front of them. The economic father that Heist chose for himself has finally played a great role until today. That is to exchange game coins. The assets of the richest man in Gotham are extremely terrifying. Perhaps only the richest men in the world can compete with the money of Bruce's men. Therefore, the children in the Wayne family have basically never had a headache about money. It is also because of this capital, Heist can now proudly raise the limited black gold card in the world, swipe it at the exchange window in the game area, and bring a large bag of game coins to Peter. He said happily, "I will support you." Jason followed behind and listened. "Did Dick teach you?" At first, Peter refused. Although his family is not very well off, he usually earns a lot of money from part-time jobs. The equipment needed for the vigilante work has been considerately modified by Mr. Stark, so after saving up, Peter can be regarded as a high school student with a small amount of assets. As a friend and the self-esteem of the first meeting, he does not allow him to use other people's things. But the one in front of him is Heis. Peter originally wanted to refuse sternly, but as soon as he refused once, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes on the little white mask, as if the little white dog next door saw a bone, full of expectation, with stars in his eyes. If you refuse, you will swallow it unconsciously. Beauty is alluring. Peter somewhat understands why Hi Shizzy always can't say it out or send photos in the chat. Hi Shizzy is now clearly armed tightly, wearing the bracelet well, only showing a pair of eyes. But that's it. Facing Hi Shizzy's eyes, Peter also felt hyperventilated, unable to say a word of refusal, just want to meet all the other parties' requirements. So it was natural that he was supported by Hi Shizzy and paid for game coins. Peter, it smells so good. When the two of them were in the mood, they didn't continue to play any shooting machines. Instead, the two of them stuck together, starting from the first motor in the game hall, vowing to play a circle, experience all different game machines, until the big bag of game coins was completely spent. First, they played whack-a-mole and drums, and then the two competed in the clapping music game. Peter successfully played the entire Demon King song with a spider-like hand speed, and attracted a crowd of onlookers. But Peter smiled on the surface, but in fact he was almost scared to death. The rhythm game was so exciting that the spider silk almost flew over to press the sliding button on the screen. Heist didn't notice anything unusual. He continued to drag people to play simulated motorcycles. The motorcycles in the game hall were just decorations for controlling the game, but they were quite ornamental. Compared with Dick's modified big motorcycle, the appearance was not much inferior. He forced Jason and Peter to play a motorcycle race online. When Peter first learned that this was Heis's second brother, he was thinking about whether to be polite and play the electric motorcycle to avoid embarrassing his second brother. As a result, when the game started, Jason rushed out with extremely powerful driving skills. Peter was shocked. Wow, too strong, and chased after him. Only Heis was left alone to drive the electric motorcycle in a daze, knocking over a bunch of virtual electronic NPCs, and won the devil title of Highway Bandit. The electronic machine killed people and broke their hearts, and they had to set off a lot of small fireworks to give it a title, as if it was an award ceremony. Jason, PFFT, then he made a gesture to applaud. Peter didn't realize it and followed suit and clapped foolishly, which earned him a glare from Heath. Peter corrected his mistake. Wrong. They were about to continue playing, and Heath saw the zombie shooting game in the distance and thought he would take people to try it. But Jason suddenly stopped. He didn't move forward, but kept looking at the phone in his hand. Heath stopped confused and said, "Brother." Jason's eyes had gradually become serious, and the original casualness was replaced by seriousness. His other hand was already on the gun in his trouser pocket. He looked up at Heath, then looked somewhere for a while, then lowered his head and quickly sent a message. The speed of the reply on the other side of the phone was also very fast, and the phone immediately vibrated. Jason read it again and looked up again, looking at Peter beside him. Peter followed and stood next to Heath. Ben also felt something was wrong. He looked around vigilantly, and suddenly his hand sank and got a large bag of game coins. Peter, he looked at his second brother Heis in confusion, then looked down at the big bag of coins in his hand, not really understanding how he got such a large sum of sponsorship fee. Jason looked at them seriously. "There will be a car at the back door where we left the game area in the northwest later. You should hurry up and take the car now, okay?" He said this. Obviously something big is going to happen. Heis grabbed Jason's clothes nervously. "Brother, don't you want to come together?" Jason heard Heis's words. His eyes softened instantly, no longer as cold as an iceberg, and his voice was also raised gently. "I'll be back later, you know. I need to take care of something." Heist understood. Although he is no longer Robin, and although he has been resurrected from the dead, it can be seen from his dressing behavior these few times that Jason is still doing a vigilante job, choosing to continue fighting in the hail of bullets and fighting against those evils. This is their choice of belief. He then withdrew his hand, still a little worried. Come back safely. Jason touched his head. His big hand was covered with gun calluses, scratching his forehead and itching. Okay. He didn't stay any longer, pointed out the direction for them, and immediately left Peter. Heist knew that his fighting ability was too low, so he could only be a burden, and because of his physical condition, he had to be alert to the risk of bleeding. He obediently told the waiter about the evacuation of the crowd, and then pulled Peter to the place Jason pointed. Peter was dazed all the way, and Heist was worried that it was because the people of Gotham were too tough, and the child didn't react and was nervous, so he comforted him several times. Don't be afraid. Ah no, Peter began to hesitate again. It's not, I'm not afraid. Peter was just still thinking about the few words Jason gently threw to him when he passed by. Protect Heist when necessary. Spider-Man, surveillance is not a problem. Chapter 68. Although the minions were not very skilled, they had the advantage of numbers. They could still delay the fight for a while. If they wanted to solve the problem quickly, they would have to shed blood. But Damian barely remembered Batman's advice not to use heavy hands, which restricted his fighting style. Well, he thought a little irritably, so he could only make a quick decision. He swung the long sword in his hand, and the back of the sword hit the back of the big man who rushed over. Then he rushed forward, slid with his back arched, and the blood-shining steel immediately picked up the weak parts of the minion's limbs during the long sliding path. This was not a fatal injury, but it could relieve the force in an instant, and a lot of blood would spurt out of the skin. It was enough to leave a terrifying impression on these guys who were only after money and organizations. Damian stepped sideways with one foot to increase the friction of the sliding on the ground, while supporting the oncoming wall with the other side. With a little effort, he successfully turned over and stood up. The set of movements was smooth and handsome. If you don't leave now, Damian waved the cold weapon in his hand, I'll send you away. Seeing the blood flowing, several minions were immediately frightened. They covered their injured parts and climbed up, trying to slip out of the venue. Some big men were still wiping the blood and looking at each other hesitantly. They were probably hesitating whether to leave. They wanted to slip away with them, but they were the guys with some weight among the minions behind the two supervillains. They were worried that if they slipped away now, they would be hung up and beaten by Killer Croc and Scarecrow. The vigilantes knew to stop when enforcing the law, but the supervillains beat their minions to death. But they really couldn't beat the little vigilante in front of them. If they stayed, they would be beaten too. Maybe they would have to go to the police station for a day. What should they choose? The big men who stayed stared at each other. However, before they could make a choice on this difficult option, the few minions who had slipped away flew back with a swish and fell at their feet, bringing a gust of wind. Everyone paused for a moment. Then, they all looked in the direction the minions had run from, almost in unison and stiffly. That place was far away from the battle, and was brightly lit with street lights. But now it no longer had a warm and safe atmosphere. The light was almost completely blocked by the tall figure, and the dazzling brightness only enhanced the newcomer, stretching his already sturdy shadow to be larger and wider, full of deterrence. Killer Croc. Damian tightened the sword in his hand. He narrowed his eyes slightly, tensed his muscles to the best condition, and flashed through his mind countless combat techniques for dealing with the current situation. He did not slack off, because he knew this guy was not an easy one to deal with. Scarecrow's men. Killer Croc's figure gradually became clear under the light. His mountain-like body and layers of green scales made him look like a giant demon from hell. Terrifying. Where are you going? Killer Croc's kick didn't kill the minions. They struggled to get up after hearing his words, and begged for mercy timidly. Then, he turned his eyes to Damian. Wow. Damian said, First, let me ask you, are you going to the esports area with Scarecrow to play games? The hesitant big men around no longer hesitated. Their eyes became fierce again. Their weapons were raised again, and they stared at Damian with coverts eyes together with the minions who got up. As long as an order is given, this place will become a place of fighting again, and a new terrible enemy will be added, that is, Killer Croc with extremely high combat power. Killer Croc was unexpectedly friendly, not as irritable as before. The answer was, of course not, Damien. Then, don't block the way. It's difficult. Killer Croc's face was backlit, and he was trapped in the darkness of light and shadow. Damien could hardly see his expression. He could only hear the other party still answering in a low voice. I just want to go there to find an answer, find a proof, find an answer that is very interesting to me. Speak human language. Damien said, don't learn from the Riddler. I don't have much patience. Just tell me, what are you doing this time? One person. Killer Croc said slowly, a boy who shines even with a mask in the crowd. I heard that as long as I am in the crowd, I can see him. How? Do you know who he is? The last word of the sentence has not yet been uttered from his mouth. The knife light is already in front of him. Damien kicked the big man nearby and threw the sword at Killer Croc again, directly to his vulnerable eyeball. He pulled out another sword from behind and rushed over with the force. In an instant, he was at the same speed as the flying sword. His eyes were fierce and his muscle strength burst out in a very short time. Killer Croc immediately crossed his arms to block. While fighting back and defending, he heard what the boy in front of him said to him. I may not know who he is, but I know you can't find him. The sword light brought a fierce cold wind, because you will be buried here. Heath pulled Peter and ran out of the game hall reluctantly. This is not an easy thing. In order to reduce the number of injuries and to make room for the vigilantes at work, Heath informed the waiter about evacuating the crowd. The power of the black gold card is too effective for ordinary people. The management immediately believed his words. Gotham is a gathering place for many supervillains. Although the crime rate is getting lower and lower due to the efforts of Batman and others, it is still a relatively dangerous place for ordinary residents who live there all year round. After living there for a long time, the citizens of Gotham have their own life tricks, which is to slip away quickly when they see that the situation is not right. The crowd in the game area quickly surged out. The flow of people is huge, and when they surge, the force of pushing is also very strong. Before they reached the designated location, the sound of fighting in the distance could be heard here, and the density suddenly reached a new level. The crowd was so crowded that it was suffocating because of fear. They rushed out one after another, fearing that they would be affected if they were slow. With this situation, it might be difficult for Heist alone to get out. Fortunately, Peter was beside him. The seemingly shy and thin tall man handed a bag of game coins to Heist, then put his arm around Heist's shoulders and put his other hand in front of their chests. He formed a protective circle in the crowd and walked Heist out of the game area safely. He even did not forget to protect Heist's beret, and pulled back the hat that was about to fly away several times, and buckled it firmly on Heist's head. They came to the northwest of the game area, a small road a little further away. In front of them was a road with fewer vehicles passing by. Thanks to Peter's careful protection, only some wrinkles appeared on Heath's clothes, and his mask and hat stayed in place. Is your arm okay? Heath grabbed his arm and looked it up and down as soon as he went out, worried that his friend's hand was squeezed and hurt. Peter shook his head. It's okay. After becoming Spider-Man, his arm strength is amazing, not to mention this small group of people. Even if a large car hits him, he can probably block it easily. Naturally, he won't be injured. Heath looked again, and indeed did not find any scars, so he was relieved. He began to take out his mobile phone and read the information on it. There is still 1 minute left. They were met by the Batmobile parked nearby. When the fireproof, lightning-proof and rocket-propelled Batmobile arrived, it would take them back to the Batcave safely at the fastest speed. We'll be there soon. Heath felt that Peter was not in a good mood, and patted him soothingly. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Peter. Spider-Man is certainly not afraid of these. When he was a vigilante in New York, he had fought with many abnormal monsters. After joining the Avengers, he had seen many big scenes, so he was not as scared as an ordinary high school student when the atmosphere was tense. He just thought about what the second brother of Heath said all the way. Spider-Man, Peter actually guessed the identity of the Heath family. It was nothing more than that his friends and brothers were all vigilantes, and his father was Batman or something. You can tell from the attitudes of Mr. Stark and Nightwing, but he was a little surprised by Jason. Although he was not Robin and Nightwing, he knew his identity very well, and from their communication, it can be learned that Jason was also a vigilante. There was a kind of awkward feeling that he was seen through, but he didn't know the other party's identity. Peter instinctively thought about the other party's origin and analyzed the meaning behind these words. He looked up at the roadside and saw the necessary red dot camera. Surveillance is not a problem. Peter blinked. He felt that he roughly understood. The identity will be discussed later. The most important thing now is to follow Nightwing's instructions before coming here, not to let Heath get hurt, and to send his good friend home safely. The roar of a car came from a distance. The light spot lit up from the dark night and kept approaching them. Heath just opened his eyes and wanted to take Peter to the two cars. But before the car was fully revealed, he keenly felt something was wrong. The phone did not seem to remind him that the Batmobile had arrived. Peter had excellent eyesight and could see the vehicle coming in the dark at a glance. This was not the Batmobile. This was another armed vehicle full of sturdy men, approaching them with weapons. On the way to them, the windows on both sides of the car were already open, and two shooters with guns half extended, squinting their eyes and trying to shoot the two of them on the roadside in the distance. Peter did not hesitate, grabbed Heath and pulled him into the alley between the buildings. Before he stood still, he heard the sound of bullets hitting the trash can on the roadside. No, they have high lethal weapons. As an ordinary, unarmed high school boy, Peter had no way to protect Heath from a car full of gun-equipped strong men in an unfamiliar place, but there was no one else he could trust around, and Doctor Strange was nowhere to be seen. Heath was pulling Peter's hand. "Run this way. We have to find a chance to get on the Batmobile. We can't wait here." Heath, who was still wearing a small white mask, sent a message to the other side of the phone with a serious look in his eyes, and then immediately prepared to find a way out in the dense alleys of Gotham and get rid of the people behind him. But it was difficult. The gangsters were chasing them not far behind. Peter gritted his teeth and let go of Heath's hand. "You run over there, I'll run over here." "Huh?" Heath was stunned, not understanding Peter's brain circuit, and his hand was taken away. When he regained his composure, Peter had already exerted the outrageous speed of a 100-meter race and disappeared in front of him, leaving only a puff of smoke. "Heath, but you don't know the way. Are you looking at Google Maps while running?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. To be honest, Heist didn't quite understand Peter's sudden action. He was worried that Peter's choice would hurt himself, so he subconsciously wanted to chase him. But after taking 2 steps, he felt that the gangsters were more likely to follow him. He had to think again, and ran in the opposite direction of Peter. "He's there, stop!" Rough shouts came from behind him, full of murderous intent. As expected, thanks to the special top charm value of this body, the gangsters turned over and jumped out of the car and chased into the alley between the buildings. None of them chose to chase Peter. As if they had a target in mind, they all rushed in the direction of Heist, and even raised their guns and tried to shoot Heist's leg joints while running. Ping bang, Heist rolled over and hid behind the steel oil drum, and sparks of bullets splashed at the place where he was originally standing. The distance was shortened. In order to prevent the bullets from causing blood to surge and a bunch of mutants to form on the spot, Heist couldn't continue running, and naturally couldn't continue his plan to get rid of them. What to do? Heist touched the weapon on his waist. It was a silenced pistol. Although there were only a few bullets, it was very lethal. This was a birthday gift from Damien. When he gave it to him, he told him to carry it with him and pretended to say disdainfully, "You idiot will be dead without this." Now it really comes in handy. Before Peter was there, he didn't take out the pistol easily. First, he felt that the bullets were not enough to deal with so many people, and second, he felt that Peter was just an ordinary tall boy and was afraid of scaring his friends. But now the situation is urgent. Seeing that Heist didn't run away again and hid behind the oil barrel and refused to move, the group of gangsters also became cautious, changed from running to walking, and kept approaching him with guns. "Come out, kid." The leader walked the fastest, shouting as he walked, "If you surrender yourself to us, we may save you the possibility of getting hurt." "You're not stupid, are you? Come out quickly." Most of the gangsters were Scarecrow's men, most of whom were extremely vicious. They didn't simply pursue money, but committed crimes and established a larger cult organization as their ideal. These people were not easy to fool, and their shooting skills were definitely not just sketchy. One step, two steps, they approached the oil drum and were about to reach out to grab Hi Shizzy. The gangsters opened their eyes wide. A head suddenly popped out from behind the oil drum. There was no doubt that this was the person they wanted to arrest. He took the initiative to stick his head out and looked at them. He was not wearing a mask. This kid, who had been running without taking off his mask, suddenly pulled down his mask when he stuck his head out, and his beret tilted back, exposing his entire face to the air for the first time in a long time. The idea of moving forward and taking action was stopped in an instant. The gangsters stopped and stared at this face almost in a daze. This beautiful face was like a sculpture of a fairy, with a small mole at the end of the eye that was charming and soul-stirring. "This is love," such a vague thought appeared in their minds. What supervillain leader flew out of their minds? Now they only thought about love, wanting to completely possess the teenager in front of them, and then consider some more bloody things. "Hey sir." As they were brewing ideas, a young man's voice that seemed to be deliberately lowered broke the silence. Then they blinked again. There seemed to be a flash of red light in front of them, and the figure that had haunted them by the oil barrel disappeared from the spot. "Gangsters, huh? Magic?" The gangster leader looked up and found a clue. "Fuck." He was taken away by the kid who can swing. Chase him. Dash. The plan of splitting the troops into two groups was obviously a bluff. Let's not talk about the problem of finding the way. Just because of Hazel, who looked so fragile, Peter was worried about leaving him alone. Since Hazel was his best friend, and since he promised his brother to protect Hazel, Peter would definitely do it. So after Hazel disappeared from his sight, he hid in a corner and changed into his uniform as quickly as possible. He immediately fired Spider Silk and swung towards Hazel. According to his plan, he would definitely be able to get there before Hazel was caught or injured, if nothing unexpected happened. He didn't expect that the buildings in Gotham were built high and low, and the buildings were uneven, so he almost went in the wrong direction. Fortunately, the high-altitude vision was good. He used Spider Silk to find the figures of Hazel and the gangsters in the sky. Seeing that the gangsters were about to approach Hazel, his heart almost skipped a beat. He almost fell over to stick to the Spider Silk, and almost became a shadow in front of the gangsters, and took Hazel away. Scared to death, he pretended to be calm and said, "Hey gentlemen," but in fact, he was almost anxious to the point of sirens. Only when he hugged Heath's waist and felt the warmth of a healthy human body, did Peter breathe a sigh of relief. Then he pretended not to know Heath in his arms and looked at Heath in his arms. "Wow, sir, it's thrilling." "Where are you going?" Bang! The Spider Silk swung in the air, and they crashed into the building in front of them. The impact was very strong, and there was no buffer at all, and they crashed directly into the concrete building opposite. Before the impact came, Peter's spider sense and agility went hand in hand. He only had time to turn around and turn his back to the building he was about to hit, so that Heath would not hit the wall with him. There was a sunshade above the wall, which was shaken by the impact, and a pile of dust fell on the heads of the two people in the air. Heath was caught off guard and hit Spider-Man's chest muscles, and he also got a pile of mud. In an instant, he started coughing dust with a dusty face. Puff, cough, cough, cough. They were still hanging in the air of the building, connected by several spider silks, so they didn't fall. Heath looked down, and the gangsters just reacted and started to chase after them. However, Spider-Man, who was holding him, stopped in the air after the collision, with a head full of dust, motionless. "Heath?" He looked at the hand around his waist in confusion. It was not released, and he fell from midair, which should mean that Spider-Man was conscious. At least he did not lose consciousness and faint after hitting the wall. Then why did he stop there? The gangsters were still chasing with guns, and they were not safe now, so it was not time to stop. Heath had doubts in his eyes, and he reached out his hand and patted Spider-Man's hooded head. He helped Spider-Man to pat the dirt off his head. Spider-Man obediently patted the dirt for him, and even lowered his head, so that Heath could reach out and pat the dust off the top. The virtual electronic eyes in front of the mask were getting bigger and smaller, as if the person inside was desperately thinking about something. Heist shook the dirt off his hands, calmly pulled up the white mask, and pressed the beret neatly, revealing only a pair of eyes and a small mole at the end of the eye. This beret was always in a state of being about to fly but not flying all night. Fortunately, this hat was lucky enough to stay on Heist's head until now, and was not blown away by the wind. And Heist's action of pulling up the small white mask was like a switch to turn off Spider-Man's silly mode. Spider-Man finally activated it, and watched Heist pulling the mask, and began to blink. Obviously, they were virtual eyes on the two masks, but they revealed a bit of his silly smell. Heist worriedly, "Are you awake? Did you get hurt just now?" On the road below, the gangsters had approached the position where they were hanging and began to try to shoot, but because they were in midair, the range was not enough, so they began to climb the building, trying to shoot Spider-Man and Heist down together. After Spider-Man came to his senses, he glanced at the gangsters, then he mercilessly fired Spider Silk again, and the group of gangsters who had worked hard to climb the building were so angry that they cursed. In this way, he swung Heist to a farther place, and he hesitated. I'm fine. Heist, let's go find the Batmobile first, and then you can show me if there are any scratches on your back." "Peter, I'm a little worried about you." Spider-Man, "Oh, no, it's not a problem of collision. The Batmobile is Spider-Man." "Where?" "Peter." Spider-Man confirmed that this name just popped out of Heist's mouth. His eyes went black, and he almost hit the wall of the opposite building again, swinging into a slanted line. From the back, he seemed to be a little embarrassed. Doctor Strange was still talking to Batman on the communicator. The danger that Heist encountered not long ago was clearly seen by the two with the help of Batman's electronic cameras everywhere. So in fact, even if Spider-Man didn't arrive in time, Doctor Strange was about to draw the portal, ready to rescue Heather at any time and beat up the gangsters. But since Spider-Man arrived in time, there was no need for them to intervene, and they could just watch the younger generation exchange friendship. So they watched while communicating, and successfully saw Spider-Man and Heather ramming into the wall. There was a buzzing sound of electricity in the communicator, and Batman's low voice sounded in it. "I remember you said that Spider-Man would not be affected badly with the bracelet." Doctor Strange looked at it and said, "Yes. It really won't." He was very sure of this. So they were silent for a while, watching Peter almost hit another building. He narrowly avoided it with others, and his head was covered with the pile of dust that fell from the change of course. Watching from a distance, Heather, who was held by Spider-Man, reached out again to help Peter pat the dust off his head. The technique was a bit familiar, a bit like the action of a pet store clerk wiping the head of his puppy who went out to play. Batman, Doctor Strange, on the rooftop, after a strange silence between the two sides. Doctor Strange was calm, as if what he had just seen was an illusion. "The brat has not seen much of the world of beauty. It's not a big deal. Let's continue." Chapter 70. Killer Croc, Gotham's old supervillain, the owner of the Sewer Kingdom. He has a non-human size and strength, and possesses powerful strength and speed, as well as an extremely difficult regeneration ability. This supervillain has a very high level of combat and talent, and is coming with great momentum. Therefore, even for Damian, this will be a difficult battle. The fighting power of the minions can only be regarded as a side dish for the two of them, which is better than nothing. It can only slightly disrupt Damian's counterattack rhythm, but can't really play any role. Fists are flying. Damian turned his head and dodged Killer Croc's fierce punch. Behind the original position of his head, half of the wall was immediately shattered by Killer Croc's heavy punch, and it shattered all over the ground with a crash. The long sword was drawn out, and a knife chopped down at the green-scaled thick arm. However, The sharpness and the angle of the sword were not the most appropriate. As soon as Killer Croc pulled his hand away, gravity and impact instantly carried Damien away. He had no choice but to use the friction of the ground to buffer his backward momentum, and blocked the heavy fist that was chasing him with his other sword. Crack! The sword light used for defense dissipated, leaving only a hilt with fragments in Damien's hand. He did not expect the sudden situation tonight, and this sword was not the sharpest and hardest one. Damien still had a sword. He climbed up coldly, threw away the remaining hilt, took out the shotgun in his trouser pocket, and put his finger on the trigger. The muzzle of the gun still had some heat from use, and it was faintly hot not far from his fingertips. In the confrontation not long ago, he seized the opportunity and shot Killer Croc in the eye, but was interfered by the minions, allowing Killer Croc to seize the opportunity to dodge, and the shot only hit his shoulder. This shot immediately became painless, because the skills and talents of Killer Croc are the best defense. If Damien did not shoot a reinforced bullet, this shot might not even be able to penetrate the inner layer of the scales and drill a small hole. At this time, the shoulder that was once hit with a bloody wound, the traces left by the bullet have disappeared. Regeneration. In a short period of time, these scars still healed, and Killer Croc returned to his best condition not long ago. Damien was slightly scarred, and his energy was no longer at its peak a few minutes ago. Even so, Damien still needs to be alert to the surrounding environment and the minions lying on the ground at all times, and cannot fully enter the battle. Killer Croc did not come alone. His action this time was carried out in conjunction with another supervillain, Scarecrow. As a veteran Gotham supervillain, Scarecrow is most famous for his ubiquitous and irresistible fear gas, which can immediately make people fall into the deepest fear and greatly reduce their combat capabilities. Damien and Killer Croc fight, and even a small mistake will bring terrible costs. If he is controlled by the poison gas again, he will naturally lose. The Scarecrow's men naturally carry bottles and cans filled with poison gas, so even if Damien knocks out a bunch of minions and prevents them from opening the poison gas, he must be careful of new minions coming from unknown corners and doing him some harm. Damien gripped the hilt and gun tightly. His short hair drooped slightly in front of his forehead due to the fierce battle, but it couldn't hide his fierce eyes at all. Pah! He spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and his mouth was a little scratched. Although the punch just now didn't smash his head, it also caused considerable damage to his face. In the previous battle, he was also accidentally hit in the face, but it doesn't matter. Damien thought calmly that if he really wanted to deal with the big guy in front of him, it would probably not be a simple skin wound. He might have to break a few bones to do it smoothly. His fingers rubbed lightly on the base of the gun to find the feel. What he meant was, the next shot will definitely blow this guy's eyes out. A real fight is not like the one in the game where you punch me and I hit you, and you can take a half-time break. When Damien stepped back and raised his gun, trying to shoot a bullet in the eye, Killer Croc had already attacked fiercely, with his fist as big as a sandbag carrying a strong wind, attacking fiercely. It was a close call. A third party suddenly joined in and kicked Killer Croc's attack trajectory off. Damien stayed away cautiously, but after seeing who was coming, he felt the pressure drop inexplicably. "TSK," Jason mocked, "using your head that will break with one punch. You want to compete with the enemy for the accuracy of your gun? The old bat taught you so badly." Jason opened his mouth and it was easy to attract hatred. If there was no Killer Croc staring at him, Damien almost raised his gun to let Jason taste his fighting power. Heather was still swinging in the sky, or to be more precise, it should be in the air. Spider-Man's spider silk is more like a mechanical super-adhesive glue than an ordinary biological spider silk, and it can be freely stretched and retracted as one wishes. It is enough for them to stay in the air for a long time without being disturbed by the chaos below. "Still chasing," he said. He looked down and saw the gangsters climbing the wall and trying to shoot. Before they could reach the edge of Heath's clothes, Peter fired a few strands of spider silk to change their position. The gangsters had no choice but to chase them by car. Then they started climbing the wall again. At such a distance, Heath felt that he could hear the group of people cursing fuck. Obviously, for ordinary gangsters, Spider-Man dangling in the air is really a dimensionality reduction attack. Heath looked at his phone and looked down at the farther part of the area. The most famous place in this area is the game area. The people in the game area were evacuated, and the remaining people naturally understood that something was wrong and did not stay, so the street became empty. Heath tried to see with the help of a light, and found that there were a bunch of guys dressed as gangsters lying on the road leading out of the game area. It was very likely that they were discovered by Jason, who came out to investigate, and then they punched them hard and knocked them down. Because there was no time, they continued on their way after they were knocked unconscious, looking for the mastermind. The phone screen was lit up. The small software that Bruce installed for him was reminding Heath. Since Heath was hanging in the air and his position was erratic, the distance between the Batmobile and him could not be estimated for the time being. Bat software. It is recommended to take the Batfighter. Bat software. Detection. The Batfighter is only 1,000 meters away from you. That's okay. After hitting the wall twice, Spider-Man was like being upset and refused to lower his head to pat the ground. Heath couldn't reach his head, feeling a little regretful, so he had to find the arm that was still around his waist and began to poke the muscles above, trying to wake Spider-Man up. Peter, Heath said, do you want to take the Batfighter? That might be faster. Every time Heath called, Peter, he felt that the hand on his waist trembled shyly and frightenedly as he shouted, which made him a little confused. Spider-Man raised his head stubbornly, his electronic eyes almost turned into the shape of, greater than less than comma, and began to lower his voice, imitating the voice of a mature man. I am not Peter, I am Spider-Man. Heath. He turned his head and looked around, then looked at the detector on his phone. There are no unregistered recording and video equipment around. Don't worry, I won't expose your identity. I will start calling you Spider-Man now. Spider-Man fired Spider Silk again, taking him across a building. I am Spider-Man. I have no other identity. When he said this, he didn't even dare to turn his head to look at Heath's expression. His words were not very firm, and he seemed a little guilty. Heath tried to understand. The person in front of him was his best friend. This was their first time meeting, and they had been through hardships together. Heath hoped that the other party would leave not too bad memories here, so he was very accommodating. Okay, Spider-Man. Oh, Heath, then Mr. Spider-Man, let's go find the Batfighter. Swing over there. I'm a little unsure of my position. Spider-Man was in mixed emotions. He felt like he was being coaxed like a child. Every time he was called Peter, he felt so shy that his heart would explode. But every time he was called Spider-Man, he felt extremely ashamed. This was killing him. Obviously, the overall situation had been decided, and his identity was obviously exposed. He just swung along the route for a while. After changing into a uniform, Spider-Man could actually speak more fluently and had more to say. But now that this vest was taken off, he always felt that he was still talking to Heath in the image of Peter, and a lot of words could only be kept on his lips. But he was indeed very curious. He was so curious that he scratched his head and frantically thought about the reason. In the end, he said weakly, Sir, why do you associate Spider-Man with that Peter? The little friend was still supporting his arm and looking down at the Gotham street. Perhaps he had never experienced such an interesting swinging activity. Not only was he not afraid of heights, but he became happier and happier the more he watched. He answered casually with his eyes bent, it's very similar. But Spider-Man and Peter have been dominating Queens, New York for many years, and few of his relatives and friends have linked the two identities together. Spider-Man was still a little unwilling to say, how are they similar? In order to prevent the wind from being too cold, Spider-Man slowed down the speed of the swing appropriately to avoid chilling highs. Therefore, the soft breeze blew his hair, and the gentle moonlight shone on his long eyelashes. In this scene, even if Heiss only showed a pair of eyes, he looked extremely dazzling. Heiss thought for a while in the moonlight. Body shape, voice, you all like to stammer to me. Heiss counted a little bit. The excuses you found are weird, and your strength is also great, and my brother unexpectedly trusts you, Spider-Man, so everything is exposed, right? The most important thing, huh? Spider-Man listened to him list a long list in a depressed mood. He thought that was the end, but he didn't expect that there was still something missing when the topic changed. He was embarrassed and annoyed. Where else? But Hazel said first, the most important thing, I don't think Peter will abandon me and run away. Chapter 71. When he was studying with Tony, Peter was only concerned with studying Stark technology and learning some techniques to beat people up. He was obsessed with it and was even more persistent and constantly improving himself. Therefore, even with the help of Tony, the richest man in New York, Peter still lived as a silly, righteous and kind-hearted vigilante who was struggling with poverty. Even though everyone in school, except his friends, still liked to laugh at him for being a nerd, Peter didn't care. He already had a vast sky that belonged to Peter and Spider-Man. The knowledge he saw and the science he learned were different from those people, so he simply didn't care about them and just shouldered his responsibilities as a superhero and Aunt May's child. Really not going? Tony would ask him from time to time about attending some high-end business dinners, take you to see the world. If you become a president in the future, you will have to deal with it. Oh, if you become a president like me, you don't have to. Peter shook his head shyly, thinking that it was too early to be a president. However, he caught the loophole in Tony's words and asked in confusion, but Mr. Stark, aren't you going now? Tony approached him and whispered, the premise is that after you reach my level, don't hire a little Pepper as an assistant, then sometimes you have to go. This whisper is actually the same volume as not lowering the voice. Pepper, who had just entered the door, immediately threw down the documents and said loudly, I heard it. Tony continued to eat his hamburger. Well, I didn't say a word just now. In the end, Peter watched Tony being taken away by Pepper to deal with the so-called grand business dinner with a smile. This kind of dinner should be very attractive to ordinary high school boys. After all, it sounds different, full of luxury and high-end feeling. But Peter didn't care about these. Compared with being surrounded by swallows and magnificent, he wanted to make up for his backward experience and skills, so as not to drag the legs of the Avengers in the future. These are words that he found it difficult to say. That day, the moon was high. Tony was taken away, and Peter packed up his things and prepared to go back to study. He put a book that Tony found for him into his school bag, a book about medicine and technology, which would be used as his daily supplementary knowledge for daily reading. Are you going to be a doctor in the future? Aunt May was already used to Peter reading some medical books at night, and smiled as she brought him a cup of hot milk. That's a good career. Aunt May, Peter said helplessly, you know everything. I just hope I can use it in the future. Aunt May smiled, okay, just kidding. I really hope your little friend can get better soon. I really hope to entertain him. Peter's room door was gently closed by Aunt May. Yes, as a vigilante and a high school student, Peter, while coordinating and concealing these two identities, has been reading medical books that he is not very interested in since a very early time. The purpose of reading is very simple. Hope to help a friend. His best and earliest friend, Heather, seems to be troubled by an unknown disease and cannot enjoy a normal life. This makes Peter very worried and sad. I hope Heather can have a normal and happy life. Hazel refused to tell Peter about his illness, but Peter didn't want to just have fun chatting with his friends and ignore his life. He didn't want Hazel to be trapped in his illness forever. He hoped that one day, they could go to school together like normal friends, go out together, and invite Hazel to eat the desserts made by Aunt May. Peter drank the hot milk and turned another page of the book. He didn't know what the use of his wide-ranging learning method was, but in the end, he hoped that he could be of some use in the future. Even a little bit would be fine, as long as it could help. It was late at night. In the distance, the lights of the New York business banquet were brightly lit, and beauties, sweet words and money transactions filled the entire club, forming a luxurious and expensive scene. Peter sat in his own crowded little room, reading quietly. The Lego, which had been working part-time for a long time, was carefully put into a gift box, and then carefully wrapped, and the address provided by Hazel was affixed, ready to be delivered to the post office tomorrow. Peter thought that Hazel's birthday would be in a few days, but the other party said that he felt dizzy and uncomfortable a few days ago, and he chatted less frequently, which made him very worried. Read one more page. Peter rubbed his eyes. Today, He finally met Heath in reality. Although for various reasons, he kept hitting the wall with Heath, and spoke awkwardly, like a stubborn puppy waiting for his friends to coax him. But he was still happy, very happy. But, he was holding Heath at this time, and a new idea came to his mind silently. If I had gone to learn the so-called worldly and socializing from Mr. Stark, anyway, I am a kind of role king. Why not try harder and learn from Mr. Stark? It won't be like this now. Because of a straightforward remark from his friend, his brain short-circuited again. He couldn't say a word, and he didn't have any response plan, and he almost hit the wall again. If I had seen the world and learned socializing earlier, I wouldn't be so flustered now. The protagonist who caused this situation was still unaware and stared at his head seriously. Lower your head, Spider-Man. Your head is full of dirt. Hazel thought that Peter would be less awkward after talking to him, so he happily stretched out his hand again. Lower it quickly, while there is no one around. I will take a picture of it for you. Peter pretended to be looking at the road carefully and didn't hear it. In fact, his head had already lowered obediently, allowing Hazel to touch his head as he wished, gently patting the dirt off for him, so as to restore the handsome appearance of Spider-Man and protect the image of Spider-Man. Ah, Peter thought with his head lowered. He was really grateful for the design of the hood, otherwise, Hazel would have seen his cheeks red, his ears hot, and his eyes dizzy with shame and stupidity when he touched his head. That would be too embarrassing. Although the relationship between Jason and Damian is not very harmonious, but for the sake of the birthday party a few days ago, and for the sake of being busy with the same plan, Jason, after beating up a bunch of minions, finally came to help Damian deal with Killer Croc after looking at the message on his phone. It was just that his words were not very nice, which could make temporary teammate Damian very angry, but he was angry nonetheless, with Jason's strong participation. Although it could not be said to have completely reversed the situation, at least Damian's pressure in the battle was greatly reduced, and he could have more buffer time to think about how to deal with the guy in front of him. Killer Croc is indeed one of the top supervillains in terms of combat. Ordinary swords and guns cannot break his body, and his strength and speed are far superior to humans. He also has abnormal regeneration ability, and even Batman is a little bit difficult to deal with when he encounters him. However, this kind of melee ad, if attacked with gas or magic, is actually very easy to be hit. Pick up something on the ground. Jason gestured to him with his mouth. Before coming, Jason only had time to prepare briefly and brought 2 gas masks. As for the gas bombs he was going to use, he didn't look for them because he could just pick up the unopened fear gas from the scarecrows lying on the ground. Damian received the signal and immediately made his plan clear. So in the fight, Damian took advantage of the momentum of being beaten by Killer Croc and retreated to the side of the minions on the ground. With Jason's cooperation and cover, he got the fear gas canister. He gave Jason a look. Next, as long as they put on the gas mask in time after throwing the fear gas, they can find more opportunities to win in the chaos. But reality doesn't always follow the plan. Seeing that the plan was about to be implemented, Damian had already taken the gas mask with his back, and the two of them were about to open the fear gas. Killer Croc stopped the battle that was rushing towards them. He suddenly raised his head and looked up at the high place next to him. Then he kicked his powerful legs and stopped fighting with them and ran out. Jason and Damian, who were ready to implement it. What's going on? Stop fighting in the middle of the fight? They subconsciously wanted to chase him to prevent Killer Croc from endangering Gotham's security in other places, or to continue to plot. But they also looked in the direction Killer Croc was looking at with a little doubt, trying to find out the reason for the sudden change in the situation. The two people's excellent eyesight allowed them to quickly find the most attractive variable in that field of vision. Through the familiar figures, it can be seen that the people swinging in the air are Heather and a man who can shoot spider silk. Heather's appearance in this scene was too sudden, and in the air, Jason's eyes widened for a moment, worried about the other party's safety. But soon, he remembered the ability of the other person. The barely trustworthy and well-received New York neighbor, Spider-Man, just happened to roughly correspond to the figure of the other man in the air, and his abilities were exactly the same. Although he knew that Spider-Man had a good character, it was Heather who had to be handed over to him temporarily. Jason still stayed to observe the temperament of this tall man for a long time, and saw that he was indeed kind and upright, and he was indeed still a child, before leaving the game area safely. Now they are in the air, which is indeed safer than on the ground. Jason was not so surprised when he thought so. He was completely relieved and planned to continue chasing Killer Croc. "Who is that?" A resentful and angry voice came from the side. Jason turned his head to see. Damian was so angry that his eyebrows were raised and his eyes were wide open. He was almost as angry as a pufferfish. Even if Tim got up in the middle of the night and beat him up, he would not be as angry as he is now. Jason glanced at him and said, "That's a friend we invited." This obviously did not convince Damian. He still gritted his teeth and said, "Where did that guy put his hands?" Chapter 72. Jason, you'd better be sober when you say this. This is Spider-Man, not anti-gravity. How can you carry someone without holding his waist while swinging between buildings? You can't carry Heath like a sack, right? Heath will probably vomit all over the floor before they even land because of this awkward position pressing against his stomach. Damian's words sounded like something he would say if he was not fully awake or was angry. Jason didn't really want to take Damian, who was not fully awake, to beat Killer Croc. That would make them look like they were delivering food. "I'm fully awake," Damian retorted. "Really?" Jason was too lazy to argue with him. Then catch up with Killer Croc first. Killer Croc's purpose was unclear and his potential for harm was extremely great. Before they subdued or resolved his purpose, they could not let this supervillain continue to roam the streets of Gotham, which would be extremely harmful to Gotham's social security. What's more, Jason could see that Killer Croc was leaving in the wrong direction. During the fight, Killer Croc had no intention of leaving quickly. His muscles were bulging and his eyes were fierce. His posture and stance clearly showed that he was going to fight them again with his fists. It was not until Killer Croc tilted his head and saw a figure swinging across the sky that his eyes and actions changed significantly. He gave up the idea of continuing the fight and left. He headed straight in the direction where Heathcliff and the others had gone. His purpose was extremely obvious. Damian also saw it. When he first came, he said his target was that idiot, Jason, TSK. He was a little irritated. He probably knew something. What happened tonight was probably part of the plan of that dark old guy. There might be some mistakes, but it was generally heading in that direction. This made Jason very unhappy. According to his idea, even if there was a plan for that day, he would keep Heathcliff away from danger and various possibilities, but at the same time he would try to satisfy Heathcliff's wishes. This was Jason's code. But what is Batman's attitude now? "I should have another fight with that old guy." Jason kicked the ground hard, and with the help of muscle strength and the lifting effect of the ground, he followed Killer Croc to the top of the building. Damian also jumped up with his hands, frowning at Jason. He didn't know what Jason was thinking, and he was a little puzzled by this sentence. However, in the Batman family, Batman and the previous Robins had fought with each other a lot. Even the eldest brother Dick, who seemed to have the best temper, had cursed "fuck Batman." Then the newly returned second-generation Robins suddenly had a whim. It was reasonable. Spider-Man swung all the way to the top of a designated building before stopping the action of shooting Spider-Silk and stepping back to the ground with Hazel. The roads in this area of Gotham are winding, and the gangsters who can only run on the ground have long been thrown away and disappeared. And the place where they stopped was a large flat on the top floor, which had a ground for parking helicopters, and was the best place to get on the fighter plane. Bat Software, Batfighter is about to arrive. Bat Software, please pay attention to your position to avoid airflow damage. When the fighter approaches them, it will intelligently judge their situation and give Heist two options: climb up the ladder or directly land and deploy the fighter to protect Heist and leave smoothly. As Batman's well-known mount, it is extremely safe and intelligent, and it brings a sense of reliability as soon as it appears. "It's safe." Heist stretched his eyebrows, pulled up the white mask, and patted the arm of Spider-Man, who didn't speak. "Don't be afraid. Gotham is not always like this. Next time you go out, I will take you to play." Spider-Man stood beside Heist. The vest was completely exposed, and he felt like he was not wearing any clothes. Staying with Heiss, his face was hot and his heart was cold. In the past, when he put on the Spider-Man uniform, he would be more talkative and lively than in his daily state, and he looked like a carefree and fearless little spider. But now, he wore the Spider-Man uniform and felt unprecedentedly. It's better to take off the uniform. Ordinary daily clothes are always better than wearing a clean vest. Spider-Man really wanted to sigh. Okay, in the distance came the sound of whistling wind and some mechanical collisions, as if steel bars were grinding against each other to make such a textured sound. It sounded like the arrival of a fighter plane. Heiss looked down at his phone. Ah, it's really coming. He then looked up and looked around, trying to see the direction the fighter plane was coming from. At the same time, he did not forget to cover his beret, fearing that the airflow from the fighter plane would be too strong and take this ill-fated hat away. Peter watched his movements and thought subtly, how about giving him a hat next time? It seems that Heiss really likes hats in life. Whoosh! The wind sounded even more violently. Peter lowered his gaze, stepped back calmly and stretched out his hand to block Heiss tightly behind him. Heiss was still watching the bat fighter getting closer and closer in the sky, and suddenly took a small step with Peter. He looked back in confusion and saw Peter's back blocking his eyes. Heiss? He blinked, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He poked his head out quietly and looked over Spider-Man's shoulder. What appeared in front of him was a giant green-scaled species. The swelling of the limbs and the animalization of the head made this person, even if he had human limbs, still have a strong sense of danger and inhumanity. The pupils in the middle of the eyes seemed to be the pupils of a dark underwater creature. When looking directly at people, they would make others feel cold and dark. This species was wearing human clothes, and the blood stains on the corners and some parts of the clothes showed that he had just had a big fight. Spider-Man could feel the other party's subtle hostility. The sudden appearance of this kind of creature in front of him gave him a strong sense of danger. He was sure that such a person would be a difficult guy like Dr. Lizard in New York. He didn't care about other emotions. Spider-Man whispered, as the plane arrived, "Wait a minute, you go up first. I'll hold him back." Due to the stalemate on the platform, the bat fighter arrived and half spun in the air. At this time, it was slowly lowering the soft ladder down and hanging next to Heath. Heath put one hand on the ladder. "Hello." The person on the opposite side actually greeted them first. Spider-Man, who originally wanted to rush over to attack and cover Hazel's climbing the ladder, was stunned and looked at Hazel. "Do you know him?" Apart from the few supervillains he had seen in the previous reload, Hazel didn't know much about other supervillains. "I haven't seen them." The sound of mechanical collision came again in the distance. A hook firmly grasped the stone beam on the roof, and Jason, wearing a red hood, jumped up from below, not forgetting to grab Damian's collar and bring him up. As soon as Damian saw the scene clearly, he saw the annoying Killer Croc and the friend on the opposite side standing in a row, and Hazel, who was confused. He immediately rubbed his hands and was about to draw his sword and rush up. "Killer Croc, I don't intend to fight. I just want to achieve my goal. I haven't communicated so normally for a long time. I want to ask you a question." The guy wearing a mask. Jason frowned and grabbed Damian, who was about to rush up. "Me?" Hazel pointed at himself in a daze. Spider-Man didn't understand the situation in Gotham, and didn't know whether to fight or not. He also felt that Killer Croc's hostility had dissipated a lot, so he didn't urge Heath to get on the plane, but only blocked most of Heath's body, so that Heath could only stick his head out to communicate with Killer Croc. "Killer Croc, that's right." Heath was a little confused. "Okay, please tell me your question. I will try my best to understand." Killer Croc looked at him. Under the moonlight, he, a non-human monster, stood here like a normal person, staring at the little boy in a hat who was protected behind him in the distance. His pupils, like an underground creature, were still dark and cold, and a pair of bright eyes appeared on the mask opposite, but the eyes were soft and clear, really waiting for his question. "I want to know." Under the attention of everyone, Killer Croc said slowly, "I want to know, if I see your true face under the mask, will I fall into the legendary madness?" Before becoming Killer Croc, he still had his own name. His name was Waylon Jones. Waylon was born with a very rare atavism, which showed characteristics similar to those of lizards and various underwater creatures. Green scales kept coming out of his body, and his teeth and nails were unusually sharp. His parents left him, and his aunt adopted him, but she kept mocking him and tried to rub off his inhuman scales over and over again. He had no friends willing to get close to him. His body and mind have been extremely tortured. "You can always have a better future," said a kind police officer who shared ice cream with him. "You have to keep making progress, and the future will definitely be better." "Waylon, even if I have scales," the police officer said without hesitation. Of course, Waylon believed it. When he grew up, he did not go along with the darkness of Gotham, even though he looked like a sinful monster. But Waylon chose to make money like a normal person through his abilities. He even chose to go to the circus and get a little salary with his physique and strength. But everything did not develop into a better future, as the police officer said. The salary of the circus was already meager, and the administrator always deducted wages and mocked Waylon's body. Waylon could hardly fill his stomach with such a small amount of money. But apart from the circus, no formal place needed Waylon. One day, Waylon took the salary that was deducted to almost nothing and bit off the hand of the circus administrator, who was laughing. Then, after many experiences, he became the famous Killer Croc in Gotham. He burned, killed and looted, but ruled the sewer kingdom, where most of the poor people in Gotham had nowhere to go. They believed in and relied on Killer Croc because they knew they had nowhere to go and no way to retreat. Killer Croc didn't want to think too much, thinking like this would only bring him pain, and it would be good to live like this. But not long ago, he held a funeral for a police officer. It was the police officer who gave ice cream. The other party was old, but justice and kindness were still burning in his heart, which also led to the other party's death. Killed by malicious colleagues. Killer Croc killed those colleagues to avenge Mr. Police Officer. He himself was confused. Where exactly was he standing? Was he seeking revenge, or venting his anger, or was he just pretending to be a criminal with a long history of crimes? His intelligence was not high, but he still had emotions. Emotions prompted him to imagine uncontrollably, then go and try to find that person. Killer Croc got the information one day. The other party told him, "There is a child who wanders around at night in Gotham. It is said that if you see his true face under the mask, you will understand all your questions about good and evil." Killer Croc was not stupid. "How do you know? Have you seen it?" The other party laughed. Half of the intact face seemed to be in compassion, while the other half of the distorted face was in ecstasy. Such a terrifying expression was fully displayed on the other party's face. "I have seen it. I have seen it in my dream." Two-Face was overjoyed. One side of the coin said that I am kind and righteous, but the other side of the coin told me that madness is the root of this world. I wanted to repent, and I accepted repentance. I protected Gotham, but Batman's existence told me that I really couldn't go back to the court. Now I really prefer darkness. This is my answer. Killer Croc listened to the long list, and felt confused, thinking that the other party was going crazy again. But Two-Face calmed down and continued to tell him, "If you can find it, go and try it. After seeing his true face completely, you will probably understand something." Chapter 73. After this question was raised, there was silence. No one spoke for a while. Everyone present was either confused or shocked, or completely confused about the situation, because this question was so weird that it hit the core again. So much so that the first person to react was Damien, who was grabbed by Jason's collar. Damien, does he know what the hell he's asking? Is he serious about making this request, huh? Question mark. This kid chased Killer Croc all the way, and his originally violent mood just calmed down. Now he was furious again, and he was so angry that he started to draw his sword again. "No matter, let's chop them to death together." Jason's brows twitched, and reached out to pull Damien back. He looked at Killer Crocodile, his eyes a little solemn. Without such ability, you have found the wrong person, Killer Croc. I'm pretty sure it's him. Killer Crocodile didn't listen to Jason's covert words at all. He only had time to stare at eyes behind Spider-Man, and some human persistence could be clearly seen in his inverted pupils. Killer Croc hoarsely said, "That's you, give me an answer." When confronting Jason and the others, he saw a shadow passing by in the distance. Maybe it was because of intuition. Maybe because of the sympathy of the dark physique. Killer Crocodile only took one look and determined that that was the purpose of his action. That was the person he wanted to find. There was no doubt about it. When he really came to the other person and saw his general appearance, every ray of moonlight encouraged him to find the killer crocodile that he longed for. Just pull down the mask. The problem I want will be solved. Spider-Man was a little confused at this time. He looked at Killer Crocodile in front of him, who was somewhat similar to New York's nemesis Dr. Lizard, and felt that his IQ had dropped to a low point. He felt that it would be better to have a fight with Dr. Lizard, but in front of him was the Killer Crocodile. Killer Croc has no obvious hostility, and the plea is as real as his ears can tell. Spider-Man really can't make a choice for him, so he puts up a fight. Take off the mask. This request is really weird. Zai admitted that this little friend of his was really good looking. He had never seen him so handsome. His beauty and fright made him almost hit a wall not long ago, but it was just his appearance. No matter how much he liked it. What really motivates Spider-Man to desperately protect Heist is his own kindness and sense of responsibility, his long-cherished friendship, and Heist's sincerity and kindness. And if you just look at a face, how can you answer this question? What's the problem, or what's the difference? Spider-Man thought of Z's actions in hiding his face and the institutional problems he mentioned not long ago. He couldn't help but be wary again, and tilted his head in a low voice and asked, "Listen, will what he does hurt you? If you can, don't worry about it. I'll cover you up." Although Spider-Man doesn't know who the one wearing the red hood is, and he hasn't seen Damian yet, but he sees that the two behind Killer Crocodile seem to be acquainted with Heist, so he will probably work with him to protect Heist. On the plane, hurt, Heishizi said hesitantly. Really speaking, there should be no harm. Just taking off the mask is actually not dangerous to me. The danger is later. Although the bracelet has a restraining effect, for most vicious supervillains, it is enough to arouse the dark side in their hearts. Heishizi was a little stunned and hesitant. He was not sure whether he wanted to or not. The other person took off his mask. Although he occasionally went out without wearing a mask, the person in front of him was obviously different. Just like countless other late nights, he was quickly targeted and the vicious person tried his best to kill him. Death possessed him. What should he do? At this moment, Heishizi suddenly realized something. He once again experienced this deeply. He looked at the killer crocodile in front of him and saw him alive in the distance. Jason and Damian, the cold wind at high altitude and the whistling plane blades. Spider-Man who was really breathing in the distance and gave him the warmth not long ago. The moonlight reflected in his pupils, making the scenery and his vision a little hazy. You have arrived in this world, at the moment when he needs to make a choice. He truly realizes that he is already an ordinary person. When he raises his hand, the archive and file loading interface will no longer appear in front of him. If he makes an incorrect choice, he will be in trouble in the future. With a tragic ending, there was no possibility of recovery. He looked at Killer Crocodile, who was still looking at him persistently. Although his figure was terrifying and his face was ugly, the look in his eyes that was looking for answers could make everyone happy. It also made Killer Croc temporarily leave his identity as a supervillain and become a seeker on his knees seeking answers. At best, Heishizi didn't understand his appearance. It brings troubles to people. How can it have the effect of pointing out the riddles of life? If you take off the mask, will nothing happen? Will it solve the riddle? Or will it cause new terrible disputes? Do what you want to do. Suddenly a familiar voice came from far away. Looking up, he could see Jason standing in the distance, looking at him firmly. Whether it's a plan or an emergency, do what you want to do. This was originally what Jason said to him before going out. Jason hoped that he would always be able to make the choices he wanted and not be stopped by any undue constraints. This was his wish. As for Jason thought, no matter what, he and Heist would bear the consequences together. The breeze blew across the rooftop, slightly picking up a strand of soft hair that slipped out from under the beret. The surface of the mask had some wrinkles. Ishiz lowered his head and turned on his phone. The Bat software was still stuck on the Batfighter navigation, but the only contact in the software silently sent a private message, "Dad, be yourself. Hi Shizzy, can I listen more carefully? Do you want to see the reason? Killer Croc agreed. He slowly told some things about the police officers and ice cream. He hid a lot, but he did not hide the description of his bad deeds of burning, killing and looting in Gotham. He seemed to be meeting the gods under the moon. Generally speaking, he told him his crime. The dark night sky was still shining, and the eyes of God were dull, but there were also many thoughts in his eyes. He raised his hand and pinched the corner of the white mask. Shiz got on the Batfighter and flew quickly to the safety of the Batcave with Spider-Man. This night was full of undercurrents, but it was also a night worthy of joy. At least tonight, Shiz and Spider-Man achieved their goal, a rare meeting. This was the first time friends met in several years. Shizzy lay on the sofa and said lazily, "I'm so tired." The mask was put back on the face. Sometimes it was not worn securely, and the moisture from the breath would come out through the gaps, making Hayes's eyelashes wet. Spider-Man was still wearing his uniform. Although it was still a little embarrassing in front of his friends, we went through it together. After the exciting incident, these small emotions gradually disappeared. As a top student and a friend, he still couldn't help but think about the scene just now, so that he was so distracted that he didn't hear Hayes calling him Peter. Peter. After shouting several times, he came back to his senses and said, What's wrong? Shizzy said, "Are you spending the night at our house today?" "Right, Peter." He didn't consider this issue. Shiz thought he came alone. "Our house is big. You can just stay here and rest, and we can play Lego together later." The Lego here is naturally a birthday gift from Peter. It has just passed not long ago, and there are a lot of things and homework recently, so of course I am in a state of doing a small part of it. "Would you like to work together?" Shizzy warmly invited. "Don't stay in the hotel. Let's play Lego together." Lego is full of temptation. What's more, this is a friendly activity with friends. It's full of fun. But Peter was moved. But he still didn't agree. "Wait a minute. I didn't come alone. I have to ask Mr. Strange what he means. If Dr. Strange gets something done and opens a portal to take him back to New York, and he comes back next time, then it is not suitable to stay." He has not forgotten that he is here to be a technician between the two bosses. Mr. Strange? Shizzy had never heard of this name and thought it was a parent. "Then ask him." Peter took out his mobile phone from his uniform pocket and started to send a message, asking about tonight's arrangements. Half a minute later, the other party quickly sent a reply. "Strange, staying at Bat's house tonight." Peter was in a happy mood. What were he thinking? Putting all his life aside, he happily high-fived Hi Shizzy. "Okay, Lego." Hi Shizzy got up from the sofa in a hurry. "Okay, there are no bosses or strangers around, and we are still a short distance away from the Batcave. There is only Hesitz, who is very talkative." Peter is happily ready to put down his phone and take a look at the cool details of this Batfighter. But he felt his hand tremble and received several more messages. He picked it up and looked at it doubtfully. "Mr. Strange." "Oh, right, Mr. Strange. As an elder, I mean." "Yes, let Stark take you to see the world in the future, but considering the special nature of the other party, it is reasonable." Peter looked at the news in confusion. "Mr. Strange, but these are my thoughts. Stark asked me to answer a sentence. He said that you should seize the opportunity. It's nothing to lose face. Just have fun with your friends. Mr. Strange, I think the next part is nonsense, so I won't tell you any more." Peter, "Okay, Mr. Strange, go get some rest. I'll be there later." In the distance, it's late at night, and Tony is not idle after seeing off Peter and Dr. Strange. He went to a boring party and was not busy with the development of his mecha. He was busy fighting against Gotham's protective network. Although the candidate was temporarily changed, Tony, who felt that he was Peter's half-guardian, was certainly not worried about the follow-up. Mimi followed the scientific equipment he carried and took a look at their situation. Of course, he didn't read much of it completely. He only watched a small part of Peter's fantasy experience in Gotham, and then it was forcibly cut off and had to be thrown away. A few pieces of data from Stark Tower were probably going to be found by Pepper again tomorrow, but Tony felt that it was not a bad idea. He was busy fighting with the network protection network on the opposite side while transmitting and communicating data with Doctor Strange. Prepare for the next experiment. At the same time, I will give some other information to Doctor Strange without forgetting everyone's mentality, so that Peter can seize the opportunity. Stark, it doesn't matter what friendship it is, love is no problem. Stark, K, he is well behaved and good looking. Stark, if Peter can bring people to New York, wow, I can't wait to see Hi-Chi's expression. This is so cool. Doctor Strange is receiving the data. What rubbish, he thought. Chapter 74. On the other side of the Gotham game area, Scarecrow's minions fell to the ground along the road and in the large factory in the middle. The lights here are dim, but the figures of people's movements can be clearly seen. In the factory, under the not-so-bright light of the ceiling lights, 3 people can be seen fighting fiercely. In terms of combat power alone, even with his own fighting skills, Scarecrow is far from being a match for Nightwing and Robin, but in terms of comprehensive strength, he has the possibility of squeezing into the top 10 Gotham supervillains. Because before he became Scarecrow, he was a university professor who developed fear gas. He has high intelligence and strategy, and is good at endurance. When he can't beat the enemy openly, he chooses to use fear gas to attack the enemy, and at the same time strengthens himself to become a kind of monster-like guy. So, it is not necessarily more difficult to defeat Scarecrow than Killer Croc, but if you want to solve Scarecrow without any injury and in a clear mind, it will take some time. After all, in Gotham, it seems that only Batman and the Joker can directly resist the fear gas. Nightwing and Robin arrived early. First, they defeated the Scarecrow's men who were gathering to commit crimes, and then stopped the Scarecrow from releasing a large amount of fear gas into Gotham City in time. At this time, they were wearing gas masks and joined forces to block the Scarecrow in this small factory. Although the fear gas strengthened the Scarecrow, it was also a huge burden on him personally. Scarecrow was about to be overwhelmed by the heavy punches of the 2 people. Bang! A subtle crisp cracking sound suddenly sounded. Nightwing and Robin's pupils contracted, and they stopped their offensive vigilantly and stepped back, looking at the source of the cracking sound. The interior of the factory suddenly became a little brighter. The old factory's self-equipped light bulbs were not enough to illuminate the entire wide room. After the window glass was shattered, the moonlight that penetrated in was clearer and brighter than the light, but the person who came in with him was not necessarily as pleasing as the moonlight. Killer Croc. Scarecrow grinned. The long battle and strengthening had made his mind unclear, but he remembered clearly that the opponent was his temporary partner. Great, let's see how these 2 guys can fight. You are responsible for that damn Nightwing. Killer Croc was clinging to the broken window frame. His inverted pupils were cold and dangerous, and his green scales were full of the aesthetics of violence, shining in the light. With a force on his thick palm, his huge body jumped down from above and stood beside Scarecrow. Nightwing and Robin looked more cautious and took a defensive posture. Scarecrow, who felt exhausted, felt that God was helping him. He could fight another 100 rounds, and laughed. Great. This time he didn't finish the word of the transition. His head was suddenly hit hard, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground with foam. Killer Croc stood beside him and punched Scarecrow out of the blue. Nightwing then confirmed that the large gas mask on Killer Croc's face actually seemed to be made by Batman. The door behind him was pushed open, and Jason and Damian walked in slowly. Damian was full of sarcasm, and said to Tim, "Ha, so slow." Tim endured and endured, and finally didn't punch him. "Same here. Your face is also swollen and looks good. You are guilty. There is no doubt about it. No matter how tragic the past was, no matter how many people he took in, no matter how many orphans he brought protection to, an indelible fact is that these are built on blood and on the interests of other innocent Gotham residents. On this alternative pain and shelter, he was listed as a supervillain. Killer Croc has done a lot of bad things. He also did not deny his violent acts of burning, killing and looting. There is nothing to deny. So when he confessed to Hazel, he seemed particularly pious because he thought this might be his last time of clarity, or the last struggle before hope was extinguished. Killer Croc thought so, He almost believed that he would get a negative answer from behind the mask. I understand. Under the moonlight, the teenager opposite said so. Then he granted his request. Killer Croc stared devoutly. Under the gaze of God, he thus achieved the purpose of this trip. He saw the judgment mentioned by Two-Face, and felt special emotions that he shouldn't have. He felt love, anger and possessiveness. Almost as described, he was about to fall into darkness and selfishness. But under all these emotions, Killer Croc found that he was still sober and intoxicated, and temporarily unable to control his limbs with emotions. There seemed to be a coolness of ice cream in his eyes, and a childhood dream that was about to be broken. He remembered that he had refused the police officer's ice cream many times, but in the end he still took it and ate it, and talked to the police officer about his dream. Wei Lan said at the time, "Maybe, if it is possible, I want to be a biologist." Of course, this is just a delusion. The police officer laughed. "My father also thought at the beginning that how could I be a police officer like this. In fact, I did it, although I didn't do it very well. But in the end, Mr. Police Officer eventually died in his ideal sewer flower basket, and Wei Lan eventually died under his ideal grave. The one who pried open the grave and climbed out was the dirty Killer Croc in the sewer." Killer Croc looked at the person in front of him and the moonlight hanging high above his head. The moon tonight was particularly beautiful, like a scimitar, hanging over everyone's head, including Killer Croc. He looked at the boy in the beret. He wanted to take action. He wanted to completely monopolize the other party. These thoughts almost made him crazy, but in the end, after a long silence, until Hazel put on the mask again, Killer Croc did not move. His heart was dark and his desire swept everything, but his scaly arms at this time did not move at all, as soft as a pool of cool ice cream. Hazel only showed a pair of eyes again. The small mole at the end of the eye seemed to be a sign of judgment, dancing with his expression. "Have you found the answer, Killer Croc?" The people on the rooftop looked at him, with curiosity and vigilance in their eyes. Killer Croc suddenly wanted to smile bitterly, but his face was hideous, and any expression he made was very scary, so in the end, he simply said, "Maybe." Hazel looked at him and blinked gently. Killer Croc kept his promise. He watched Hazel get on the plane and did not make any other obstructions, which was considered the result of this exchange. Hazel held the ladder and was about to climb onto the plane. Before climbing up, he looked down at Killer Croc from a high place, as if he was still examining something, and as if he had something to say. Killer Croc also wanted to say something that was not finished, so he seized the opportunity and asked expectantly, "I have received news that if you take off some equipment, I can solve the problem more clearly. Can I try this again?" He said this vaguely. Spider-Man did not understand the meaning of this, and thought that he was asking Hazel to take off his clothes, and almost a spider silk flew over. It was not until Spider-Man saw the strange bracelet that Hazel covered under his sleeve without a sound that he reluctantly retracted the spider silk that was scared out of him. Killer Croc still asked, "Is this true?" But Heath said, "Isn't the answer you just got true?" "If this is true," Heath said at last, "you poured the blackest and most evil mud on your face. Even if you finally realized that you are not pure black, what can you do? You clearly know your own black and white." Killer Croc. Killer Croc. Really? Heath smiled. Although the mask covered the corners of his mouth, everyone could see his eyebrows curved. "I think so, sir." After that, he kicked his feet and pulled Peter into the Batfighter. Before closing the door, he did not forget to quietly wave his hand and signaled to the people present to leave. The Batfighter lit up coolly, and the airflow brought by the rotating blades became faster. It turned around in the sky and immediately left this place of right and wrong. Killer Croc never thought that one day he would be able to watch the Batfighter leave so calmly. Jason and Damian looked at each other. Damian spoke first. "Now that you have solved the problem, it's my turn." Killer Croc saw that they were holding weapons in their hands again, and realized that after this, he might have to go to Arkham Asylum again and become a prisoner there. This is a special way to deal with special criminals like them. Of course, this is the idea of the smaller guy. He noticed that the famous Red Hood was staring at him with murderous intent in his eyes. Killer Croc was not afraid, but looked into the distance. "I need to deal with one more person." "Who?" "Scarecrow. My partner." This time, Killer Croc said, "The cooperation is over, and as a gift, I want to deal with him, then see if you can take me back to Arkham." He knew that the two people in front of him would not refuse. First, it would take time to fight him, and second, Scarecrow really needed to be dealt with urgently. And then, the dog-eat-dog drama of Gotham villains has long been a common sight. So, he is standing here now, in front of Nightwing and Robin. He knocked Scarecrow down with one punch. Then, watching this large group of people staring at him blankly, holding weapons but not understanding what was going on, he was stunned for a while and decided to continue arresting him and send him to Arkham Asylum. Killer Croc found it funny again. Stop! Before a new chaotic 4-on-1 fight began, a new figure appeared at the door of the small warehouse, standing tall behind the crowd, and his black shadow on the ground looked particularly powerful. The black helmet with sharp horns was like a demon from hell, and the long black cape behind him fluttered without wind. His eyes were calm but oppressive for no reason. These features all told everyone his identity: Batman. When he came here, Killer Croc almost felt relieved, because he knew that there was no need for other fights here. The Guardian of Gotham would send him and Scarecrow to Arkham Asylum. Finally, the creaking iron door was closed, allowing them to fall into a rare contemplation brought by confinement in such a chaotic and tight place. Before being taken away, Killer Croc looked at the moonlight, and thought of the rooftop, the face under the white mask, and the sweet ice cream in his mouth. At this time, the smaller vigilante came over with a little awkwardness and asked him seriously, "Hey, what answer did you get? How did you know about that guy's equipment?" Hey, answer. Killer Croc was not sure if he got the answer, and he was definitely not sure if his answer was correct. He still just said coldly, "Wait until I come out next time, you will know, Damien." Think too much, you won't have the chance to escape next time. Killer Croc snorted coldly. Robin, who was standing aside, watched him being tied up by Batman and put into the car, but finally said, "Gotham is already following up on the sewer and residents' work issues, pricing and salary payment issues." Killer Croc laughed. "A drop in the bucket." Robin said, "Maybe, but drops can always be gathered into a cup of water. You can't dig the soil today and smash the house tomorrow. That's all I say." Killer Croc. He looked at Robin in front of him without commenting. The Batmobile started, about to take him to Arkham Asylum, to be guarded by both the police and the authorities. Killer Croc said nothing on the bus, still looking at Gotham coldly. Batman. Killer Croc. "Hey, Bat." Perhaps he was in a good mood. Killer Croc pretended to be casual and said, "You already know the person who provided me with the information, and the bigger news is that your old rival Scarecrow is planning something, and Arkham can no longer hold him. So, I will come out sooner or later. He will join forces with those monsters and destroy Gotham. By then, he will still come out to be his sewer king, to see if those Gotham bottoms who rely on faith in him can desperately find some chances to survive." As Robin said, "See if the drop in the bucket can be gathered into a stream that he can see. Killer Croc will go to witness it." I know. After listening to the vague information provided by Killer Croc, Batman's hands did not tremble while driving, and he did not even turn his head to give him a look. He just left a calm black back, still as calm as ever, just like his eternal guardian angel. He said in a low and cold voice, "Then let them try." Chapter 75. Cool. Arriving at the Batcave, Spider-Man could only think of this word for a moment. Compared with Mr. Stark's technological and modern-style design, the bright and sci-fi laboratory with gorgeous steel mecha colors, the Batcave, as Batman's secret lair, is basically dark-toned, with heavy-duty technology items that reveal a faint luster, and the atmosphere is relatively low-key and steady. Just talking about the Batmobiles parked on the side, it is a good example. It does not have too many gorgeous colors, only dull black, but this does not make the car look plain. On the contrary, the modified model is extremely exquisite in every detail. Every design is full of connotation and hidden aggression. When the light shines on the car body, you can see the surging light under the black. Too cool. Spider-Man's eyes glowed. Which boy can not like a Batmobile that is super cool in appearance and interior? Not to mention Spider-Man likes it. All the previous Robins are basically eager to get their hands on the Batmobile, which is why Jason, who pried open the tire of the Batmobile, is so special. Spider-Man had just touched the Batfighter and hesitantly put the fighter at the second place in his mind's cool products evaluation list. Now he is hesitant again. He thinks the Batfighter seems to be cooler than the fighter. I think the plane is cool. Hazel tried to canvass for votes. Spider-Man said distressedly, but I can't drive it. Learning to drive is okay, but learning to fly is not easy. You can ask Master Hazel to teach you, Alfu said. This little guest. When Alfu interrupted their conversation, he smiled and brought a small plate of snacks with 2 cups of hot milk, and placed them in front of the 2 people kindly and gently. Wow, Spider-Man took it at a loss. Thank you, sir. Hazel also took the warm milk. You can just call Alfu. Alfu smiled. The 2 children in front of him were relatively young, and it was the best period of youth. Alfred naturally looked at them with the eyes of an intolerant old man, and felt warm about the lively conversation of the children. Spider-Man was holding the milk. Out of respect and love for the elders, he was willing to listen to the words of the seemingly gentle old man, so he decided to follow Hazel and drink the milk in one gulp. He overlooked a problem. Hazel pulled down his mask and could drink the milk happily. But as Spider-Man, he was still wearing a hood. Spider-Man, facing Alfred and Hazel who were looking at him. Spider-Man choked for a while, but still sighed and touched the button to remove the costume. The spider uniform gradually disappeared like a science fiction film, and was replaced by Peter, a tall boy wearing daily clothes, with more curly brown hair and a still immature face. Without the hood to cover, his expression was reflected in front of others without any obstruction. Hazel held up the milk cup and stared at it for 2 seconds. He noticed that Peter raised his eyes slightly to look at him, and his eyes met his own. Then he lowered his head in a hurry and stopped looking at him. The back of his ear turned red quietly, and there was a tendency to gradually spread, from the back of the ear to the base of the ear, and then spread all the way to his cheek. Then his neck and face turned red. Hazel thought it was very funny. Then Alfred tapped his head gently and asked him to drink up the hot milk. He had to pick it up and drink it quickly, leaving only half of his eyes to observe Peter's changes. He kept staring at him like this, and Peter's face turned redder. Alfred, the old butler, felt that if his young master continued to look at him like this, the new guest would probably turn red like a whole red spider. Fortunately, he didn't need to interfere too much. Peter took a few deep breaths. His expression slowly calmed down, picked up the milk, and drank it all with 2 gulps. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he turned his head and looked at Hazel's face. This head-turning action seemed to be more difficult than the usual attack on New York kidnappers. His shoulders and neck were stiff, and his eyes were particularly firm, as if he was going to release Spider Silk in the next second. He finished his milk. He saw Peter's actions, scratched his head and looked at him face to face. Peter, he took the empty milk cups from the 2 and stood there with interest, watching the development of this situation. Then he watched Peter's pupils tremble, raised his hands silently, buried his face in his hands, and began to dig holes to escape reality like a mole who didn't want to face reality. He thought, how about I wear a mask? No, it's okay. Peter covered his face and wanted to cry for his embarrassing behavior. I feel like I'm getting used to it. Well, don't worry about me. Peter has seen beauty. In his school life, the school beauties were all young and beautiful, and they once made the young Peter stare straight, and he and his friends sighed at their beauty. After becoming Spider-Man, his range of activities has expanded unprecedentedly. From a small junior high school department, it expanded to the entire Queens, and even the entire New York. He galloped in these wider worlds, soared above the gorgeous city, and saved many beauties of all kinds who were in danger. Each beauty had her own story and style, and was equally charming. Therefore, in this sense, he was not a guy with very little experience. But even so, due to personal preferences and ideals, Peter had basically never seen the top beauties in the upper class and entertainment industry in person. As a boy from an ordinary family, how could he get these channels to see them? So when he came to Gotham with the simple idea of seeing friends, wanting to see that frail friend, playing happily with his brother and helping him, he found out, It turned out that the brother he thought of had the best facial features and face in the world, eyes as bright as stars, and was a super beauty with the top beauty on earth. It was just like a person who finished a simple level game and was caught off guard by a super difficult game, which made Peter stunned. Peter still felt, this is weird. Peter was playing with Lego in a daze, and looked in the direction of Hazel again. This time he felt resistant, at least he looked for several seconds, and his face did not start to burn. But before this line of sight could successfully stare for a few seconds, it was blocked by a hand, accompanied by a sinister voice. What are you looking at? Oh, Peter didn't even need to look at the direction of the hand. He knew who this person was. The youngest child of Wayne Manor, Hazel's younger brother, Damian Wayne, was sitting between him and Hazel, his handsome features wrinkled together, looking at him with super vigilance. This kid was the vigilante who followed the Red Hood up the rooftop opposite. Now he has finished the operation and is back. When he saw them playing with Lego together, he immediately wanted to touch the knife, but was slapped on the head by Batman before he put it down listlessly. Then he squeezed in between them with a sour face, but didn't play with Lego, just like a bad-tempered little black cat who was afraid that his cat food would be stolen. Black Cat, who still had a bit of a bossy temperament, said angrily, "Build your Lego." Heath, don't be so rude to Peter. Damian, Humphrey. Peter certainly wouldn't bother with a teenager. He gave Damian a seat in a good-tempered manner, gave him the extra Lego parts to build, and even took a part of the built parts to tease Damian. Would you build this one? Look how handsome it is. Damian pointed and said, childish. When he said this, his expression twitched too much, almost pulling the scar on his face again, and his eyebrows twisted suddenly, almost hissing out. Heath put down the Lego he was building, supported Damian's shoulders, and wanted to see the wound on Damian's face. Damian's body was stiff, but he turned his face slightly obediently. When playing singles with Killer Croc tonight, Damian lost due to age and other factors, and accidentally injured his face, a large area of bruises and some broken skin. But the child didn't care about this, and still ran around with the team at home all night. Tim laughed at his face and was chased and beaten. So when he got home and squeezed in, he was caught by Heist and carefully applied medicine. He was very reluctant before applying the medicine, and didn't even want to sit down. He turned around and wanted to get up and slip away. It was Heist who asked Peter to hold the corner of Damian's clothes and then took him to apply the medicine. But in fact, Peter looked at Damian's face and showed the wound to Heist at this time. He felt that if he didn't hold the corner of his clothes at that time, this guy wouldn't run too far. The only son. Peter sighed. Brothers have a good relationship. He originally thought that Heist always stayed alone in Wayne Manor, and even if he had brothers, it might not replace normal social interaction. He was a super pitiful and lonely child. But now it seems, it is precisely because of these awkward but affectionate brothers that Heist has been able to be as gentle, tolerant and innocent as ever online and in the real world for many years. Damian pricked up his ears and heard Peter talking again, and immediately said, huh. Although the child was young, he had a lot of knowledge about sex. His mother Talia was a member of the Assassin's League, so her teaching was rough, and Damian learned all kinds of knowledge. He looked at Heath, whose eyes were shining and whose expression was concerned and gentle under the light, and he became a little wary. You sleep alone tonight, right? Heath was confused. Yes. Do you want to sleep with me, Damian? No. Damian also felt that Heath was a fool today, without a doubt. Tim looked at the brightly lit room from a distance for a long time, turned his head and said to Dick, did you teach Damian this attitude? Dick didn't understand. What did I teach him? As soon as he asked this question, there was a sneer in the distance. Jason wiped his gun, gave them a cold look, and snorted and said, stupid. Today's metropolis is also peaceful. The moonlight gently poured in through the window, illuminating the computer desk with a white glow, and the papers on the desk sparkled. Clark lay on the bed and covered himself with a quilt. His special glasses were placed on the bedside, revealing his handsome and deep-lined features. His deep blue eyes seemed to hide a sea, calm but vast. He was ready to sleep, like every earthling with a normal schedule. Before going to bed, He destroyed several criminal organizations that were planning to do evil, rescued countless kittens trapped on tree branches, and even worked overtime to complete the work of the Daily Planet. Now, it should be time to rest. He looked at the moonlight and slowly closed his eyes. Ding. He hadn't closed his eyes for long when a special ringtone rang. This ringtone was a special ringtone that Clark set for two friends in the chat room. Although he had never met those two friends, he cherished the friendship in the chat room, so he used a special ringtone to remind himself. The ringtone that was ringing now, it was a message reminder from Peter, one of the chat room partners. As a tall boy, Peter is lively but considerate. He doesn't send messages so late. It's rare to send messages at this time. I don't know what he wants to say to him. Clark became curious, so he opened his eyes again and went to get the phone on the table. As a Kryptonian, he doesn't have any myopia. The glasses are just a Kryptonian prop that blurs his face. He wears them during the day to hide his identity as a Superman. Clark got the phone, opened it and saw the sender. It was indeed Peter who sent him a message. He then supported the bed with his strong arms, his long eyelashes drooped slightly, and his blue eyes looked at the message carefully. Peter, it's a little late now, and I'm a little sleepy. I guess you should go to bed. Clark, Peter, but I'm sorry. Peter, I won't sleep well if I don't share this news, so I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't disturb your sleep, but I'm really excited. Clark was confused, then he continued to read. Peter, I want to share this with you. Peter, I met Peter. He is so cute and good-looking. I really didn't expect him to be so good-looking in real life. It makes me embarrassed, Peter, but it's been so many years. It's really great to be able to play with him. I'm actually still very happy. By the way, I played esports, motorcycles, music games and shooting with him. I hope you can come next time. Peter, Peter, after sharing this with you, I feel much better. I can go to sleep now. Peter, have a good dream. Clark, I hope the three of us can play together next time. Clark finished reading the message. Clark was in a daze holding his phone. Clark, the moonlight is beautiful, the silvery light shines on the bed, and is faintly reflected in these blue eyes that reveal incredible emotions. Clark subconsciously moved his limbs, and then he supported the bedboard to sit up straighter. His emotions made him eager to type some replies to vent his emotions, so he began to stand up with his phone. Click. A miserable sound. Clark looked down and saw that, as expected, he had lost some strength. He poked a hole in the bed. Peter lay down. This is the home of the big boss Batman, and it is not far from the room of his little friend Hazel. Doctor Strange will also rest in the opposite room. The mattress is large and soft. Lying on it makes your muscles relax, and you don't feel tired after a night of ups and downs. Peter and Hazel said goodnight to each other under Damien's gaze. After sending the message happily, they felt sleepy and fell asleep sweetly with the quilt in their arms. He didn't know how long it had been since he sent it. The phone quietly lit up, and a private chat from the chat room popped up. Clark, where are you guys playing? Peter slept soundly, took a sleepy look in the middle of the night, and turned over to continue sleeping. Wayne Manor, which fell into sleep, was particularly quiet. As time passed, the moonlight gradually dissipated, and the sun was about to break through the darkness and shed new light. After who knows how many hours, Peter's phone quietly lit up again. Clark, when did you guys make the appointment to meet? Clark, sigh. Clark, Yaya runs around with his head in his hands. JPG. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.